Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is titled Rinne and Tensei. In this alternate universe, Sasuke is killed by Kaguya. Realizing he was going to die, Naruto makes a desperate choice and rolls with a crazy plan developed by Kurama. Naruto becomes the Jubi Jinchuriki. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Syareoo, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1. Naruto was floating next to Sasuke, who was standing on one of his truth-seeking ball platforms. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto. "That technique?" Sasuke asked in a questionable tone. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. This will never work," Sasuke admitted. "I just need you to trust me on this one," Naruto asked once more. Black Zetsu sneered from inside Kaguya's sleeve. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but my Ka-chan can absorb any ninjutsu. Whatever you're trying to do is meaningless." Sasuke glared at Naruto. "Are you sure this is the only chance we have? Isn't there anything else?" Sasuke growled at Naruto. "We don't know unless we try." Naruto spoke in a very serious tone. "I've been practicing this jutsu in secret more than the Rasengan. It's worth a try." Sasuke nodded, accepting Naruto's reply for the time being. "If that can create an opening in the enemy's defense, I guess we can try. My left eye is ready." Sasuke spoke as his Rinnegan pulsed with power. "Let's go!" Sasuke yelled while Naruto performed the hand seal for the Kagebushin no Jutsu. "Yeah!" Naruto released the battle cry. Kaguya narrowed her eyes. She felt no need to use her Byakugan until they decided to actually do something. "Amaterasu!" Sasuke whispered as he channeled chakra to his left eye, which began to secrete tears of blood. The eternal black flame said to be unextinguishable engulfed Kaguya's body, but she completely ignored it, simply absorbing them before they could do anything to her. Naruto rushed in towards Kaguya. "Kagebushin no Jutsu!" Naruto spawned off 6 clones as Kaguya activated her Byakugan. What Naruto did next was forever burned into Kaguya's memory. "Sexy reverse harem no Jutsu!" Everyone besides Kaguya sported a deadpan look. Kaguya, on the other hand, blushed crimson red. Naruto dispelled his jutsu soon along with his clones as he sucker punched Kaguya in the face, sending her flying back. "This is the history of shinobi, you bastard!" Naruto roared out. Meanwhile, Sasuke threw a kunai in the direction Kaguya's body was heading, but he wasn't aiming to hit her. He threw it past her, and used the Menotejikara to teleport himself, putting Kaguya in between the two. "Now, Naruto!" Sasuke shouted. Sasuke and Naruto were within inches of sealing away Kaguya, until she activated her Rinne Sharingan's signature ability, Aminaminaka. Sasuke, Kaguya and Naruto were now stuck in a block of ice. "Cold. What?" Naruto thought to himself. "Ice." Sasuke thought to himself. Kaguya opened another portal as she escaped from the ice block. She vanished. Is she able to travel through dimensions? Naruto thought to himself frantically. Naruto glanced to his right as he saw Kaguya exiting her portal. Kaguya moved again in hopes of being able to drain them of their chakra. Sasuke's left eye began to bleed once more. "Amaterasu! Kagutsuchi!" Sasuke yelled in thought as he channeled chakra to both of his eyes. The black flames swirled all around, destroying the block of ice, freeing him and Naruto. "Thank you, Sasuke!" Naruto thanked his supposedly best friend. "Also sorry. This sexy jutsu soon didn't work." Naruto apologized. "HN. I never thought we were going to be able to beat her with that. Sasuke grunted. This time we're going with my tactical cooperation. Sasuke grunted again. Black Zetsu slithered out of Kaguya's sleeve again. Ka-chan. They are hard to deal with. We should just separate them and attack them. One at a time. The mass of black goo suggested. Kaguya raised her hand as a portal opened. Was the only noise Naruto can make as he watched? Sasuke get pulled through the portal. Sasuke landed in a massive desert another dimension. Where am I? Sasuke asked himself. Sasuke! Naruto yelled as he tried to pull the portal open. Unfortunately, it completely closed, and Sasuke was trapped. Shit! Naruto cursed. Black Zetsu began to chuckle sinisterly. Now, you can't seal my Ka-chan anymore. Kaguya spoke in her melody-like tone. I'll start by absorbing all of your chakra. Kaguya spoke as she opened another portal attempting to grab Naruto. Luckily, Naruto could evade the instantaneous attack thanks to the help of his Rakuto Senjutsu-enhanced sensory abilities. You have nice reflexes. Black Zetsu grinned in a sinister way. But it won't be enough. Kaguya was pleasantly surprised at how fast Naruto was. This boy is fast. She spoke before she entered a portal which closed completely around her. Does this mean I can't tell where she's going to show up next? Naruto spoke aloud before the whole ice dimension began to shake. Below Naruto, 6 large spikes made of ice struck Naruto at great speed. What? Ugh! The ice quickly pinned Naruto to the ground, binding his movements. Now that Naruto was immobilized, Kaguya emerged from the portal. You finally came out. Naruto groaned out. Naruto looked up at Kaguya as she began to fly down towards him, with the intent to absorb every bit of his chakra. Yes, come here. You want my chakra, don't you? It's pointless to use big flashy techniques, she'll just absorb it. What works best on her? Taijutsu and diversions. Naruto thought to himself. Sexy techniques aren't going to work anymore. I guess I'll go back to my origins. I'll corner her with that. When she tries to escape with that door again, I'll enter too. And I'll look for Sasuke. I can still feel his chakra clearly. Naruto continued his thoughts as Kaguya closed in. This is my dimension. You can't do anything. Kaguya growled. Are you ready, Naruto? I'll take your chakra to its boiling point. Koko spoke in her usual calm tone. Yeah, Naruto replied. Once Kaguya was within 20 meters, Naruto called out a technique she did not expect, let alone heard of. Futon, Kairiki Muso, boil release, unrivaled strength. An immense amount of steam exploded from Naruto's body, causing the ice that held him to melt. Naruto then shattered the ice with one swipe of his hand, before jumping into the air and clashing with Kaguya. Wura! Naruto yelled. The chakra demigod clashed with the chakra goddess, causing one of the mountains of ice to shatter apart. I prepared and refined your chakra for you, Naruto. The Ein portion of Kurama announced to his host. Thanks, Kurama. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto roared out as he summoned nearly 1,000 clones, all in Kyubi Chakurakudo Sannin mode. All the clones flew at Kaguya from every direction. Kaguya, not impressed in the least, merely raised a hand, sending out multiple chakra fists demolishing many clones at once. Now this is my dimension! One of Naruto's clones yelled out. Naruto Chiki Rindan, Naruto Region Combo! Despite their massive numerical advantage, Kaguya blocked blow after blow from each of Naruto's clones. However, even for someone as powerful as her, she found it slightly overwhelming as the attack continued to become more and more intense. Tilting her head up, Kaguya opened another portal via Yamatsu Hirasaka, Underworld Slope Hill, to escape from the overwhelming onslaught of Naruto's army of clones. She opened it. Naruto thought as all his clones closed in, as Obito focused on the portal. Naruto at Kaguya, intending on following her, unaware that Obito had already beaten him to it, using his Kamui to enter Kaguya's dimensional portal. Not too long afterwards, Naruto saw her re-enter into the ice dimension in the dimensional, she seemed to have a look of disbelief. Naruto didn't really seem bothered by this as he and his clones charged in after her. Kaguya also charged at him with Tomagoroshi no Haikatsu, all killing ash bones, extending for both of her palms as she proceeded to cut down all the clones in front of her. Shortly after that, a large spiral opened on the ground near Kakashi, as Sasuke, Obito, and Sakura all jumped out. This took Naruto and Black Zetsu by surprise. No way! Sasuke! Black Zetsu mentally cursed. In Naruto's distracted state, Kaguya extended her hair out to wrap around him, and proceeded to impale him through the stomach with a bone spear. Now you don't have to worry anymore. Kaguya spoke in a cruel, sinister tone. Naruto! Kakashi, Obito, Sakura, and Sasuke shouted in unison. Be bastard! Black Zetsu cursed out loud. He made a clone carry his Truth Seeker balls on purpose. Can he even do that? Black Zetsu was starting to hate Naruto more and more by the second. Thank you. Sakura-chan, Obito. Naruto spoke in a cheerful tone. He's okay. Sakura cheered. Don't scare us like that. Obito replied. Suddenly, Naruto's body exploded in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke, feeling relieved, immediately jumped into action and activated his Susanoo to ascend to the two's altitude. The Truth Seeker balls returned to Naruto as he shouted to Sasuke. Sasuke! Did you thank Sakura-chan and Obito? Focus on the enemy. Sasuke replied harshly. Uff. Kakashi released a sigh of relief. Naruto has always been weirdly cunning. This is why they call him the most unpredictable shinobi, the silver-haired scarecrow thought to himself. But that unique nature of his may just save us all. Ka-chan, now that they're united again, we have no choice. There's no more time to save chakra. Black Zetsu spoke to Kaguya through a telepathic link. I know. She replied as her Rinne Sharingan pulsed with power. Increased gravity dimension. They all appeared in a dimension with multiple small pyramids on the ground. This dimension had a strong gravitational pull as all those in the air were pulled down to the ground. Even Naruto and Kaguya, who had the power of flight, could not resist the unbelievable pulling power of this world. Kaguya extended her hands as two bone spears began to peek out from her palms. Naruto and Sasuke could dodge the first barrage, but Kaguya had acclimated to the increased gravity, as she prepared another two bone spears. But this time, Obito and Kakashi were already on the move to protect Naruto and Sasuke. The bone spears were inches away from piercing both Kakashi and Obito. Both would have perished, until Obito warped away the bone spear that was about to impale Kakashi. Obito had only been able to protect Kakashi, since his right eye's Kamui required physical contact. Obito had saved Sasuke and Naruto from being hit by Kaguya's Tomagoroshi no Haikatsu, which was already beginning to break down his body from the impact area. Why? We should both. Kakashi asked. My visual prowess is back. Sasuke thought before teleporting right next to Kaguya, with his Chidori sparking to life, but in that instant, Kaguya changed the dimensions again before flying up into the air. Your power is still needed here. It would be best to just leave me. Obito admitted to everyone around him. I've always been useless. I've always been nothing more than a screw-up for everyone, but even so, I owe Naruto a gift and I intend to give it to him before I go. Sasuke-kun. Obito then addressed the raven-haired shinobi. I need you to focus on the enemy to buy me and Naruto some time. My own time is limited and it's going to take all I have to finish this. Obito interrupted, while feeling the ever-growing hole in his gut. Black Zetsu begins talking smack about Obito trying to get Naruto riled up and it was working. But... Sasuke interrupted. Naruto, calm down! He's just trying to get under your skin. He activates his perfect Susanoo and takes off into the air heading straight to the rabbit goddess to buy Obito the time he needs. Obito turned around to face Naruto, lifting a single arm. Obito? Naruto asks, looking at the weakened Uchiha. Obito smiled at Naruto and placed his index and middle fingers in between his eyes. He made a one-handed tiger hand sign. Naruto, become Hokage at all costs. I believe in you, you look so much like your father, he said, and with that he turned to dust. Yeah, Naruto whispered as he opened his eyes, revealing to now have Obito's Sharingan. He glared up at the fight going on in the sky between his friend and Kaguya. Using a combination of his own enhanced speed, Six Paths power, and Kamui, in a flash of gold, Naruto blitzed Kaguya, slashing her arm off with black Zetsu attached to it. The arm fell to the ground, which Naruto proceeded to pin it down thanks to one of the Gudadamas floating behind him. Kaguya, enraged and shocked by the blonde's actions, fired her chakra arms at Sasuke, crushing his Susanoo, but not before he cut her with his massive blade. In an even greater fit of rage, Kaguya launched multiple Tomagoroshi no Haikatsu at Sasuke, who began falling from a great height. But it was too late, because despite 2 out of the 3 bone spears missed Sasuke, the third one hit its mark. The decayed bamboo-like projectile pierced Sasuke through the stomach as he vomited out blood. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he flew towards Sasuke. Sasuke! Naruto caught Sasuke as he falls forwards, laying the dying Uchiha on the ground as Kakashi and Sakura ran over to them in hopes of saving Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, hold on, I'll heal you, Sakura cried out with tears her eyes. Sasuke grabbed her hand. No. Sakura, it's too late for me. I don't deserve to live anymore. Naruto became outraged and yelled. Don't say that, Sasuke! I thought you wanted to become the Hokage. Sasuke looked up at Naruto into his new Sharingan eyes with a sad expression. Sasuke's eyes became heavy as they closed, and he smiled. With the last of his strength, Sasuke pressed his pointer and middle finger against Naruto's forehead. Soon afterwards, Sasuke's weak body fully disintegrated. Sakura cried out in sadness. Kakashi put his head down in shame, having not been able to protect his former student. Naruto, we need to talk. Kurama called out to Naruto before he could start grieving over the death of his best friend. Naruto felt himself being pulled into his mindscape. Mindscape. Kid, we need to talk, things aren't looking too well out there. And at the rate you're going, we're all going to die. But me and my siblings have come to a decision to ensure that everything goes smoothly. We shall meld together and create a new Jubi. This one will have sentience, unlike our original form. On top of that, once we have extracted our other parts, they will be resealed into you and will combine with the new 10 tails. Kurama explained in a melancholic tone. No! You can't do that, Kurama! We're partners. I don't want you to do that. I don't care about myself. Please don't sacrifice yourself for me. Naruto yelled out, his voice cracking. Tears made their way out of the blonde's eyes, but he didn't rub them away. Even if he did, more would follow. Kurama gave him hell in his early years, but since the beginning of this war, Kurama has become closer to Naruto. The demon fox and the sage had become the ultimate duo throughout this war, relying on each other and helping the other complete their shared goals. One wanted to destroy Madara Uchiha, and the other wanted to bring peace to the elemental nations. Naruto stared up at the fox in silence, hiccuping from trying to force down his rising emotions. Naruto, dry your tears, now is not the time. You can cry after this war is over and Kaguya has been sealed away, Kurama said as Naruto seemed to regain control of himself to an acceptable level. He slowly walked up to Kurama and raised his fist, tears silently running down his face. All the other Bijus placed their hands, paws, tentacles, and feet on top of Kurama's fist. Gaki, you better win. We're not sacrificing our consciousness for nothing, you know, Shikaku grumbled. Regardless of what we become after this, Naruto-kun, just remember we'll always be with you. Matatabi meowed softly. Bring our creator's wishes to fruition, and bring peace to this godforsaken world. Isabu spoke in a dull, bored tone. Gaki, you've already saved us once, so we're returning the favor now. Beat this ancient rabbit bitch for us. Ho ho! Son Goku howled. I know you can do it, Naruto-kun. We needed each other's help to get this far, and now it's time for you to finish this. Koko gave a few words of encouragement. Yes. Saiken believes you can do this. Saiken squeaked out in her squeaky tone. I wish you the best of luck, as I am lucky number 7. Chome said, which everyone's sweat dropped at his speech. Naruto, be sure to tell B that I'll miss him, don't let us down. Defeat her, Naruto, Gyuki said in a sad tone. Naruto, it's time we bid you farewell. I know you can do this. I've seen all that you've accomplished through the memories of my other half. There's no doubt in my mind that you will not fail, you will succeed and overcome this obstacle like everything else you've done. Sayonara, my friend, perhaps we will meet again in a different lifetime. Until then, keep on fighting to protect those you love, Kurama said, allowing one single tear to drop from his eye. All 9 bijous began to glow different colors. Shikaku turned tan, Matatabi blue, Isabu teal, Son Goku bright red, Kokuo light blue, Saiken pink, Chome green, Gyuki purple, and Kurama turned yellow. The 9 multicolored energies collided with one another, creating a large orb of white and black chakra that seemed to be solidifying. Naruto could no longer hold his emotions as he dropped to his knees, crying his eyes out, no matter how much hell Kurama caused him. He had just lost one of his best friends forever. The raw emotions exploded from Naruto's wails of despair. Dobe, stop your crying. You still have to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. A familiar voice echoed throughout Naruto's mindscape. Naruto's eyes shot wide open when he saw familiar black hair. Sasuke, you're alive! No, you Baka, I am indeed dead. I simply implanted my Rikudo chakra into you so that you have a fighting chance against Kaguya, Sasuke said to his idiot of a friend. I need to tell you something. The reason why I wanted to become the Hokage, execute the current Kage, kill the bijous, and push for a revolution to destroy the old world and rebuild anew. But now that I'm no longer in the world of the living, my plans will never come to life. So, I guess I have to put my faith and trust in you, Dobe. Naruto's eyes widened at Sasuke's reason for wanting to become Hokage. Why would you do that, Sasuke? Naruto asked in both a surprised and hostile tone. You really are an idiot, aren't you? We're opposites. You're Ashura, you love helping people, and you acquired help from multiple people to do anything. While I'm Indra, I do everything on my own and I prefer being alone in the dark, Sasuke explained. But neither is perfect on their own. Do you get it now? Separately we're incomplete, but together we can be something much greater. I can see it now that you're far stronger than me. You always held back. You were afraid of killing me. That's why you held back so much of your power. But please stop doing that, it can get you killed, but knowing you're not going to listen, Sasuke said before grabbing Naruto's left hand with his own left hand, and placing his other hand on Naruto's head. What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto asked, starting to get a little bit afraid. I'm going to complete you, Naruto. I'm going to make sure you don't fail. I'm going to give you the Rikudo chakra Hagoromo gave to me. This should allow you to awaken the Rinnegan. And trust me, this is for your own good, Dobe, because you're too stupid and naive to do anything on your own. Before Naruto could utter another word, the only thing he knew was pain. He could feel all Sasuke's potent Rikudo chakra course through his chakra coils. It only lasted an instant, and once it was gone, Sasuke let Naruto go as he dropped down to his knees. By the way, this will leave some of my own personality in you. Farewell, my brother, I believe in you, Sasuke said before he vanished from sight. Naruto finally forced himself up to a standing position, looking around. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Naruto then heard a loud crack sound. He turned around and noticed that the large sphere of solidified chakra was beginning to break apart. Naruto did not know what to expect to come out of this solidified orb of chakra. Naruto watched as the pieces of the orb of chakra began to reconverge and take a new shape. Naruto expected a demonic creature, but he was surprised once again. The orb became a pale-skinned woman with delicate facial features. She had long black hair, reaching to her waist, and her eyes were two Rinne Sharingan. She had long, dark fingernails. She wore a multicolored white, blue, and yellow kimono. However, the most notable feature she possessed was that she had two black-haired wolf ears and a wolf tail on her behind. Naruto stared at the beautiful woman standing before him. She looked around as if she was confused, frightened. Naruto decided that she needed some assistance, and walked towards her. I mean Jubi? The newly born Jubi looked towards Naruto before tilting her head. Nar Yuto. She spoke in a distorted, broken tone. Naruto nodded. Yes, I'm Naruto. Naruto said awkwardly. The woman tilted her head to the side. So, Jubi, do you have a name? Naruto asked the woman in front of her. She straightened her head again before answering. No, she answered. Naruto frowned at this before gently tapping his finger against his chin. I've never given anyone a name before. This might be tough, Naruto thought for a few seconds before a grin spread across his face. I got a name, how about Kahana? Naruto declared as the humanoid Jubi remained quiet before giving a small smile showing off her white teeth. I like it, Naruto. The sound of her voice was starting to get better. It was softer, more human, more feminine. It seemed the more they talked the better they got. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that she was just created, and was trying to get used to their new form. Kahana-chan, do you remember Kurama, or Sun? Naruto asked, hopeful that the Jubi did. Kahana nodded. Yes, I have their memories, and I'll always be here for you, Naruto. The Jubi declared in a happy tone as her 10 tails wagged back and forth. Naruto smiled. Even after losing Kurama, he gained someone else who could possibly fill the void that Kurama left. Naruto. Kahana spoke in a serious tone of voice. Yes, Kahana, what is it? Naruto asked. You remember what happened when you channeled Kurama's chakra with your Rikudo Sennin mode? Kahana asked as Naruto nodded. When you channel my chakra with your Rikudo Sennin mode, it will grant you a form like Madara's Jinchuriki form, but much stronger in every way, Kahana explained as Naruto nodded. I'm going to help you defeat Kaguya, and with the power and Rinnegan you inherited from both Sasuke and Obito. We will not fail, we shall succeed. Naruto looked confused. Rinnegan? Naruto said before closing his eyes. He could sense the unique energy that the Rinnegan created. He indeed had 2 6-tomo Rinnegan. Now I believe it's time for you to leave, as you're about to enter into the new world, Kahana said, which almost instantly Naruto was forced out of his mindscape. Kaguya's dimension. Naruto's whole body was engulfed by layer after layer of white smoke, making it nearly impossible to see Naruto except for the silhouette of his body. Soon afterwards, everyone could hear footsteps as Naruto slowly making his way out of the thick clouds of smoke. When he emerged, not only was Kakashi and Sakura surprised, but so was Kaguya, as Naruto greatly resembled Madara after he became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. Naruto now had spiky white hair and pale skin. His once golden chakra cloak was replaced by full-bodied black garment with black pants, fingerless gloves, and boots, over which he wore a flowing white robe with 6 black Magatama markings across his chest and the familiar pattern of a black Rinnegan, and 9 black Magatama markings in rows of 3 on his back. 2 gray horn-like protrusions grew out of his left and right temples, giving him an overall appearance very like that of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Naruto now had 10 Truth Seeker balls floating behind him in a halo formation. In his right hand he held a dual-headed Shikujo. One end has a ringed hoop, while the other end possesses a crescent-shaped curve, representing the sun and moon respectively. Naruto opened his eyes, which were both sporting Tomo Rinnegan. You're going to pay for what you've done, you rabbit bitch! Naruto growled before kicking off the ground, flying directly at Kaguya with the intent to kill. How dare you call me that, you wretched base creature! Kaguya yelled back in anger as Naruto slammed into her body. The 2 chakra gods clashed above the ground. Every time the 2 clashed, they created shockwaves from the amount of force that both Naruto and Kaguya were releasing. The amount of power that these 2 possessed was immeasurable. Yasugami Kujiki, 80 gods vacuum attack! Kaguya yelled out as she released a volley of chakra fists at Naruto, who countered with his own chakra fists. Chakra fists clashed with one another, which released even larger shockwaves that caused the ground to break apart beneath them. Kaguya growled as she was pushed back yet again by this pathetic base creature. It angered her that he could match her easily in speed, strength, and chakra. Perhaps she would have had a better chance if she left Indra's reincarnation alive, and without black Zetsu things seemed grim. Kaguya extended her right hand and a bone shard began to stick out of her palm. She was intent on murdering Naruto with or without his chakra absorbed at this point. Unfortunately for her, Naruto's left eye pulsed with power. Kamui! Naruto yelled as space seemed to distort around Kaguya's hand before being sucked into a vortex, ripping her hand right off. Ayakak! Kaguya yelled as she glared daggers at Naruto. Naruto's left eye pulsed with power once more before appearing directly behind Kaguya with a Rasengan in his hand. Kaguya turned just in time to get blasted towards the ground by Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto watched as the rabbit goddess came to a full stop before glaring at him. She focused on the stump that used to be her arm. Naruto's face contorted with a look of disgust as sounds of sickening flesh movement echoed clearly. So, she has instant regeneration? Naruto thought to himself. You have the same power, Naruto, since you have no Rikudo Senjutsu, and me inside of you. Kihana explained telepathically as Naruto nodded. An insect like you has no right to wield such power. Your chakra. It belongs to me, all of it shall become one. I shall make all chakra mine once again. Kaguya growled before her eyes widened. Before she knew it, Naruto was gone. Kaguya looked up but was too late. Naruto's right in front of her with his fists cocked back. Will you shut up, you fucking rabbit bitch? Naruto yelled. Naruto slammed his fist directly into Kaguya's face, sending her hurtling towards the ground before Naruto dive-bombed at her. Kaguya opened her eyes glaring at Naruto before extending both of her newly regenerated hands and released bone spears from both palms. Naruto quickly dodged the projectiles, although once the threat was gone, he saw a flurry of chakra fists heading straight for him. Naruto dodged again, turning his head to the left. He saw Kaguya. In one quick motion, Kaguya ripped out Naruto's left eye, instantly crushing the eye. Gah! Naruto cried before clenching his empty eye socket. Naruto, you alright? Kihana asked in a concerned tone as Naruto groaned at absolute agony. No, she ripped out my eyes. Naruto responded as he glared at the rabbit goddess. Kihana was concerned for its host. What are you going to do? Naruto glared up at the grinning goddess. An eye for an eye, Niji and so many others have told me just how useful the Byakugan is. Naruto replied darkly. If that's what you want to do, then I won't stop you. Also, I was able to transfer your long-range Kamui to your remaining right eye. Kihana spoke as Naruto nodded in appreciation. Naruto quickly focused his right eye on Kaguya before activating his Amenotejikura, heavenly hand power. As he instantly appeared before her, much to the goddess's surprise, as she tried to gouge out his right eye, her hand phased a ray through his head, much to her surprise. Using her surprise against her, Naruto quickly aimed his fingers for Kaguya's face and quickly ripped out one of her Byakugan. Ka! Kaguya cried in pain as Naruto quickly descended to the ground before implanting her Byakugan into his empty aching eye socket. Naruto felt Kihana chakra going towards his to establish a connection so he could properly use it. Naruto grinned as his new silverish white eyes are fully operational, sending chakra to it. The veins around his left eye bulged. This is incredible, I can see everything around me, Naruto thought with glee. Naruto quickly reascended to the air before raising his hand into the air. Naruto's 10 Truth Seeker balls floating above his head, as he was preparing for a major attack. Let's go, Kihana! Naruto yelled out. Yeah, Naruto! Kihana yelled back. As his 10 truth-seeking balls formed into 10 Bijudama Raisin Shuriken. He threw the 10 Bijudama Raisin Shuriken at Kaguya, which causes a giant explosion. Ayakak! She howled in pain. Naruto smirked before summoning his perfect Susanoo. With both of katanas unsheathed, he proceeded to cut the massive explosion in half, gently landing on the ground before dispelling his Susanoo. Naruto looked up, to see Kaguya missing the lower half of her body and her right arm. Both of her horns were missing. What have you done to me, you base creature? Kaguya yelled in anger, as her body began to morph, changing. Naruto's new Jubi Jinchuriki form caused a chain reaction with the bijus trapped within Kaguya, causing her form to mutate into an unstable rabbit-like version of the original Jubi. From down on the ground, Black Zetsu, who was pinned by two of Naruto's Truth Seeker balls, became more and more worried for his mother/creator. This isn't humanoid. This thing is not Ka-chan, and it's not the Jubi either. It must have been caused by Naruto's previous attack that called the bijus to the surface, which resulted in Ka-chan being turned into that thing. It's not stable. Black Zetsu thought to himself, as he saw the abomination with at least 10 tails with hands at the end of them. Unfortunately, much to his surprise, the abomination sent one of its tails directly after him. "What nug? Ka-chan! Dunt!" were the last words Black Zetsu cried out before being absorbed. Naruto smirked as he noticed the 9 bijus within Kaguya were fighting against her. "Kahana, you ready?" Naruto yelled. "Yes, I'm ready, Naruto," Kahana replied. From the back of Naruto's abdomen, 10 white chakra-based tails bursted into life. 9 of them grew hands at the end of him before latching onto the 9 bija heads that were currently moving in the giant orb behind the unstable rabbit-like version of the Jubi. Naruto made a cross-like hand sign. "Tajo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Naruto created another 1,000 clones which all grabbed his single remaining tail and began to pull backwards. "Come on, you guys, yank them out!" Naruto yelled out, as the clones all released their own battle cries, before pulling back hard. The giant mutated chakra Jubi released a howl as the 9 bijus were ripped from its body. "They're out!" Naruto cheered before dispelling all his clones. After which, he proceeded to pull the 9 bijus into his body. "We did it, Naruto! The other halves of the biju have been sealed, they're combining with my being as we speak." Kahana confirmed their successful assault, but it wasn't over yet. Looking up, Naruto could see the unstable rabbit-like version of the Jubi body collapsing on itself, revealing a weak and frail Kaguya Otsutsuki. As she glared down at Naruto, gritting her teeth in anger, which Naruto didn't give her a chance to recover as he rushed at Kaguya and put both of his hands on her. "Rikudo, Chibaku Tensei, 6 paths catastrophic planetary construction!" Naruto howled. Kaguya, not one to give up without a fight, with the last of her power howled. "Yamatsu Hirasaka!" A dimensional portal opened behind Naruto. Even with his powers, he couldn't resist the sudden and unexpected pull of the portal that was behind him. The last thing Naruto saw was Kakashi and Sakura's shocked faces seeing him fall into the portal. Naruto also saw the cruel smirk on Kaguya's face, before she slowly morphed back into the lifeless Gedo Mazo. Chapter 2. Naruto opened his eyes as he realized he was currently laying on a futon, quickly sitting up and looking around. Naruto noticed the room he was in. The design and furniture of the room looked as if it belonged to someone of royalty, like a king or queen. It could have possibly even been a prince or princess. Naruto began to wonder where specifically he was. Although he didn't have to wonder for very long, as a sliding door opened, it revealing Kahana in all her absolute beauty. "Kahana-chan, where are we? What is this place?" Naruto asked as Kahana giggled slightly. "We're still in your mindscape, Naruto-kun. If I may, I have someone who would like to meet you," Kahana explained as Naruto nodded before getting off the futon. Naruto silently followed Kahana through the hallway before they came to a large set of sliding doors. Kahana gently and delicately knocked on the door. "Come in," a majestic female voice called out. Much to Naruto's surprise, the only person Naruto knew of who had a voice that rivaled this one in terms of beauty was Kahana. Upon opening the door, Naruto was rendered speechless by what he saw. He saw a beautiful, elegant, and attractive young woman with a voluptuous figure, long crimson red hair pulled back in a ponytail with split bangs, and ruby red eyes with cat-like pupils. She had alabaster white skin and enormous breasts which rivaled Kahana's in terms of size. She wore a red kimono, with a gold interior, as well as a pink obi. More noticeably, she had a pair of red-orange fox ear and 9 red-orange foxtails. She was currently sitting on one of 3 size pillows in front of a brown wooden round table with a tea kettle, multiple teacups, and what looked to be an assortment of different types of food. She must have been waiting patiently for Naruto to arrive. The beautiful red-haired woman gave an amused smirk when she saw Naruto. "Well, I must say you're a definite improvement over my previous container," Now please sit so we may discuss a few things. The crimson-haired vixen gestured for Naruto and Kihana to sit. The two beings from another world sat on the two available size of pillows accordingly. The female Kyuubi handed both Naruto and Kihana a cup of tea and began to speak. I believe we should start with introductions. I'll start us off. Hello, I'm Otsutsuki Kurami, eldest daughter of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. I was born from the division of the Jubi's power. I like walking through the forest in the morning, cloud watching, and watching the sunset. The newly named Kurami spoke. Kihana decided to introduce herself next. Hello, my name is Otsutsuki Kihana. I was born from the collaboration of the 9 bijus of our world fusing together. I'm not really sure what I like now. I guess spending time with Naruto-kun would be my only like. Kihana said, a little bit unsure, and the like part. Naruto took a quick breath before speaking. Yo, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. I like ramen, my friends, spending time my friends, eating ramen, gardening, training, and tomatoes. Naruto said, wondering where the tomato part came from. All things considered, it most likely came from Sasuke's memories. Kurami smirked yet again. Well, then I'll be the first to welcome you both this world, and I must say our worlds appear to be very similar from what Kihana-chan told me. But the key differences are the Otsutsuki clan was not powerful godlike beings. My Chichiyui was a special case. His mother Kaguya Otsutsuki was not a very powerful woman. From what he told us about her, she was kind of frail and avoiding conflicts at all costs. Kurami explained. The fact that you have obtained the Rinnegan and taken Kaguya's Byakugan is astounding. But just because you have gained these powers doesn't mean I'm going to work with you willingly. You have to prove to me that you're worthy of using my chakra. Kurami said again before taking a sip of tea. Naruto raised an eyebrow before turning to Kihana. Kihana-chan, I've been meaning to ask you about that. What happened to me? I can't feel the 6 paths power, or my Rinnegan and Byakugan. Also, right after implanting that Byakugan, I felt a surge of energy that I never felt before. What was that? Naruto asked curiously as Kihana sighed. I'm not really sure, but I know you gained knowledge directly from Hagoromo when you accepted his chakra. And you most like gained, even more, knowledge when you gained Sasuke's half of Hagoromo's power. Naruto pouted. Kihana shook her head but giggled at Naruto's behavior. The only thing I know is that surge of power was the awakening of something called the Tenseigan. I have no knowledge on what it is, other than it has equal in strength to Tomo Rinnegan. However, the reason you don't feel those powers is that you have taken the body of this world's Naruto-kun. All your powers and experience have transferred without issue, but your Kekkei Genkai, Rikudo powers, and much of your chakra have been sealed. You still have the Sharingan at its base form and Byakugan, but you must reintroduce your new body to intense training. Once you've done so, all of your abilities and chakra will slowly recognize you and reawaken. Kihana advised Naruto as he nodded. I estimate that it will take about 2 years, give or take a few weeks, of constant training to fully restore your eyes, body, and chakra reserves. Until then, I will be able to lend you small amounts of my own chakra. I see, thank you very much, Kihana-chan. Naruto then turned toward Kurami before giving her a warm smile. I wouldn't expect you to make it easy on me and Kihana-chan, but I hope we can be friends. Naruto said, hoping that the crimson-haired vixen wouldn't deny his offer for friendship. Kurami stared at Naruto with a look of almost disbelief. In all her years of living, not once has one single human ever asked to be her friend. It was strange. From what she learned from Kihana, he was on good terms with her male counterpart Kurama. But would she be able to return his feelings? She wouldn't know until she tried. You are a strange one, Naruto-kun. Your counterpart here was as dense as a brick. But if we're ever going to work together, I guess we might as well start off with being friends, Kurami said in an unsure voice. Although much to her surprise, she saw Naruto lean over the table and stretch out his arm as he made a fist. Kurami froze. She sensed no negative intentions come from him. He genuinely wanted to befriend her. She blinked before smiling and extended her own arms as they both fists bumped. The moment they bumped fists, they unintentionally shared their memories with each other. Naruto for his part blinked in surprise at Kurami's memories. Hagoromo created the Bijus much sooner in this world than he did in his own world. Kurami and her siblings spent their childhood with Hagoromo, as he taught them about the world and how to use their chakra. In this world, Hagoromo could give the Biju actual physical living bodies and not chakra-based bodies. When Hagoromo died, this caused the 9 Bijus to split apart. This left Kurami by herself, and as time went on she decided to interact with humans. Unfortunately, this wouldn't last too long as Madara showed up, and the rest was the same as his home world. Kurami found herself in awe at how much Naruto had done for her counterpart and his siblings, and that they were willing to fuse together to give him enough power to defeat Kaguya. She found herself starting to like the blonde-haired human more and more as she viewed his memories. N. Syareoo, you guys already know Naruto's past, so I'm not going to bother explaining it. All the while Naruto and Kurami were fist bumping each other, Kihana sat there smiling. Perhaps with Kurami here, Naruto wouldn't feel so disconnected. The two separated as they both sat down, not uttering a word, while Kihana blinking confusion. Why are you both so quiet? Kurami spoke first. It appears we shared our memories with one another, and I genuinely surprised that when I saw them. Naruto nodded at this. The differences between you and Kurama are greater than I thought, he commented. Kurami sighed before grabbing a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Well, this makes it easier this way. I don't really have to explain anything, she said before stuffing the piece of meat into her mouth. Naruto felt the need to ask her question. If you don't mind me asking, Kurami-chan, where are we exactly right now? Naruto asked curiously as Kurami gently tapped her chin with her finger. I believe you're in the Forest of Death and it's the second stage of the Chunin exams. That disgusting Hibi-Sannin Orochimaru, who hit you with the Gojyo Fuin, 5 elements seal. But upon your arrival, Kihana-chan was able to destroy the Gojyo Fuin with a single pulse of her chakra. Kurami explained. Naruto closed his eyes as he was deep in thought. Naruto smirked. So that damned snake already hit Sasuke with a curse seal, huh? I could remove it now if I had my Rinnegan, but now since I don't have the Rinnegan or Tenseigan right now, I think I should take care of those 3 Oto ninja. It will give me the opportunity to test out the Sharingan and Byakugan too. Naruto thought to himself before opening his eyes. Kihana-chan, I am able to use the Byakugan and Sharingan, yes? Naruto asked while Kihana cocked a delicate eyebrow. Of course you can. Let me guess you want to test out your new eyes. Kihana said as Naruto nodded. She shook her head but smiled. Sure, go ahead. Just please be careful, Kihana said while Naruto grinned. Don't worry, Kihana-chan, I'll be fine. Naruto replied with a foxy grin before he stood up and waved goodbye before vanishing from his mindscape. He's far different from the Naruto of this world. He's so bright and full of energy. I can feel him rekindling my cold blackened heart. Kurami spoke aloud, staring at the place where Naruto once sat. Kihana smiled as well. I believe he'll change the world for the better, and with us all here for him, he has no chance of failing. The humanoid Jubi said to the crimson-haired vixen, who simply smiled before taking another sip of tea. Forest of Death. Shikamaru knew he had to come up with something to get them out of this, and fast. Would you really kill your teammate? He asked, trying to stall for time. Anything, even a second or 2 would be good. The longer they lived, the better their chances of survival were. PSH, you seem to think we actually have feelings for this girl, Zaku said, looking at the Konoha genin with a cruel, sadistic grin. The only reason why she's on our team is because her skills complement ours. But if she couldn't even stop herself from getting caught by some worthless jutsu like that, then we have no further use for her. She is expendable. Bah, I can't take this anymore. Everyone looked up to see Niji and Tenten on a branch a few meters above them. Niji scowled as he crossed his arms. Some small-time ninja from a second-rate village like Otogekure fighting a bunch of defenseless, beaten kids. You call that a victory? He scoffed. How pathetic. They're persistent as cockroaches. Those other losers gave up far easier than these ones, Dosu mumbled. Lee, Tenten muttered as she saw her teammate. Niji glanced at her before looking back at the battle. He focused his sights on the 3 Oto-genin. Niji soon channeled some of his chakra into his eyes, causing veins to bulge around the sides of his head. The glare he sent the Otonin, enhanced by the bulging veins of his Byakugan, caused Dosu and Zaku to freeze in their tracks temporarily. It seems you used my teammate as a punching bag. That will be the biggest mistake of your life. Yeah, so what if we did white eyes? What would you even do about it? Come down and kick our asses? Zaku sent the Hyuga a returning glare. Niji was about to reply when something caught his eye, before he smirked and deactivated his Byakugan. It seems we don't have to do anything. However, before anyone could reply, a massive amount of chakra, it was at least as much chakra as Shikaku possessed. This level of chakra sent shivers down everyone's spines, especially Dosu and Zaku, who both began to sweat. They are under the tree standing next to the still unconscious Sasuke. They were all shocked to see a person standing there. Naruto stood there in all his glory as he removed his bright orange jacket, tossing it to the side. Naruto glared at the Oto-nin before him. His cerulean blue eyes were cold as ice. Naruto stared down at his hand, quickly clenching, as he tightly made a fist. My chakra control is definitely gone, but taking out the story shouldn't be much of a problem. It would probably be best if I didn't use any of the jutsus I learned from Ero Sennin, as it would raise too many questions. Naruto thought as he released his killer intent, causing everyone to tense up, minus Zaku, who either he didn't possess sensory abilities, or simply didn't care. The blonde-black smirked before clasping his hands together, activating 2 different powers in his eyes. In his left eye, the cerulean blue color transformed into a pure white pupilless orb with veins bulging from his left temple. His right eye changed color as well, but instead of white, it became red with 3 black tomo encircling his black pupil. He had both the Byakugan and the fully matured Sharingan. Naruto? Sakura mumbled in shock, awe at her formerly unconscious teammate who stood there ready to fight. The boy with 2 of the 3 great dojutsu stared down his enemies, who hadn't moved for some reason. So, this is the feeling of having the Byakugan and the Sharingan, Naruto thought to himself in awe. With this power, I can absolutely win this battle and protect everyone, Naruto said with a smirk before looking up. He saw everyone around him. Every person in the line of sight of his white and red eyes landed on tensed, minus Zaku, who either he didn't possess sensory abilities, or simply didn't care. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Zaku, who didn't even react to Naruto's glare. What is this? This changes everything. We were supposed to destroy Sasuke, not to deal with some kind of mutant. Dosu's mind was in shambles as he stared at this boy's eyes. His chakra is overwhelming. It's unbelievable that someone this young looking has this much chakra. He might even surpass Orochimaru-sama's power in a year at most. There's no way in hell we can beat him. So, one of that girl's fallen comrades finally woke up, Zaku said as he realized who this boy was. With all the confidence in the world, he stepped towards Naruto, with a smirk on his face. Now what are you planning to do? You can't stop us before we finish Sasuke off. Dosu was trying to come up with a plan to get them all out of here before this man killed them. He knew his teammate didn't stand a chance against Naruto as he was now and tried to stop his fellow Oto ninja from attacking the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Zaku, don't! However, Zaku simply ignored his teammate's warning and held out his palms and shouted, Zenkuheikaha, extreme decapitating air waves! A powerful blast of slicing airwaves emitted from Zaku's hands were incredible. Everyone was forced to crouch down and cover their eyes as the immense pressure displaced the air around them, causing some of the bystanders to be knocked off their feet. When the powerful jutsu finally ended, all the attendants saw the large-scale destruction that Zaku had created. Even the tree that both Sasuke and Naruto had been lying under had been destroyed. Zaku was breathing heavily as he stood there, his feet spread shoulder-width apart, slightly crouched, with his hands held out in front of him. However, despite his obvious state of exhaustion, he had a proud smirk on his face. Hey, look at that! He said in between huffing and puffing. He still retained his arrogant tone despite his exhausted state. Blew that little shit to pieces! Not quite, you should really check where you are aiming next time. Sasuke's eyes widened as he heard a voice from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Naruto standing directly behind him with both Sasuke and Sakura behind him. Naruto raised a single hand as he punched Sasuke's forehead hard. Sasuke released a shout of pain and surprise, as he was literally sent flying. He soared through the air, right until his body hit the ground and started tumbling. His still conscious teammate yelled his name, but unhelpful to the boy as he rolled across the ground like a ragdoll. Sasuke came to a full stop, and managed to push himself up onto his hands and knees. Such speed! Dosu cried out in surprise. He managed to get his teammate out of harm's way in the blink of an eye. Everyone else seemed to be just as surprised as the petrified Otonin. While Sasuke's whole body shook in shock and a little fear, the members of Teams 10 and 9 were staring at Naruto in disbelief. Even Neji could barely comprehend what he saw in Naruto's eyes. Naruto took a step forward before he heard a small voice in his head. It was Kahana's voice. Naruto-kun used the 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, Hakusho. Naruto's eyes widened slightly before he received mental instructions on how to use this technique. Hakusho! Naruto yelled before extending his hand palm out. Naruto then launched a shell of compressed air and chakra at the unsuspecting Zaku. Watching the sudden attack, Neji was in pure and utter disbelief. Who is he? Why does he have the Byakugan and know the Juken, gentle fist? He wanted desperately to know. Sasuke, you must dodge it! Dosu yelled out at his teammate, who nodded and narrowly dodges the cone of chakra. Upon this cone hitting the ground, it exploded, literally shaking the area and sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Everyone looked in shock, awe, and fear at the devastation of such a small attack. Naruto simply raised his arm again, creating the same technique once more, firing the technique at Sasuke again, who stuck out his arms and released a powerful blast of his own airwaves. I'm not going to let you get the best of me again! Sasuke yelled out frantically, trying to stop the small drill of destructive chakra. Naruto simply smirked. How cute, but your little breeze won't save you. Naruto spoke in an arrogant tone, clearly showing some of Sasuke's personality traits that he gained through Sasuke involuntarily. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw the cone pierce through and destroyed his attack and hit him directly in the stomach. Much to everyone's surprise, the attack didn't pierce through or gouge Sasuke's body, but Sasuke soon felt incredibly weak. Gah! My chakra, what is going on? Naruto advanced towards the fallen Otonin before picking them up by the back of his shirt. Naruto then turned towards Dosu. Don't worry, your teammate is not dead. He's simply weak from his chakra being temporarily closed. Now give me your scroll before I beat you half to death. Naruto spoke in a non-humorous tone. Dosu gulped as he grabbed his scroll. He knew better than to mess with someone who had this much power. Here, will you let us go? Dosu asked as he tossed Naruto his scroll. Naruto, in turn, tossed Sasuke to Dosu. Naruto caught the scroll and looked at it. Nodding with a satisfied look, he pocketed the scroll and gave Dosu a dismissive wave. You go get lost or something. Dosu held in a sigh of relief as he picked up Sasuke and Kin, throwing one over his shoulder and the other in an underarm carry. Naruto waited until Dosu was out of sight, before deactivating his dojutsu. With the danger gone, Naruto turned around to face his fellow Konoha genin. Yo! Naruto said awkwardly as he waved. Everyone looked at him, still stunned. Naruto? Shikamaru spoke in a very unsure tone. The Nara answered as he couldn't believe that this person was Naruto. But it made no sense. Naruto always wore his obnoxious bright kill-me orange jumpsuit, and never took it off for no reason. Another factor has Naruto had an obnoxiously loud mouth which they all remembered from the academy, and yet this he was calm and cool and collected. Shikamaru couldn't help but wonder what happened to the blonde. Something must have happened to him during their fight with the Oto ninja. Naruto stood there with a slightly annoyed look on his face. Well, who else were you expecting? Santa Claus or something? Naruto asked sarcastically, causing the two beautiful bijou within him to giggle. Naruto's little retort seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor, but this still left them in a haze as they wondered how this person, who was radiating this much power, could possibly be Naruto. There was no way this extremely powerful and handsome-looking young man could be the dead last of their class. Shikamaru was about to ask Naruto a question when a vile and evil chakra descended onto the clearing. Everyone turned to see Sasuke, still on the ground, but with a violent purple chakra leaking out of his body like wisps of smoke. Naruto simply turned around and stared at Sasuke, as the chakra covered his entire body, encasing him in an ugly purple barrier. The barrier soon exploded, purple chakra lashing out in all directions. Sasuke was now hunched over, his legs spread out. He slowly stood up straight from a fetal position. The right side of his body was covered in glowing orange marks that spread across his face, arms and legs like a parasite, the strange flame-like marks that looked every bit as evil as the chakra he was unleashing felt. Sasuke-kun! Sakura mumbled in shock, awe and more than a little lust as she saw all of the power he was emitting. This? Sasuke Uchiha said in awe. His eyes lowered to his arm that was covered in all the Fuinjutsu markings. This power, this is just what I need to kill him, to kill Itachi. As if just noticing for the first time that he was not alone, Sasuke's head raised and his eyes stared at all of the people around him. His gaze then focused on Naruto, who looked different from what he once did. Sasuke looked at Naruto with jealousy in his eyes. Naruto had easily double the amount of power he now possessed. That power should be his and his alone. What's with the sudden change, Naruto? Sasuke growled in a demanding tone. His Sharingan eyes glared into Naruto's cerulean blue eyes. Naruto's eye twitched at Sasuke's behavior. Naruto in his original timeline never woke up in time to see how Sasuke defeated Zaku. It seems Naruto gained Sasuke's memories when he transferred his Rikudo chakra over to him. Naruto was truly disgusted by Sasuke's actions. I'm under no obligation to answer your question, but maybe I felt a change was in order. Since I believe it's time I start taking my career as a shinobi much more seriously. Naruto spoke in an annoyed tone of voice before activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and Byakugan, just in case Sasuke tried anything crazy. Sasuke growled at Naruto, not liking the tone used. How? How? Why do you have the Sharingan? Sasuke screamed. No, it doesn't matter if you gotten stronger or gotten new eyes. I'm still going to defeat you and show you your place, which is far below me, loser! Sasuke yelled out. Naruto narrowed his open eyes. To think I actually considered him a friend, maybe I should just kill him and be done with it. Naruto thought to himself but decided against it, as Sasuke's personality traits had a big influence on him. Whether these influences were positive or negative Naruto was unsure of now. Naruto then snapped back into reality, as he saw Sasuke agent closer to him with his fist reared back. Well, let's test out how strong he is. Naruto thought to himself. Be careful, Naruto-kun, you don't want to overdo it right now, you may just accidentally kill him. Suki called out to her host. I would listen to her, Naruto. You really shouldn't be overdoing it right now. Kurama also called out to her host. Naruto internally smiled. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do anything crazy right now, I'm just going to scare him a bit. Naruto replied. Kihana and Kurama both shook their heads at Naruto's behavior, but they couldn't help but smile as they knew he wouldn't use this power for evil. As Sasuke's face against closer to Naruto's face, a surge of chakra exploded from Naruto's body. Naruto performed the Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation, and completely deflected Sasuke's punch, causing the partially insane Uchiha to jump back in confusion. Naruto ceased the rotation and deactivated his eyes. He reopened them, revealing his cerulean blue eyes. Sasuke jumped into action, preparing to kick Naruto, who blocked Sasuke's kick with his forearm. Sasuke aiming his other arm at Naruto's face, who caught it with his left hand. Naruto quickly brought his knee up into Sasuke's stomach, causing the last Uchiha to double over in pain. Naruto delivered a powerful uppercut to Sasuke's chin, followed up by grabbing Sasuke by the collar of his shirt and delivering an even stronger powerful head, but knocking the Uchiha out cold. Everyone who was present and conscious simply stared at Naruto with a look of disbelief, as he literally overpowered and knocked out his teammate. Sakura, on the other hand, filled with rage at what Naruto did to her precious Sasuke-kun. She stood up and began to march over to Naruto. Her march quickly turned into a run as she shouted, "Naruto no baka, how could you do such a thing to Sasuke-kun?" She screeched out with her fist cocked back, ready to unleash righteous fury upon her blonde teammate. Naruto flinched at the tone of the pink-haired banshee's ear-piercing screech. Looking over at the underdeveloped, ugly pink-haired girl rushing at him with a fist cocked back, Naruto narrowed his eyes, having no intention of letting her hit him anymore. What the hell did I ever see in this pain? Now I know why Sasuke never liked her, she's so fucking annoying. Naruto mentally growled as Kahana and Kurama nodded in agreement. Naruto sidestepped and tripped Sakura, causing her to fall face first to the ground. Sakura quickly picked herself up, but not quick enough to stop Naruto from delivering a chop to the back of her neck and knocking her out. Naruto sighed before cracking his neck and creating two clones, one to carry Sasuke and the other to carry the pink-haired banshee. Naruto quickly looked over at teams 9 and 10. "Well guys, I think it would be a good idea for you to move on to the tower," Naruto said as he leaped into the trees and disappeared. "Was that really Naruto?" Ino asked, unsure of how to feel about the events that transpired. She was unaware of the blush forming on her face, as her mind reminded her of how attractive he had become. When did he become so gorgeous? Sasuke doesn't even begin to compare to him. "It looks like it," Shikamaru muttered to himself. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he was displeased by these new developments. He had absolutely no problem with expressing his thoughts through more complaining. "This is just perfect, now that blonde can be even more troublesome, even more than you, Ino. Come on, we'd better head to the tower so we can get out of this damn troublesome forest." Chapter 3. Naruto couldn't help but grin as he and his clones continued hopping through the trees. Naruto finally understood how useful the Byakugan truly was until right now. Not only did it eat up less chakra than the Sharingan, but allowed him not only to zoom close to 1,000 meters ahead of him, it also gave him X-ray and 360 degrees peripheral vision as well. Even if his chakra reserves weren't as big as they used to be, Naruto still had more chakra than most of the Jonin in Konoha, as well as supersonic speed without enhancements from either Kahana or Kurama. And another reason he was so happy was he managed to snatch a heaven scroll from the unsuspecting AIM ninja he dealt with in his original timeline. Now that he was much more mature and intelligent, Naruto couldn't believe how pathetic some of the people were that entered this exam. He couldn't believe that he literally pickpocketed the scroll off one of the AIM ninja without even being noticed while they were laying traps. The first time he was in the Forest of Death, the blonde Uzumaki had no idea how long he had been unconscious in the forest. This time, Naruto had a couple of hiccups on the way to the tower, and to avoid any conflict he purposely allowed his clones to smack his teammates' head against tree branches to ensure the peace and quiet that he had been enjoying. Naruto had no desire to listen to the shrieking and wailing of his two teammates. It didn't take Naruto long before he found himself standing in front of one of the doors leading into the tower. After gently pushing it open, Naruto and his clones walked in and looked around. The room was a decent size, with several red columns on either side acting as supports. The walls were a barren gray, with cracks and stains that showed just how old this tower really was. Soon enough, Naruto's eyes landed on a large poster hanging on the wall opposite to the door. Since Naruto already knew what to do, he created a clone and handed it to Earth Scroll. Nodding to the clone, they both opened the scrolls at the same time. They both threw the scrolls to the ground, forming an X as the Heaven Scroll landed on top of the Earth Scroll. There was a burst of smoke, and when it cleared, Ichiraku-sensei, Naruto's teacher and surrogate father, was standing in front of Naruto. Ichiraku was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair that was being kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose, which he has had since his youth. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. "Hey Ichiraku-sensei, it's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it?" Naruto said with a foxy grin as he saw one of his only precious people. Iruka was the first person to believe in him besides the fourth Hokage and his mother, and one of the only people that Naruto considered family. Hello, Naru. Naruto! Iruka seemed surprised by Naruto's new look. The grown man who had experienced the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha years ago was speechless and couldn't even utter a single word after yelling out Naruto's name. Yeah, that's my name, please don't wear it out, sensei. Naruto chuckled. The scarred man managed to compose himself as he asked a quick question. Naruto, what happened to you? You look so different? Naruto finished Iruka's sentence. Let's just say I awaken my bloodline sometimes during the exam, and we can leave it at that. Naruto said, much to Iruka's mixture of confusion and curiosity. I didn't know you had a bloodline? Well, I didn't know I had one either, Naruto said in a clueless tone. But don't worry, sensei, I'll tell you about it later. I just gotta figure out some things. For now, I'm kind of tired and hungry. Naruto spoke with a nervous chuckle as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Iruka nodded. He decided to drop the subject when he noticed that both Sasuke and Sakura unconscious on the floor not too far with Naruto. What exactly happened to them, Naruto? Naruto looked at his so-called teammates, and then looked back at Iruka with a look of disappointment. Sakura got knocked during a fight with some Otonin, and Sasuke got in a fight with a freaky lady who could summon snakes, and she gave him a hickey, Naruto explained. For all intents and purposes, he was telling the truth. Sasuke had been unconscious after he received the mark, and Naruto had to knock out both of them after the fight with Oto Ninja. On the other hand, Iruka felt a chill go down his spine. To his knowledge, there were only two people who could summon snakes, and one of them was a S-rank criminal/traitor. Assuming that man was truly in Konoha, then it could only mean trouble, and lots of it. Anyways, I think you get them to the hospital. They may be in serious trouble, Naruto said. Thankfully for him, Iruka simply nodded as he regained his composure. Sure, I'll get them to the medical bay immediately then. In the meantime, you should head down to the cafeteria. It's down the hall, 3 doors on your left, and after that you should head over to room 232 and get some rest. You have 2 days until the second part of the exams end. Naruto had a grateful and happy expression on his face. Thanks a bunch, sensei. I'll see you later then, Naruto said as he ran down the hall to get something to eat. Iruka simply chuckled as he shook his head. Different looks or not, Naruto was still the same. Time skip, the next morning. Naruto was enjoying a blissful sleep, dreaming about a happier time, of him being Hokage with Sasuke standing by his side as his right-hand man. The dream was too good to be true, which was correct as Naruto was woken up by water hitting him directly in the face. Naruto awoke to see Kurama standing over him holding an empty bucket that once held water. She had a smirk on her face. I believe it's time for you to get up. It's around noon. She spoke in a voice that held quite a bit of humor as he glared at the crimson-haired vixen. But then something came to mind. How was Kurama in the real world when she was supposed to be sealed within him? How did you get out of the seal? I thought it was impossible for any bijou besides the Jubi? Naruto spoke in a confused tone. Kurama raised a single delicate eyebrow. Well, Naruto, to answer your question, it's exactly like the Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, that you shinobi use. It allows me to summon myself outside of my Jinchuriki host's body, but most of my chakra is left in your body, Kurama explained as Naruto nodded. So, why are you out here? Naruto asked curiously, said as he noticed Kahana was also in the room. Naruto-kun, we're here to discuss a few things you should do after you make it to the finals. And I suggest you tell as few people as possible that you're not from this timeline. Kahana spoke in a serious tone of voice. Naruto nodded. I wasn't planning on telling too many people about that anyways. I was only thinking about Jiji, the third Hokage, Ero-sennin, and maybe Kakashi, but that was about it, Naruto replied while his 2 very lovely tenants nodded. Anyways, now you already know about Hagoromo Otsutsuki from your world, so I believe it's only fair to tell you how he was in this world. Even though you saw my memories, you still don't know the history. So, I believe it's important that I tell you this now, while we have the time. Kurama said before there was a knock at the door. Naruto climbed out of bed wearing nothing but a t-shirt and his boxer shorts, debating on whether he should ignore the person. Naruto opened the door, and it was none other than Gaara, the Jubi Jinchuriki and son of the Kazekage. "Hello? How can I help you, Gaara?" Naruto spoke in a surprised tone. "The Ichibi wants me to speak with you, Uzumaki," Gaara said with a blank expression on his face. Naruto gained a confused expression on his face. Why would Shikaka want Gaara to speak with me? Naruto pondered for a second before gesturing for Naruto following man. Kurama could clearly sense her youngest brother inside this boy. She hadn't seen him since their father died. Naruto pulled up a chair as Gaara sat down, who stared at Naruto intently. Kurama decided to break the ice. "Shikaka, what brings you here?" Almost instantly after her comment, a small cloud of smoke appeared in the room, revealing a young handsome man with wild blonde and blue hair reaching his shoulders. He had black curl markings all over its face, body, and tail. He only wore a pair of baggy pants and sandals. The sclera of his eyes was black, with yellow irises and pupils that each both the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. "Kukukuku. Still acting like a princess, are we?" "Keek. The reason why I'm here is because I swore I felt Aji-san, and I came to investigate," Shikaka replied in a sadistic teasing tone. Kurama narrowed her eyes but sighed. "That would be my Jinchuriki Naruto. And Kihana-chan over there." She gestured towards Naruto and the new Jubi. Shikaka took one look at Naruto before raising an eyebrow. "I could have sworn you wore orange and were much weaker." Shikaka took one look at Kihana before his whole body froze in place, swaying behind her work 10 tails. That's impossible. The Jubi's supposed to be sealed away. And it's supposed to be male." Shikaka wailed out as he took a few steps back. Gaara seemed confused by the whole situation. "What do you mean by Jubi? Aren't there only 9 Bijou?" Gaara spoke in a very confused tone. Naruto then volunteered himself to explain. "You see, I'm not the Naruto of this world. More or less Kihana and I were thrown into this world and I took over my counterpart's body," Naruto said as Shikaku and Gaara both looked at him as if he grew another head. "Anyways, the Jubi is the aggregate of all 9 Bijous fused together inside of the Gedo Mazo. In my world, the Jubi is the embodiment of Kaguya Otsutsuki combined with the Shinju, created to reclaim the chakra inherited by her sons, Hagoromo and Hamura. It was regarded as the progenitor of chakra, and is tied to the legend of the Rikudo Sannin and the birth of shinobi. He goes by multiple names: Jubi, Aim no Hitatsu no Kami, Datera, or Datarabachi," Naruto explained. Shikaka then glanced at Kihana before looking back at Naruto. "Then what about her?" He spoke in a confused tone. Kihana spoke up. "Oh, I was not created from the Gedo Mazo if that's what you're asking. The 9 Bijous chose to fuse together to create me, so that I may be able to help Naruto-kun when he was fighting against Kaguya." Kihana finished as Shikaka nodded. Gaara then asked the question. "What about the Jubi of this world?" Kurama and Shikaka both looked at each other before nodding. "I think it'd be best if my Ne-sama told you, as I'm not really good with storytelling," Shikaka admitted in a bored tone. Kurama cleared her throat as she began to speak. "Ahem, about 2,000 years ago existed a being of immeasurable power. It went by the same names as Naruto stated earlier: Aim no Hitatsu no Kami, Datera, Datarabachi, or just plain Jubi. It's unknown where he came from. Some say he was created by both Kami and Yami to maintain balance. Or if he came from a different dimension, or if he's the manifestation of nature itself, no one knows. Shortly after he arrived, he began guiding and shaping the world, almost as if he was terraforming it and preparing for something. Eventually he found a mortal bride. Her name was Kaguya Otsutsuki, the current princess and rightful heir of the Otsutsuki clan. From what Chichiyui told us, it was love at first sight, and eventually Kaguya became pregnant and bared 2 sons, Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki. Not only were they humans, but they were the first 2 humans to ever wield chakra, and the only 2 members from the Otsutsuki clan who were actually powerful and didn't have weak and frail bodies. Eventually Hagoromo and Hamura began wandering around the world passing chakra to everyone they met as well as sharing knowledge for their wish of creating world peace. They called this religion Jinshu. For some reason, this angered the Jubi, so he began a mass genocide of the humans. He did this to reclaim his power which his sons, in his own mind, foolishly shared with these lesser beings. Hagoromo and Hamura were absolutely disgusted by their father's reaction, but what pushed them really over the edge is when their father killed Kaguya, his own wife. This started an all-out war between father and sons. The battle lasted days until Hamura was fatally injured. One can only imagine the type of emotions Chichiyui must have gone through, especially when Hamura transferred the remainder of his power to his elder brother. After that, Hamura died as his chakra converged with Hagoromo's, awakening the Rinnegan. This dojutsu gave him the edge he needed to defeat his weakened father. Victorious, Chichiyui sealed his father inside of himself. This made him the first Jinchuriki. Being the Jinchuriki and slayer of his father, everyone revered him as a god for his victory over the Jubi. Years later, Hagoromo separated his father's chakra within his body using his signature ability, the creation of all things. Ability to divide it into 9 separated bodies, creating us, the 9 Bija. At our births he gave us each a name. We grew up alongside his 2 sons Ashura and Indra. Many years later Hagoromo hadn't aged all, but the moment he removed his father's husk from his body and sealed it, creating the celestial body we all know as the moon as the container, his body rapidly aged and he sadly passed away shortly afterwards. Kurama finished wiping away a few tears of sadness. Shikaku may have not had tears in his eyes, but he was obviously depressed after hearing that story. Shikaku then looked towards his sister and her host Jinchuriki host and Kihana. I think I should inform you now, Gaara's father is planning an invasion with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. Shikaku spoke in a serious tone. Naruto looked towards the Shikaku. Yeah, I already know that, but thanks for the heads up. But whose side are you on? Naruto asked while Shikaku frowned. I don't really get to decide, go figure. It's my Jinchuriki's choice, so should you ask him instead of me? I could say I would be on your side, but Gaara may be forced to fight you. Do you understand what I mean? Shikaku said in a non-humorous tone. Naruto then looked towards Gaara, who was now wearing his usual emotionless expression. Gaara, whose side are you on? Naruto asked. Gaara didn't respond immediately. I've always been told to fight, to prove my existence by killing. What could you possibly offer me? I'm quite content with my life right now. Gaara spoke in the emotionless tone, which in the distance Naruto heard a slap and a wail of pain. It was most likely Kurama slapping Shikaku for whatever reason. Naruto gave a small smile. How about friendship? Just like you, I've been that lonely dark place. It hurts, doesn't it? Being ignored, no one wants you around, even your own family fears you. Gaara, I'm a Jinchuriki like you. I understand your pain better than anyone. Naruto explained, hoping that the young redheaded would listen to him. He did not want to have to force genjutsu on his fellow Jinchuriki. Then why didn't you turn out like me? One where you prove your existence through killing others, that's where true strength. Gaara was cut off by Naruto as he raised a hand. That's your father talking, not you. Gaara, true strength comes from the desire to protect those who are precious to you. When you have something worth fighting for, you become truly strong. I fight for everyone I care about. Kihana-chan, Kurami-chan, Jiji, Ero-sennin, Kakashi-sensei, and many others. That is where my strength comes from, and I'm pretty sure you have people care about you to your brother and sister. Naruto said in a prideful tone. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we could start out like this. Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'd like to be your friend. Naruto said with a warm smile on his face. Gaara's eyes widened at Naruto's little announcement. Looking down at Naruto's hand, Gaara felt his hand twitch. Shikaku stood up to the side, nursing the giant bump on the side of his head. For my sake, Gaki, take the damn offer. I don't want to get beaten up by my Ne-sama anymore. Shikaku complained. Gaara nodded to Shikaku before taking Naruto's hand firmly and shaking it. I'm Sabaku no Gaara, and will you teach me what it means to be a friend? Gaara said in a confused tone, as Naruto's face vaulted. Well, it's a start at least. I can just get him and his siblings on my side. Then we can turn the tide of this invasion greatly. Naruto thought to himself. Kihana and Kurama smiled at Naruto's little bonding moment with Shikaku's Jinchuriki host Gaara. Time skip, the beginning of the preliminary rounds. Naruto felt greatly annoyed as he ignored the stares he received from most of the people watching. Without exception, the crowd of people were either wondering who he was, or why did he change so much. It was obvious that most of the people had heard what happened in the Forest of Death from the gossip Queen Ino. Naruto wished he could turn invisible as this was rather annoying, but he really couldn't blame them for staring at him, but he wished they would stop. Naruto took a moment to survey all the different teams, and it was the same as his original timeline. Without counting his team, there are 5 other teams in total that had made it past the second stage, most of which were the rookie genin teams like his own. This left only 2 other teams, the Oto team and Gaara's team. Naruto then turned his focus back to the area around him. They were in a large theater/battle arena that resembled some type of tournament/training area. He, along with the other genin, were currently standing on a stone-tiled surface. Up in front of them was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was currently standing on the Kage platform. Behind Hiruzen were the proctors Anko and Ibiki, who were looking out amongst the crowd. The Jounin sensei were also among them, along with the few Chunin who were acting as judges. Anko groaned as she looked at all the genin who passed the second stage. Out of 78 people that we started with, 21 of them actually made in time. When I said I was gonna cut them in half, I was thinking more along the lines of single digits. Anko sighed before her eyes landed on the blonde black-haired genin. The only thing that's really bugging me is who that is. I heard a rumor from that blonde-haired idiot had transformation in the forest? But he never looked like this. Anko continued to ponder. It's truly remarkable that so many made it, and for so many of them to be rookies is nothing short of astonishing. Hiruzen eyed the Jounin squad leaders. It's no wonder they were all nominated. Hiruzen's gaze landed on where Naruto was supposed to be. In his place was a bit more mature-looking Naruto with black and blonde hair. Naruto detected Hiruzen staring at him. This was the perfect moment that Naruto had been waiting for. Naruto quickly met the Sandame's eyes before quickly manifesting his Sharingan for a split second. Hiruzen completely froze at the eye in Naruto's left eye socket, and before the old Hokage could even take his eyes off Naruto, he felt the pull of Genjutsu. Naruto's mindscape. What is this place? Hiruzen asked as he found himself in a rather luxurious room. Luckily, the old Hokage didn't have to wait long, as the sliding door to his side opened, revealing Naruto smiling at the old man. Welcome to my mindscape. It's a place where I can speak to you without anyone interrupting us. So please follow me. There's some people I want you to meet. Naruto gestured as Hiruzen followed him out of the room. Naruto led Hiruzen down the hallways before they came to a large set of sliding doors. Giving a gentle knock, Naruto heard Kurama and Kihana say, "Come in." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow hearing 2 female voices from the opposite room. Naruto opened the door, which Hiruzen nearly fainted at what he saw. Kurama and Kihana were both sitting at the round table, peacefully drinking tea with their bijou features showing ears, tails, claws, and fangs. Naruto walked over and sat down on his designated size of pillows, to which Kihana passed Naruto a cup of tea. Hiruzen stood there like a deer caught in headlights, unable to move, unable to speak. Gigi, we have lots to discuss. Hiruzen sighed before muttering out, "I'm getting too old for this shit." As Naruto and his 2 bijou chuckled at the old man's response. Kurama stood up and bowed to the old Hokage. "Greetings, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm Otsutsuki Kurama, the Kyubi and eldest daughter of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Rikudo Sennin." Kurama spoke in an elegant manner before sitting back down. Kihana then stood up and bowed as well. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm Otsutsuki Kihana, and I was born from the collaboration of the 9 bijous fusing together." Kihana also spoke in an elegant manner before sitting back down. Hiruzen seemed completely calm as he took a sip of tea, before gently placing the cup back down the table. Hiruzen looked towards Naruto and began to flip out. Naruto Kyuan! What the hell is going on? Naruto chuckled at the elderly man. Calm down, Gigi. I said I'll explain everything to you. Plus, I believe this would have been the best way to tell you, Naruto said while Hiruzen's eye twitched violently. Well, start explaining. Hiruzen was not in the mood for games. He was now sitting in front of the Kyubi and most possibly the Jubi. But what baffled Hiruzen the most was why weren't they behind the cage? This meant they could corrupt Naruto much easier, or so he thought. Naruto sighed and began to explain the events leading up to Kaguya's resurrection, and how he and Sasuke had been battling her for who knows how long. This was followed by the death of Sasuke, the creation of Kahana, and his resurgence into this world. Naruto also explained about the invasion Orochimaru was planning, as well as telling Hiruzen that he befriended Gaara, Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Naruto-kun, I will not tell a soul about this. I will treat this as a SSS rank secret punishable by death. But I can only assume that you will be telling Jiraiya about this as well. Naruto nodded. Hiruzen sighed. And I can only assume that you already know about your parents. Naruto nodded at this. I do not blame you for what you did, Gigi. You did what you thought was best. When Jiraiya comes, I will explain everything to him as well. Hiruzen nodded, accepting Naruto's answer before asking the question that was on his mind. Naruto-kun, how do I get out of here, Naruto-kun? Naruto gave an amused chuckle as he grinned before he poked Hiruzen in the forehead. Hiruzen vanished from sight as Naruto gave his goodbyes to Kahana and Kurama. Real world. Hiruzen felt his consciousness returning. Luckily, only a few seconds passed in the real world. This is a rather interesting turn of events, for better or worse I do not know. Hiruzen thought to himself. To everyone who made it this far, congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exams, Anko said. Listen carefully as Hokage-sama will explain how the third stage of these exams works. Before I explain the third stage of the exams to you, there's something I would like you all to know, Hiruzen said. The true reason for these exams. That little speech seemed to catch many of the Chunin hopefuls off guard. The only one who didn't seem to be caught off guard was Naruto, as he had already heard this speech from his original timeline twice in fact, so he zoned out the sandame for the time being. Kurama-chan, there's something I want to ask you, Naruto asked politely. And what might that be, Naruto? Kurama replied almost instantly. Naruto was curious what kind of abilities she possessed, as Kurama only possessed negative emotion sensing and high-speed regeneration. What kind of abilities, or powers do you have other than negative emotion sensing and high-speed regeneration? What kind of powers do your siblings have too? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, I'm also curious about that as well, Kurama-chan? Kahana added her 2 cents into the conversation. Kurama was slightly surprised by Naruto's question. You really are a strange human, are you? To answer your questions, yes. We do, each of us has our own unique abilities. So, I'm guessing that the Bijus of this world also have special abilities. What are they exactly? Naruto asked as Kahana nodded, also curious. After all, Naruto and Kahana knew very little of the Bijus in this world. Kurama tapped her chin a few times. My youngest brother Shikaku is a master of wind, earth, which allows them to manipulate sand. He's also a master of cursed seals and is able to generate extremely powerful magnetic forces. Next up is my adorable little sister Matatabi. She could generate extremely powerful and hot blue flames. She's also the Shinigami's apprentice, so she has the ability of necromancy. Kurama said. Hold on a second? Did you just say necromancy? That's like the Edo Tensei, right? Naruto asked, slightly confused. Kurama sighed. Yes, more or less. The only difference is she doesn't need to sacrifice. As long as the Shinigami hasn't consumed their souls, she can revive them. Naruto nodded. So, Kami actually exist? Then again, who might judge? Naruto said as Kurama snorted in amusement. Isabu is a master of water manipulation that makes your Naidame Hokage look like a novice, is also able to generate and manipulate coral. Son Goku can manipulate cyan fire and earth, which gives them the ability to create lava. Koko can generate steam by mixing fire and water together. Saiken can generate and produce acid and poison, as well as form bubbles out of her slime. Chomei could generate scale powder, fly, and can summon and control insects to attack with. Yuki is the only Bijou able to manipulate lightning. He's also the most physically strong and an expert in swordplay, and he can also produce ink. Kurama said before taking a quick breath. It gets things dirty quickly. And what about you, Kurami-chan? Kahana asked curiously. As Naruto has already stated before, I have the ability to sense negative emotions as well as utilize high-speed regeneration. That's not all I can do though. I am able to manipulate both fire and wind, allowing me to use scorch release. I'm also proficient at utilizing senjutsu and produce some pretty powerful genjutsu, but the one thing that I pride myself on more than anything else is my ki release. Kurama spoke with pride in her voice as he puffed out her chest. Ki release? Both Naruto and Kahana both said the same time. Yes, it's something that only I know how to do at the moment. Would you like to learn how to do it, Kahana-chan? Kurama asked cutely. I guess I would like to learn, but what about Naruto-kun? Kahana asked, not one to leave him out of the loop. I'll teach him, but he has to earn it. Luckily for him, I don't think that that's going to be much of a problem. Besides, he doesn't seem to be the type who likes to be having things handed to him. Am I right, Naruto-kun? Kurama put a little seductive edge when she said Naruto's name. Kahana simply giggled while Naruto blushed. Kurama then looked at Kahana and asked her question. Kahana-chan, I'm curious what kind of abilities you have. Kahana seemed quiet for a second before she spoke. Well, I can fly, I can manipulate all 5 changes in chakra nature, I can cause natural disasters, I can utilize senjutsu, and I can create as many Truth Seeker balls as I want, and I can utilize the Rinne Sharingan. Kahana listed off her abilities one by one. Oops, I think Gigi's done with his speech, I gotta go, Naruto hastily said before disappearing. Naruto snapped back into reality as Hiruzen finished his speech. Naruto didn't even get a chance to hear the rest of the conversation between Kahana and Kurama. Before we begin the test, there is something I must tell you. Hiruzen looked at the genin standing below him. Before Hiruzen could speak, a sickly man made himself known. Actually Hokage-sama, as the proctor, please allow me to explain the match, said the sickly jounin who appeared crouching before the sandaime. Very well then, please proceed, Hiruzen said with a nod, taking a step back. The man turned around and Naruto could not believe that this man was still on duty. The man looked like he was about to fall over at any moment. He was dressed in the uniform of the standard jounin with his forehead protector on his head. He also had a sword strapped to his back. Naruto began to wonder why the members of the hospital hadn't tried to apprehend this man. It was obvious he was in no condition to proctor the Chunin exams. Hello everyone, I'm Gekka8. Cough, before we can begin the third test, I need to inform you that there will be a preliminary round. Why do we have a preliminary? Said the confused pink-haired banshee. Why can't all the people who made it this far continue? Naruto's hand twitched. He had to resist the urge to hit her upside the head. Just how stupid is she? Naruto thought to himself. Yufufu. I must agree with you, Naruto. Your counterpart was stupid enough to like her, also stupid enough to overlook her own stupidity. Kurama spoke in a humorous tone. Naruto's eye twitched. Oh, I'm so glad you have so much faith in me, Kurama-chan. Naruto replied in a sarcastic tone, while Kahana giggled. Hate coughed into his hand as he looked over at Sakura for a moment before explaining himself. Cough because the first 2 exams may have been too easy this year, we just have too many people. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, we must hold a preliminary to reduce the number of people participating for the third test. As Hokage-sama stated, there were many prominent guests attending, and if the fights take too long we may run out of time. Anyways, for those of you who are not feeling well or those who like quitting, please step forward now, since we will be starting the preliminaries immediately. Kabuto stepped forward as he raised his hand. Proctor-san, I quit. Hate nodded. Very well then, you may go. Naruto and Hiruzen already knew that Kabuto was Orochimaru's little spy. Hiruzen gestured for a few ANBU to follow him after the preliminaries ended. With Kabuto gone, Hate turned to the rest of the genin to see if any others wanted to quit. When it was clear that they were not, he began to explain the rules of the preliminary to them. Basically, the matches would be one-on-one. The fight would continue until someone was unconscious, gave up, or was killed. The names of who would be fighting were decided randomly, and shown by an electronic screen on the wall above and behind the Hokage. Once the rules were explained, the screen shuffled through names before landing on 2 names. Chapter 4. The board began cycling through names, before finally coming to a stop. Will Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yora please step forward? The rest of you please go up to the balconies. Hate commanded. As instructed, everyone left the arena except Sasuke and Yoroi, who were staring at each other. This fight went the same as it did in canon. Winner Uchiha Sasuke. Medic! Hate said as Sasuke currently laid on the ground panting heavily. It took the remainder of his chakra to suppress the cursed seal. Kakashi quickly used Shunshin over to Sasuke's barely conscious self before scooping him up and taking into the hospital. The board once again began to change names, before stopping at Zaku and Shino. Will Abumi Zaku and Abirame Shino please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out as Zaku and Shino both made their way down to the arena. This fight went the same as it did in canon. The winner by knockout is Abirame Shino. Medic! Called out as Hate as Shino calmly made his way up the stairs back up to the balcony where his team was. The board once again ran through names, before stopping again at the next combatants. Will Tsurugi Misumi and Sabaka no Kankuro please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out as Misumi and Kankuro both made their way down to the arena. This fight went the same as it did in canon. The winner by knockout is Sabaka no Kankuro. Medic! Called out as Hate as Kankuro gave an arrogant smirk as he made his way up the stairwell and back to his team on the balcony. Next to stand in the center of the arena, surrounded by eyes of Jonin and Genin alike, were the 2 kunoichi of Teams 7 and 10. Will Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out as Sakura and Ino both made their way down to the arena. This fight went the same as it did in canon. There is no way this round is a double knockout. No winner, Medic. Hate spoke in a disappointed tone at the pathetic display of skills that the 2 kunoichi/fangirls displayed. He wasn't the only one disappointed, so was the entire stadium. Man Kakashi, did you teach her anything? It was absolutely pathetic. Even Ino attempted to learn from me. Asuma muttered to himself, which was loud enough for Kakashi to hear, who only responded by put his head down in shame. Next up, Tenten and Temari. Will Higurashi Tenten vs Sabaka no Temari please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out as Tenten and Temari both made their way down to the arena. This fight went the same as it did in canon. The winner by knockout is Sabaka no Temari. Medic! Called out as Hate as Temari simply smirked before making their way back to her team who waiting for her on the balcony. Even though Tenten was completely destroyed in battle, it still washed the bad taste out of everyone's mouth caused by the previous battle. Will Nara Shikamaru and Tsuchikin please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out as Shikamaru and Kin both made their way down to the arena. This fight went the same as it did in canon. The winner by knockout is Nara Shikamaru. Medic! Called out as Hate as Shikamaru's side before muttering troublesome as he made his way back to his team at a lazy pace. Next was the battle who everyone expected to be a landslide victory. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji please come down to the battle arena? Hate called out. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He was expecting to fight against Kiba, not Niji. Well, this was unexpected, but I guess I can knock some sense into them now. Because I probably would kill him if he hurt her again. Naruto thought to himself as he made his way down to the battle arena. Naruto and Niji began with a stare down, either one of them dared to move. Niji drew an arrogant smirk across his face. Why don't you just give up, a failure like you cannot fight against fate? Because fate has already decided that I will be the winner of this match, Niji announced to the world before his eyes began to twitch in annoyance. Naruto wasn't paying attention to him. Naruto then blinked at Niji with a bored expression. "HN. Did you say something?" Naruto asked in a clueless tone. Up in the balcony, Kurina's eyebrow twitched in annoyance as she looked back at Kakashi, before looking towards Asuma and Guy. "We must save him! Kakashi has already begun to corrupt him!" Kurina yelled out in fear. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "I have done no such thing. I don't even know where he got that from." Kakashi spoke in an innocent tone. Kurina's eye twitched furiously. "We won't let you corrupt anyone. The last thing we need is another Kakashi running around, being 3 hours late to everywhere he goes, and reading those pornographic novels you read in public." Kurina yelled once more as she attempted to jump at Kakashi but was held in place by Asuma. "Damn it! Asuma, release me!" The red-eyed Genjutsu mistress yelled out. "Not until you come down!" Asuma tried to calm down his love interest, all the while Might Guy was more focused on the match. Naruto-kun seems different. Let's see how he fares against Niji. Guy thought to himself, completely ignoring everything other than the fight. At least Kakashi's oldest rival wasn't making fun of him. Down in the battle arena. "You know, you talk a lot about destiny and fate, and all I hear is you asking to be shut up by someone. Try removing the kunai from your behind and lighten up," Naruto announced as some of the shinobi up on the balcony started to laugh. Niji gritted his teeth in anger. "Say what you want, but you're still a failure and fate has decided me as the winner of this match." Niji roared in anger before charging at Naruto, with his Byakugan blazing to life. Naruto sighed as he sidestepped Niji's first strike before tripping him. Niji hit the ground face first, and growled as he pushed himself back up. "Niji, you're speaking about fate as if it's something that actually exists?" Naruto said in a calm tone. "Of course it exists. It's what binds us and forces us to follow the path it has set up before us," Niji growled before getting back up into another battle stance. Naruto shook his head. "You are complete idiot. Why is everyone who is born into a clan full of dojutsu users always turns out to be such maniacs obsessed with random things like fate? If things don't turn out better, you could end up just like the Uchiha," Naruto declared as everyone's including Niji's eyes widened at Naruto's choice of words. Hinata, on the other hand, up in the balcony gained a sad look in her eyes. "What did you just say?" Niji growled. Naruto gave a smirk. "The Hyuga and Uchiha are much closer than you would think, dangerously close if you catch my drift," Naruto spoke in a cryptic tone. Niji narrowed his eyes at the blonde-haired young man standing before him. "What are you talking about? You're making no sense. How could a loser and failure like you know something like this?" Niji yelled in anger and confusion. Naruto shook his head as he gave a hollow chuckle. "You see, both the Hyuga and Uchiha are like brother and sister. They both came from the same clan. The Otsutsuki clan is responsible for both clans coming into existence," Naruto said before dropping into a battle stance himself. "Enough talking, Niji. Allow me to show you that fate is something that people like you come up with, when you're either too weak-willed or too stupid to overcome the hardships that life dealt you," Naruto spoke. With that, both Konoha shinobi charged at each other, meeting in the middle, and immediately Naruto began throwing punches and kicks, while Niji began countering with his palm strikes. Naruto effortlessly blocked and dodged all Niji's attempts at attacks, while Niji got hit by nearly half of all the hands Naruto sent out. Niji delivered a powerful palm straight to the side of Naruto's face, which Naruto countered by ramming his fist into Niji's stomach. Niji grunted as he hunched over holding his aching stomach. Naruto then delivered a kick to the side of Niji's face. The strikes resulted in the dark brown-haired boy to roll across the ground. Niji eventually came to a stop. As he laid on his back, a shadow loomed over his face as his eyes widened, when he saw Naruto coming down with a stomp aimed directly at his head. This stomp shattered the ground, fortunately for the Hyuga prodigy, usable to dodge in time and flip onto his feet. Niji jumped backwards, creating some distance in between him and Naruto. This makes absolutely no sense. How can a failure like him overwhelm me in taijutsu, something not even Lee could do? Niji thought to himself with his eyes widened. Up in the balcony, Might Guy had a look of amazement on his face. Kakashi, my eternal rival, I had no idea you had such a star pupil. The flames of youth burned strongly in him. Guy spoke with his voice filled with approval. Kakashi, on the other hand, couldn't tear his eyes away from Naruto. This is all wrong. I know something happened to them in the Forest of Death, but this was absolutely ridiculous. His level of taijutsu is far above my own, even I couldn't take on a Hyuga single-handedly. Kakashi thought to himself. Guy, I never taught him anything like this. What you're seeing is something I've never seen before? Kakashi said in a grim tone. Asuma raised an eyebrow in confusion. So, what you're telling us is you never trained him? Asuma said with a look of disapproval on his face. Kakashi shook his head. I never said that. What I'm saying is I never taught him this level of taijutsu. Matter of fact, I didn't starting teaching him taijutsu until a couple weeks ago. The only person who could have taught him this level of taijutsu would be Guy. Kakashi explained while all of the Jounin and Genin looked towards Guy. I never taught him anything, but if he would have come to me I would have gladly helped him refine his taijutsu. Guy admitted aloud. Then how did the dobe get so good in taijutsu then? Kiba asked in a confused tone, as he watched Naruto literally dominating over Niji. I think I have an idea? Shikamaru spoke aloud. What you mean, Shikamaru? Asuma asked. Sometime before we dealt with the Odo shinobi in the Forest of Death, something must have happened in Naruto. Because when he woke up he annihilated the Odo shinobi we fought against. He had 2 different dojutsu and Sasuke claimed that he had the Sharingan. Shikamaru revealed. Asuma, Guy, Kakashi, and Kurenai's eyes widened at this. Yeah, it looked creepy and awesome, it made him look stronger. Choji exclaimed in an excited tone, as Asuma couldn't help but chuckle. Lee looked down at Naruto back to Niji. I look forward to fighting you in the finals, Naruto. Lee thought to himself as a smile appeared on his lips. Down on the battle arena, Niji thrusted his palm forward. Haku Sha 8 trigrams vacuum palm! Sending out a blast of air aimed for Naruto's head, who simply tilted his head to the side, dodging it completely. Naruto then turned his attention back to Niji. Are you done yet? Because this battle is starting to get very boring, I have more of a challenge cleaning my apartment than fighting with you. Naruto admitted, trying to get under the Hyuga prodigy's skin, which worked surprisingly well. Niji snarled before being down in a specific fighting stance, which caused all the Jounin, Hiruzen, Lee and Hinata's eyes to widen. Hakurokujiyan Sha 8 trigrams 64 palms? They all thought in unison. Niji smirked. I hope you're ready, as I'm about to put you back in the bottom where you belong. Niji yelled as he charged forward. 2 palms! Naruto effortlessly began dodging Niji's strikes, has looked more like Naruto was dancing around him than anything else. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Niji was getting more and more frustrated, as none of his attacks from landing. Hakurokujiyan Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Everyone up in the balcony was in absolute awe, as Naruto avoided every single strike. Now what was that you were saying about me being a failure? Naruto spoke in a joking manner. Niji growled as he reached into his ninja pouch, pulling out a kunai, twirling around his fingers before Naruto pulled out his own kunai, blocking it. Naruto then knocked the kunai into the air with his own kunai, before advancing towards the Niji. Niji jumped into the air, flipping as the heel of his foot hit the kunai, which then struck Naruto's face. Naruto retaliated by punching Niji in the face, causing the boy to stagger backwards. The gash on Naruto's face closed almost instantly. Naruto began waving hand seals. Inhaling a large amount of air, Naruto spat out a large blue fireball. Katon, Go Kaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Once again Naruto caught everyone by surprise, as they thought the only ninjutsu he possessed was Kage Bunshin. Niji's eyes widened as he dodged the fireball, which exploded, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Niji recovering just in time to see Naruto running towards him. Naruto jumped into the air, quickly placing his hands on Niji's shoulders before driving him directly into the ground. Niji quickly jumped up only to get kicked in the face by Naruto. Niji jumped back up onto his feet, fueled by anger and rage. He wanted nothing more than to end Naruto. However, that wish would not come to fruition. In a quick motion, Naruto jumped up, wrapping his leg around the Niji's body and slamming into the ground once more. "I think you're overdoing it, Naruto-kun." Kihana spoke to her host/love interest. "I didn't think Sasuke's influences would affect me this much, but Niji needed to get knocked off the hill put himself up on." Naruto replied. Kurama snorted. "Knocking him off a hill? It's more like you blew up the hill and let him fall." Kurama giggled in amusement. She was enjoying this Naruto much more than the previous one. Naruto rolled his eyes as he delivered a powerful kick that could crack full-grown trees in half to Niji's stomach, which sent the Hyuga prodigy flying into the wall. Naruto winced as he saw Niji fall to the ground, knocked out cold. Hate stood there with a look of pure shock. Proctor-san, I believe he's knocked out and I think I won." Naruto spoke in a sheepish tone as he scratched his cheek nervously. Hate snapped out of his little spell before nodding and walking over to Niji. "Winner by knockout, Uzumaki Naruto." "Medic!" Hate announced as the medic Nin quickly carried Niji off to the hospital. Temari and Kankuro both were sporting looks of pure shock and disbelief, while Gaara remained silent. So that is the power that one gains from protecting something that's precious to them? Is the case, I have a long way to go. Gaara thought to himself as Shikaku nodded in agreement. "That you do, Gaki, that you do," Shikaku replied in agreement. Temari's whole body shivered. "You have to be kidding me. That's seriously the same little twerp that was wearing that obnoxiously bright orange jumpsuit. What the hell happened to him?" Temari all but yelled in surprise. "How the hell am I supposed to combat this guy? I just hope I don't have to fight, because that would be one hell of a brutal fight." Kankuro replied to his sister's comments. Sighing, Naruto made his way up the stairs back up to the balcony, to where he was confronted by Kakashi. "Naruto." Kakashi spoke in a stern tone with his single eye narrowed. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei? Who taught you how to fight like that, and is it true that you have the Sharingan?" Kakashi wanted to get the bottom of this. "If you want to know the answer, meet me in Aji-san's office after the preliminary rounds. As I'm not at liberty to say, due to this being a SSS rank secret, punishable by death. But I will tell you this is tied to what happened to me in the Forest of Death," Naruto explained. Kakashi's single eye widened in surprise. SSS rank secret. Just what the hell happened in the Forest of Death? Kakashi began to ponder. "Oh, and Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, to which snapped Kakashi out of his train of thought before he turned around. "Yeah?" he replied in a confused tone. "Make sure you come alone," Naruto said just as Sakura and Ino returned from the infirmary. The board once again changed to the next battle. "Will Hyuga Hinata and Akimichi Choji please come down to the battle arena?" Hate called out as Hinata and Choji got kind of scared, but nonetheless they both made their way down. As soon as the proctor started the match, Hinata activated her Byakugan before getting into a battle stance. Choji began to shiver in fear before entering his Nikuden Sasha, human bullet tank, in a very sloppy manner. Choji started to spin, moving at a great speed towards Hinata. Hinata carefully watched him approach before dodging to the side and placing her foot directly in front of Choji's path. This very action made Choji rise into the air, causing him to end his technique and allowing Hinata to deliver a few decent Juken strikes which left Choji unconscious on the ground. Hate pretty much already knew Hinata won. "Winner by knockout, Hyuga Hinata." "Medic," Hate announced. Next up was the Taijutsu Genin against the Inuzuka Genin. "Will Inuzuka, Kiba, and Rock Lee please come down to the battle arena?" Hate called out as Kiba and Lee both made their way down to the arena. "Yes, finally is my turn. Kiba-kun, are you ready to show them the power of youth?" Lee howled and making everyone wince in pain at how loud his tone truly was. Yes, that a boy Lee show Kiba-kun the power of youth. He will make a fine eternal rival for you, Guy yelled. Kiba was sporting a horrified expression on his face. What? Was all the dog user could mutter. Yes, Gi-sensei, I will show him the power of youth, Lee replied. Lee! Gi-sensei! Lee! Gi-sensei! Both student and master moved in and hugged each other, as the background completely morphed into a beach as the water came rushing between them and crashing into the rocks. Tears could be seen shining as the sun was going down. Many people screamed in terror as they felt their eyes begin to burn. Karina was desperately trying to dispel it. Despite her best efforts, it did not work. Why? Why isn't it working? Why can't I dispel it? She thought to herself. She never had a problem dispelling genjutsu before. Hell, she was renowned for her powerful genjutsu, and is considered the strongest genjutsu user in the Leaf since Itachi left. Fortunately, before anyone could do anything drastic such as commit seppuku to save themselves from the horror of being exposed to the horrifying sunset genjutsu that was created from the two hugging and clones. A bolt of power chaotic blue lightning forced the two to separate. Everyone turned around and saw Naruto with sparks of electricity dancing around his hand, while his index finger was still smoking from the lightning-based attack, glaring at the pair with an extremely annoyed expression. If you two could please not do that while we're in the middle of the preliminary rounds, I'd be thankful, Naruto requested, unaware of Kahana and Kurama, who was blushing at Naruto, for many reasons: power, authority, seriousness, etc. To prove how serious he was, his entire hand glowed in that blue-tinted electric aura. So please don't hurt anyone else's eyes anymore, Naruto said, receiving two fearful nods from the self-proclaimed green and blue beasts of Konoha. Naruto lowered his hand as he smiled, before noticing everyone was staring at him. Why are you all staring at me like that? Naruto said as everyone quickly looked away from him besides Hiruzen and Kakashi, who sent him a thankfully glances. Is this the power he awakened during the second stage of the Chunin exams? Kakashi wondered to himself. It would be best if I didn't tell Sasuke about this, mainly for his safety. Little arrogant bastard believes he is entitled to everything. What happened to you, Naruto-kun? You weren't ever like this before? Hinata thought to herself in a frightened manner. Jesus Christ! I'm glad I won't have to fight him. Temari, Kankuro, Kiba all thought in unison. Ka-chan was right, Naruto Baka is a monster. Everyone's favorite pink-haired banshee thought to herself. Heh. Looks like my Nae-sama Jinchuriki is stronger than I thought? Cuckoo. Well, Gaki, you really got your work cut out for you. I suggest you take his advice, and train with him when you get the chance. Shikaku advised his Jinchuriki. Yes, I agree. It's what I have to do if I want to protect those who are precious to me. I'm going to need your power in order to do so, Gaara replied. Wow, Nar, you've impressed me quite a bit. Maybe after these preliminaries over, I can give you head. Kurama purred in a seductive tone. Naruto mentally choked on his spit. What was that? He replied as his cheeks were dusted red. Kahana, on the other hand, was blushing as well. Kurami-chan, please don't joke around like that. Suki spoke, believing that her fellow Bijou always joking. Who said anything about me joking around, Kahana-chan? Or maybe Naruto would prefer watching some Yuri action instead? Kurama giggled out as she saw Kahana's nose began to bleed. Naruto, on the other hand, his face now rivaled that of Hinata's. Please, can we discuss this at another time? Naruto said before cutting the connection, so he can concentrate on watching. Down on the battle arena. You bushy-eyebrowed freak! Get ready for the beating of your life! Kiba howled in a taunting manner, while Akamaru gave a small bark. Kiba's taunt did not faze Lee in the slightest as he took a fighting stance. Do not worry, Kiba-kun, I will fight with everything I got, so that my flames of youth shall burn brightly, Lee responded with complete confidence. Hei backed away from the two genin, as Lee charged at the Inuzuka and Niken, at an incredible speed that left them in shock. Thanks to Kiba's advanced senses and reaction speed, he manages to block the kick with both his arms, although he was forced back a few meters. Kiba grunted in pain as he felt the bones in his arms crack from the force of impact. Ack! Mother! What the hell your legs made out of? Kiba yelled as his arms throbbed with pain. Lee was still in the same pose before lowering his leg and retook his fighting stance. Most excellent reflexes, Kiba-kun. To answer your second question, I train hard so that I can break the strongest trees and hardest stones I can find within Konoha's walls. The bowl-cut spandex-wearing shinobi praised Kiba. Kiba took a step back as the pain in his arms finally subsided. I've seriously underestimated him. Looks like I have no choice. Akamaru! Kiba announced while Akamaru barked in agreement, reaching into his ninja pouch, pulling out 2 small brown pills. Up in the balcony. So, he's gone with that already? Should be an interesting match? Naruto thought to himself. You're only saying that because you don't have to fight him. But then again, if you did fight them now, you would annihilate him. Kurama answered in a bored tone. That's mean, Kurama. Could you be a little bit nicer? Naruto asked. And why should I? Humans see me and my kind as nothing more than power sources. Well, maybe not you, but everyone else does. Until I'm proven wrong, I'm not going to change even for you. Kurama harshly replied. So stubborn, I guess I have to beat some sense into you later. Replied Naruto, eye twitching. Kihana simply ignoring Naruto and Kurami's bickering, as she focused on the match. I hope Kiba-san wins. She thought herself as she was a wolf, and she wanted the Inuzuka to win. Those are soldier pills. What could he possibly be planning? Kakashi thought aloud. Sakura turned towards her sensei and raised an eyebrow. Soldier pills? The pink-haired banshee questioned curiously. Soldier pills are a special medicine that can restore and amplify a shinobi's chakra and stamina. Quite a few shinobi have them in case they're running low on chakra. Asuma answered. Wait, isn't that cheating? Sakura asked in a confused tone as she saw Kiba giving one of the pills to Akamaru. Naruto, Kihana, and Kurama along with all of the Jounin and Hiruzen mentally smacked themselves. Wow, she really is that stupid? They all thought in unison. Kakashi shook his head of all negative thoughts before answering. No, because they are categories as a shinobi tool just like kunai and shuriken. Kakashi explained as he saw Kiba eat the other one. But it's best to use them as a last resort, because consuming too many can result in negative effects from overusing them. And believe me, I've seen what happens, it's not very pleasant. Kakashi said, remembering one of his many ANBU missions. Down on the battle arena. Lee smirked before getting back into his battle stance as he looked at his opponent. This is getting interesting, he stated quietly. Both Kiba and Akamaru began to change slightly after swallowing the pills. Akamaru's hair turned more feral and a brownish red and began growling furiously, while Kiba's teeth were now turning canine-like and his nails became much sharper like claws. Kiba then dropped down on all fours. Let's go, Akamaru! He growled in a beastly manner as the small dark red Nikin jumped on his back barking in equally beastly manner. Kiba then formed the tiger hand seal. Beast mimicry! Within an instant, the two were covered in smoke as Lee waited patiently so that he could fight Kiba at his best. As soon as the smoke cleared, revealing Akamaru had transformed into a carbon copy of his partner. Jujin Banshin, beast human clone! Kiba and his doppelganger are declared in unison. Lee's smile grew even wider as he saw this. Impressive! Now let us fight more! He declared with excitement. That a boy, Lee! Show your opponent the power of youth! Guy howled from up on the balcony, smiling and giving a thumb up. Yes, sir! Lee instantly responded with a salute. The doppelganger duo growled in response. We'll end this now, Kiba declared while Akamaru growled and jumped off his partner. Very well then, here I go, Lee responded as he charged at the duo. The two Kibas began to spin in place before charging at Lee. Gatsugie, Fong passing Fong, Kiba declared. Lee came to a full stop as he saw the two deadly twisters heading at him at alarming speed. Thanks to some quick footwork, he dodged the two twisters, with minimal effort. The doppelganger duo didn't let up as they quickly stopped, before beginning another assault. They combined their two twisters into one large one, trying their best to minimize the space the bull-cut spandex-wearing genin could use to dodge. "You're done for now, you bushy-eyebrowed freak!" Kiba declared loudly. Unfortunately for the doppelganger duo, they were proven wrong as Lee jumped into the air before they could even contact him. Once in the air, Lee came down with a devastating dive kick towards Kiba's back. This caused the young Inuzuka to hack up blood as he impacted the ground from the tremendous force. This surprise attack left Kiba in an unconscious state, as Akamaru reverted back to his normal form before running towards his unconscious partner with concern. "Do not worry, Akamaru-san. I only struck him to knock him out." Lee spoke in a calm manner while taking a few deep breaths. Hate walked towards the Inuzuka and saw that he was indeed unconscious. "The winner by knockout, Rock Lee. Medic!" he declared while pointing at said boy. Next was Gaara's first battle in that section of the exams. "Will Kinyuta Dosu and Sabaku no Gaara please come down to the battle arena?" Hate called out as Dosu and Gaara both made their way down to the arena. Gaara didn't hesitate as he sent out 10 shuriken he made with his sand towards the enemy. Dosu didn't expect such a sudden attack and then quickly. Dosu was quickly rising when he noticed his feet were caught by something. Looking down really quickly, he saw sand wrapping around his feet. Like a long tentacle, the sand swung Dosu from left to right before throwing him into the wall. The sand soon returned, leaving an unconscious Dosu stuck in the wall. "Winner by knockout, Sabaku no Gaara." Hate spoke plainly after seeing such a quick battle during the final match of the preliminaries. "The finals for this year Chunin exam will be held in main arena in 1 month time. Here is the opponent list. Take a good look." Hate spoke as he showed everyone a piece of paper in his hand. Hyuga Hinata vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Sabaku no Temari vs Naresh Shikamaru. Lee Rock vs Uchiha Sasuke. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 5. Naruto had been laying on a large comfortable bed inside the master bedroom of his parents' home. In the seclusion on his new home, Naruto had changed his usual attire to a pair of shorts, as he had recently got out of the shower. Naruto was pleasantly surprised that Hiruzen was so willing to give him his parents' house, but then again, he wasn't complaining. Naruto was simply thinking about everything that had gone on earlier in between him, Kihana, Kurama, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Jiraiya and Kakashi's reactions weren't that surprising. Knowing that now his senseis were alive once again brought a smile to Naruto's face. Flashback. Naruto, followed by Kakashi, made their way to Hiruzen's office. Upon arriving at the Hokage mansion, the student and teacher duo continued on until they found the door separating them from Hiruzen. Naruto gently knocked on the door despite the protesting of the secretary, which he ignored. "You may enter!" Hiruzen's voice sounded out from the other side. Upon opening the door, Naruto froze in his tracks. Standing on the other side of the room, leaning up against the wall, was a familiar tall man with waist-length spiky white hair tied in a ponytail, and 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There was a single red line under each of his eyes which ran vertically down to his cheeks. His usual attire is a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that was visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wears handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. Naruto's eyes welled up with tears before he yelled out something much to the dismay of white-haired man. "Yaro Sennin!" Naruto cried out as he flew across the room and tackle-hugged Jiraiya to the ground. Hiruzen simply blinked a few times before bursting into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. That nickname suits him perfectly, Hiruzen thought to himself as he clenched his sides in pain from the laughter. Kakashi, on the other hand, simply stood there not knowing what to think, as he was unsure of how Naruto knew Jiraiya. How does he know Jiraiya-sama? More importantly, why does Jiraiya-sama allow him to call him such a name, even if it suits them perfectly? Kakashi thought as he sweat dropped. Naruto's tears began to fall out onto his godfather green kimono, who was obviously uncomfortable by the entire interaction. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen, who finally stopped laughing and watched the scene with a warm smile on his face. Naruto, I believe that's enough for right now. You can hug Jiraiya-kun later, he isn't going anywhere for this month. Hiruzen said as Naruto hesitantly released Jiraiya from his death grip. What was all that about Gaki? Jiraiya asked in a confused tone. Naruto sighed as it was going to be a very long explanation, but it was only fair that both Ero-sennin and Kakashi-sensei knew the truth. Okay, what I'm about to tell you may be difficult for both of you to believe, but it's true. Ahem, Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto howled at the end before slamming his hand down to the ground. Within seconds 2 clouds of smoke appeared in the room before dissipating, revealing 2 beautiful women with animal-like features. The first woman had red hair and 9 tails, the second woman had black hair and 10 tails. Jiraiya and Kakashi's eyes widened in pure fear and surprise. Reacting quickly, Jiraiya immediately pulled out a suppression seal and prepared to strike. Jiraiya-kun, is no need for that, both are trustworthy. You'll be interested to find out why Kurama-san attacked the village. Hiruzen stopped his student from possibly getting himself killed. Jiraiya hesitantly stared at his sensei and only nodded before pocketing the seal. Naruto sighed before introducing the 2 women standing on either side of him. This is Otsutsuki Kurama, and the black-haired beauty to my left is Otsutsuki Kihana. We have a lot to discuss, and what I must tell you is nothing but the truth. So please hold your questions until I'm done explaining. Naruto warned before he went to the lengthy explanation about the Akatsuki, 4th Great Ninja War, the Jubi, Obito and Madara, his and Sasuke's battle against Kaguya, and his resurgence into this world. After Naruto finished his tale of sorts, he looked at the facial expressions of Jiraiya and Kakashi. Jiraiya had a look of pure shock, anger, disappointment, and regret, while Kakashi sported a look of regret, sadness, betrayal, and disappointment. Hiruzen decided to speak up. I believe we should prepare for this invasion. It would be better to be safe than sorry. The old Hokage spoke in a very serious tone, which brought Jiraiya and Kakashi both out of their funk. Sighing heavily, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I guess you're right, sensei. So Nagato was still alive, why would he turn out like this? Naruto answered immediately. In my original timeline, it was Kaguya who is to blame for everything, but in this world I'm not completely sure. Because from what Kurama-chan told me, she wasn't that strong, so something else is at work here. Naruto said in a serious tone. But I can only assume that the masked man could still be Obito, but he could be a different man for all we know. Kakashi simply put his head down in shame. This is all my fault. I couldn't protect Rinne, and now all my failure is coming back to bite me on the ass. Kakashi thought to himself in a depressed manner. Kurama, Kihana, and Naruto all sensed Kakashi's depression. POV Cyclops, you are not the one to blame for what happened. So stop beating yourself up, and start focusing on the here and now. Kurama spoke in an uncaring, blunt tone. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked at the Kyuubi woman before him before nodding slightly. So I died in your timeline, huh? Well, I don't know whether I should feel prideful or disappointed that it took my student Nagato, the Rinnegan wielder, to kill me, Jiraiya said with a serious expression on his face. Kakashi then asked Naruto something that had been bugging him since Naruto's match against Neji. Naruto, you said you gained not only Obito's Sharingan, but also Sasuke's Rikudo chakra plus one of Kaguya's Byakugan? Kakashi asked curiously. Instead of answering, Naruto simply closed his eyes before opening them again. His left eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan, while his right eye was the Byakugan. Hearing about Naruto having a dojutsu is one thing, but seeing is another. Hiruzen had already seen Naruto's Sharingan, but he hadn't seen Naruto's Byakugan yet. Naruto's left eye unconsciously changed the 3-tomo changed into 3 stretched triangles evenly spaced around the pupil that each curve at the top around the eye to form a circle, making it like a pinwheel. It only lasted an instant, but Hiruzen and Jiraiya both caught, but Naruto and Kakashi seemed to be unaware of the change. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan combined with Sasuke's Tomo Rinnegan, and that's my left eye. But because I'm in my younger body, a lot of my abilities, like my Mangekyo Tomo Rinnegan, Tenseigan, and Rikudo Chakra have been sealed up in my body. Kihana-chan said I have to do a ton of physical training before I can use them again. Narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya looked towards his future and past student. The Mangekyo Sharingan, from what I understand, is achieved through unbelievable emotional trauma, such as loss of a loved one or close friend. But then again Obito gave him his eyes, and something probably horrific awakened it prior to giving it to Naruto. Hiruzen thought to himself. The Gaki is that powerful, and the stuff he told us is true. Once he reawakens the Rinnegan, he'll be an absolute monster with the aid of the Jubi and Kyubi. The question is, how should I go about his training? I was planning on having them sign the Toad contract. But with the Mangekyo most likely reawakening soon, I'm going to have to focus on that and push back the summoning to later. Jiraiya thought to himself. Hiruzen cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention. Naruto-kun, I believe your Mangekyo Sharingan is already reawakening, and I'm going to have Jiraiya-kun help you master it by the finals. As for your Byakugan, I'll wait until the Chunin exams are over before I speak to Hayashi about this. I don't think you're too much of a problem, but the elders of the Hyuga may have a problem, Hiruzen said with a frown. I guess I could always tell them that I'm a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, since I'm the reincarnation of Rikudo Sennin's second son Otsutsuki Ashura, Naruto said as Hiruzen nodded. That should work, Naruto-kun, but until I speak with Hayashi, try not to use for Byakugan too much, Hiruzen advised as Naruto nodded. Kakashi now sporting a disappointed look as the council was forcing him to train Sasuke. Damn the civilian council, they're completely fine with me training the Uchiha kid, but if they knew how powerful Naruto was, they'd try to have them executed. Like hell am I going to let them do that? Kakashi mentally growled to himself. Kihana smiled warmly as she saw Naruto and Jiraiya talking to each other. You gonna accomplish great things, Naruto-kun. I just know you will, Kihana thought herself. Hiruzen smiled before he got up from his desk and walked over to Minato's picture, performing. On one hand, Tiger Seal 3 scrolls popped out. Naruto-kun, these are your inheritance. The red one is from Kushina, the yellow one is from Minato. And the blue one holds your inheritance as well as the key to your parents' house. Hiruzen handed the 3 scrolls to Naruto, who was sporting a look of pure disbelief. Wait, you're just giving them to me right now? Hiruzen nodded as Naruto could feel more emotions coming to the surface before he hugged the old Hokage to the ground despite his protesting. Flashback end. Naruto smiled at his most recent memories. Having his perverted godfather back brought a warm smile to his face. Now that he had them back, Naruto wouldn't let Jiraiya die this time. He would protect everyone. Unfortunately, Naruto was brought out of his train of thought as a cloud of smoke appeared in his room. Naruto quickly glanced at it as he saw familiar redhead standing there staring at him. Kurami-chan? What are you doing here? Not that I'm complaining, Naruto asked in a curious tone. Said Vixen slowly advanced towards Naruto. My, Naruto-kun, you're growing quite quickly. You didn't even have to do much for your Mangekyo Sharingan to come back. Of course, you'll have to wait a little longer, but once it's back you have the powers of Amaterasu, Kamui short and long, and Amenotejikura. Not even to mention your Rikudo Chakra and Tenseigan. Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe I shouldn't ever use those, at least for a long time. And why would that be? Because otherwise there'd be no challenge. Even Madara wouldn't be able to do much if I went 100%. Every battle would be over from the get-go. Indeed, you did take out the godly Kaguya of your world, but with that much power you could guarantee safety to all the people you love. I guess you're right, but I think I might limit myself to what I use against who. Sounds like a plan. But you'll have to use a ton of your power to defeat me, of course. I won't be holding back at that time. Kurami spoke with a creepy smile across her face. Don't worry, Kurami-chan. I will make sure to give you hell in battle, the 13-year-old boy promised the centuries-old demon fox. Time skip, training field. Naruto made his way towards training field 22, where he and Jiraiya decided they would begin his training. Jiraiya, still the same man as his other world counterpart, was behind a bush peeking at a bunch of young women who were playing in a lake. "Ero-sennin, I'm here!" Naruto yelled out. Jiraiya's eye twitched. "Damn it, Gaki! Don't call me that!" Jiraiya yelled out comically, which Naruto retorted in an equally comically manner. "I'll start calling you that when you stop peeking at women!" Naruto yelled out as all the women on the other side of the bush screamed out in terror before running. Jiraiya began to cry comically. "No, you ruined my precious peeking. No, I mean research!" Jiraiya cried as Naruto shook his head and laughed. "Here, Ero-sennin, I have a little present for ya," Naruto said, hoping to cheer up his Ero-sennin. Jiraiya was slightly interested as Naruto put his hands together, forming the ram symbol. "Transform!" Naruto's body was covered in a thick white cloud of smoke. When it dissipated, Naruto was revealed to no longer be there. In the place of the young teen boy was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and twin tails. She wore nothing to cover herself, relying on two thin lines of smoke to cover her private parts. View of this beautiful woman nearly rendered Jiraiya unconscious as he fell to the floor. Naruto transformed back and laughed at his teacher, who was struggling to not die from the blood streaming out of his nose. "Truly, this kid is the child of prophecy. This'll be so helpful for my research," he thought before standing himself up. After Jiraiya calmed down, he stood in front of Naruto once more. "All right, Gaki, show me what you can do." Naruto nodded before extending his right hand out. Strong chakra began spiraling in a circular fashion, before forming a perfect sphere of chaotic spiraling chakra. In Naruto's other hand, lightning began sparking to life before it formed the Chidori. Jiraiya's eyes widened at this. "Damn, that's impressive. I never thought he could use Chidori and Rasengan, let alone at the same time." The Gamma Sennin thought to himself. "Gaki, where did you learn the Chidori from?" Jiraiya asked curiously. Naruto cancelled both of his jutsu before answering his perverted sensei. "I use Rakuto Sennin mode, so I have complete understanding of all 5 nature forms, including Yin, Yang, and Yin-Yang release, and I can also perform most ninjutsu with just one hand. Any jutsu I haven't seen or used I can learn with my Sharingan," Naruto explained, which surprised Jiraiya. He can use any ninjutsu with just one hand, and he performed Chidori purely from memory? He's truly a genius, probably even more so than Minato. Jiraiya thought to himself in bewilderment. Jiraiya then decided to ask another question. "How well can you use your Biju's chakra right now?" Jiraiya asked when you know what his relationship was with Kurama and Kahana. Naruto then answered. "With Kahana I can use her power whenever I want, although due to my weaker body and not having the Rinnegan awakened, I can't really use more than 5% of her chakra. If I use any more it will overload my body and could injure me. I'd probably be in the hospital after 10%. As for Kurami-chan, I must earn her respect first, and until that point I will not ask her for chakra," Naruto answered. Jiraiya frowned at this. So, he needs to strengthen his body and reawaken the Rinnegan before he can use Kahana's chakra. And Kurami won't let him use her chakra until he gets her respect. Jiraiya thought. "Do you think with 5% of Kahana's chakra would you be able to defeat Orochimaru when he attacks Konoha?" Jiraiya asked, not realizing how powerful Kahana truly was. Naruto stared Jiraiya with a deadpan expression. "Did you ask me to fight Orochimaru, using Kahana's power?" Naruto asked in a confused tone. Jiraiya was quick to respond. "Well, you did say you can utilize some of your power with no negative side effects, and she's willing to lend you power whenever you want. So, I honestly don't see anything wrong with that," Jiraiya replied. Naruto sighed but couldn't help but smile. "First, Kahana is a couple hundred if not 1,000 times stronger than a Kaguya-level shinobi. Second, there won't be a fight if I use Kahana's power against him. It would be like firing a Bijudama, tailed beast ball, to get rid of an anthill. I can literally destroy the 5 great nations with her power alone, not that I ever would. But to answer your question, yes, using 5% would completely crush Orochimaru if things get really hairy," Naruto explained to his perverted sensei, whose eyes widened. You're serious? You can literally destroy the 5 great nations on your own with her power? Jiraiya sounded scared. Naruto nodded. Yes, I could use the power one gained from becoming the Kahana's Jinchuriki is 20 times greater if not more than the power you gain from the Rinnegan. But here's the kicker, you need the Rinnegan to become the Jinchuriki of Kahana or the Geto Mazo. Naruto explained. Jiraiya was as white as a ghost. He knew some things about the Rakuto Sennin and the Rinnegan. What exactly is the Rinnegan truly capable of? Jiraiya asked, slightly afraid of the answer she might get. Naruto sat down before rubbing his chin. It's kinda hard to say, but basically the basic abilities you get are the ability to see chakra in its initial state, you can see barriers, you can see invisible targets. You gain all 5 basic changes in chakra nature, as well as the ability to master any non-Kekai Genkai ninjutsu. Now the Rakuto no Jutsu, 6 paths technique, are separated into 6 different categories. The first being Tendo, Deva path, which allows the user to manipulate gravitational attraction repel forces. Next is Shurato, Azura path, which allows the user to create mechanized limbs, weaponry and armor. After that is Ninjendo, human path, which allows the user to read anyone's mind as well as the ability to rip their soul out. Next is the Chikashoto, animal path, which allows the user to summon any type of creature they can imagine. Dikido, Preta path, allows the user to absorb an infinite amount of chakra. Jigakudo, Naraka path, which allows the user to summon the king of hell to either heal or interrogate. Naruto explains as Jiraiya simply sits there growing paler. Naruto smirks at his sensei's expression. That's not all, as the 7th path, as well as unique abilities each Rinnegan user is able to unlock. The Geto, outer path, is the strongest path, which grants the user the ability to control the realms of life and death. Naruto took a quick breath after explaining all of this to Jiraiya, all the information Kahana just relayed over to him. Jiraiya did not move a muscle, he didn't even speak, he simply stared at Naruto as if he was gathering Senjutsu chakra, as he was now paper white. Hell, with those eyes of yours you should be virtually unstoppable even without Tentail's Jinchuriki mode, Jiraiya said as he couldn't believe the power of the Rinnegan. Any user would be nearly unstoppable. Naruto smirked. Do you want to know what kind of powers I gained from Kahana? Naruto said as Jiraiya shook his head. No, I'm good for right now, you can tell me later. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the Rinnegan can do, Jiraiya said before standing up. Now, Naruto, what I'm going to focus on is helping you reawaken and gain control over your Mangekyo Sharingan. As you said, once you master the Mangekyo, the Rinnegan will awaken soon after. The sooner that happens, the sooner we can deal with the Akatsuki, because to be completely honest, I do not want the 4th Great Shinobi War to happen. I've already seen the aftermath of one of them, and I can't bear to see more, Jiraiya explained with his arms crossed underneath his chest. Naruto stood up with determination in his eyes. Of course, now, let's get started, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto declared as Jiraiya grinned as both student and master got into fighting stances. Your first task is activating it. Then using it to track my attacks. I'll be using Sennin mode as well. Yes. Chapter 6. Konoha Stadium. Everyone had arrived just outside of the Konoha Stadium, and quickly made their way inside. The stadium itself was packed full of daimyo, important businessmen and shinobi from other villages who came to watch the momentous occasion. After all, the Chunin exams were where one could find the best throughout the elemental nations. The Kage box was located above the audience, giving those within a vantage point to watch the matches. They were the judges, so they needed to evaluate properly the contestants. At that moment, there was only one Kage sitting within the Kage box. The Hokage was the first and had 2 bodyguards, waiting for the next Kage to join them. The first bodyguard was Namishi Rado. His most distinct feature was probably the web-like scar on his face, running across the bridge of his nose and down across the left side of his face. While the second bodyguard was the legendary Gama Sannin and self-proclaimed super pervert, the gallant Jiraiya. It seems like Uchiha Sasuke is missing, Jiraiya commented, which Hiruzen nodded. That's what we get for letting Kakashi be a sensei. Let's hope Sasuke doesn't pick up Kakashi's bad habit of being late. Hiruzen grumbled while rubbing the bridge of his nose. It was then that Hiruzen and Jiraiya noticed that Raza, the Kazekage, had finally arrived. The Kazekage was known for manipulating gold dust in a similar fashion to how Gaara manipulated sand. Hiruzen put on a fake smile. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. I'm glad you made it. I trust that your trip wasn't too troublesome. Orochimaru, in disguise, replied without missing a beat. It was quite pleasant, Hokage-sama. It was quite enjoyable to be able to leave Sunagakure and come and visit Konoha. Plus, you aren't a young man anymore, and it would be best not to make you travel long distances. Jiraiya snorted in amusement as Hiruzen's eye twitched. Don't treat me like some frail old man. I still have some mileage left in this body, and I intend to remain Hokage for a few more years anyways. Hiruzen spoke with pride in his voice. Oh, who am I kidding? The first person I see who is a worthy candidate for Hokage, I'm giving them the position. Hiruzen complained in thought. The Kazekage glanced down at the arena before raising an eyebrow. It seems like you're missing an Uchiha? Jiraiya was quick to answer. His sensei is Hatake Kakashi, and he's notorious for being late to everything. Jiraiya said with a smirk as the Kazekage nodded and took his seat. He sat in the second chair. Now, shall we begin? The Hokage asked as the disguised Orochimaru nodded. Hiruzen stood up and went to the edge of the balcony, using chakra to amplify his voice. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this year's Chunin exams finals. This year we have many talented genin from Konoha and Suna. Now, without further ado, let us begin the matches. Hiruzen concluded as the crowds cheered. With crowd. How could they start the matches without Sasuke-kun? Everyone's favorite pink-haired banshee yelled out. Chill the hell out, Sakura. He still has plenty of time before his match starts. Kiba said with an annoyed expression on his face as she glared at him. Did Gaara kill the Uchiha? I told him to lay low. Baki thought, looking at Gaara, who looked much calmer than normal. Everyone shut up, it's about to begin. Ino said as everyone looked down to the arena and noticed that Hate was about to speak. In the arena, Hate explained the rules to the participants, which were nearly the same as the preliminaries. Now let us begin. Hate said, but got interrupted by Lee. Are we starting without Sasuke-kun? He asked. He has until his match to show up, otherwise he'll be disqualified immediately. Hate explained while Lee put his head down in regret. Does anyone else have any more questions? No, then let's get started. Hate said in a somewhat impatient voice, as he'd much rather be spending his day off in bed with his girlfriend Yugao Yuzuki. Sabaku no Kankuro and Hyuga Hinata stay, the rest of you go to the waiting area. Hate announced, and everyone else left. Proctor, I forfeit. Kankuro announced as he received many boos and unpleasant remarks from the audience. Okay. Winner by forfeit, Hyuga Hinata. Hate said with a blank expression. With crowd. Hayashi had a very annoyed expression on his face, while Hanabi was slightly displeased. To-sama, why did that makeup-wearing boy forfeit against Nei-sama? Hanabi asked in a cute tone while her father looked at his second daughter and current heir to the Hyuga clan. That boy was a coward and nothing more than a weakling. To deny your sister the chance to prove to everyone how strong she truly is. Hayashi grumbled in an annoyed tone. Naro Shikamaru and Sabaku no Temari, please make your towards the arena. Hate called out. This fight went the same as it did in canon. Winner by forfeit, Sabaku no Temari. Hate announced. With crowd. That good-for-nothing lazy-ass bum. Ino groaned as she faces palmed. To sit around and do nothing in the shade for almost the entire match, before forfeiting. Did you really expect him to try? This is Shikamaru we're talking about, sunlight would be too troublesome for him. Naruto spoke in a bored yet amused tone. Ino gave a sigh of defeat. I guess. She replied. Kagebox. Well, that match was certainly anticlimactic, Hiruzen said as he watched Shikamaru give up. Yes, but he displayed a very good tactical mind. He would make a good strategist. I wouldn't expect anything less from a Nara. Jiraiya thought aloud. The Kazekage remained silent, not uttering a word. Do you agree that he should be a Chunin? Hiruzen asked as both Jiraiya and the Kazekage nodded. Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way towards the arena. Hiruzen heard hate called down from the arena. Yes, looks like he will be disqualified. Hiruzen said as he was getting ready to disqualify Sasuke when Orochimaru in disguise interrupted the elderly man. Please wait, Hokage-dano. I wish to see the Uchiha fight that Rock Lee. Let's continue with the rest of the matches until he arrives. The Kazekage said. You do realize that if he isn't capable of responsible missions, then he isn't worthy of being a Chunin. Hiruzen fired back. If I understand correctly, Hatake Kakashi is an elite Jounin, and yet he is hours late to almost all of his missions. The Kazekage smugly replied. The Hokage knew that the Kazekage had a point and there was nothing he could do to argue. As you wish, but if he isn't here when his time is, then he will be disqualified. Hiruzen spoke with a defeated sigh. Of course, the masked Kage replied. Hiruzen turned to his bodyguard and he went to Hate and explained the situation. In the arena, Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara, please make your way to the arena. Hate called out. Naruto and Gaara both appeared using their own versions of Shunshin. Naruto was wind and Gaara was sand. Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara, are you both ready? Hate called out, and both nodded. Hate jumped back to a safe distance as Gaara did something highly unexpected. He took off and discarded his sand gourd. This action surprised not only both of his siblings but his sensei, as well as the disguised Orochimaru. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. Gaara, what are you doing? Naruto asked curiously. Gaara looked straight into Naruto's eyes. I wish to test the fruits of my labor against you. Shikaku and me have come to terms with one another and I wish to test out my power against yours, Gaara said with a voice filled with determination. Naruto acquired a serious expression on his face. Does this mean he has chakra mode? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto, I will lend you my chakra for now, but don't expect me to do this again anytime soon. Kurama called out from his mindscape. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Kurama-chan, when I was planning on using my... Kurama cut him off immediately. No! The Mangekyo Sharingan would be far too much for him to handle. Plus I'm only giving you enough chakra to enter into your chakra mode as you call it for 6 minutes. So, don't waste it on any flashy jutsus, do you understand me, Naruto? Kurama replied in a serious tone, as she wished to test the strength of her younger brother's Jinchuriki. Naruto gave a defeated sigh. In his training with Jiraiya prior to the finals of the exam, he had fully awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. He had regained the Kamui, Amaterasu, Amenotejikura, and the Rakudo techniques. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet regained his Tenseigan, nor his Rakudo Senjutsu, therefore he did not have his higher tier abilities like, or Jubi mode, but they weren't necessary against the newly perfected Jinchuriki. Okay, you win, Kurama-chan. Kurama gave a victorious smirk. Thanks. Kihana smiled as Naruto and Kurama had been slowly getting friendlier towards one another since the beginning of this month-long training session. Won't be long now before those two are best friends. It seems he's a good influence on her too. She's less cold and friendlier now because of Naruto-kun. Kihana thought herself with a warm smile spread across her lips. Without warning, Gaara clapped his hands together. His entire body was suddenly cloaked in a thick potent 10 flickering flame chakra shroud, with dark blue natural curse seals spread across the chakra shroud. Gaara's scara turned black, with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. With crowd. This took the crowd by surprise, but no one was more surprised than Kankuro and Temari. What is that? I've never seen that form before. Kankuro spoke in a frightened tone, while Temari shook her head. I honestly don't know. I don't feel any bloodlust coming from him now, only some form of excitement. Baki stared down at the red-headed Jinchuriki before narrowing his eyes. What is this form, No bloodlust coming from him, how could he have gained this much control over Shikaku in such a short period of time? You better not screw this up, Gaara. We have a lot riding on you. We can't afford to have you exhausting yourself right here and now. Baki thought to himself. In the arena? Whoa! I thought only the Jubi Jinchuriki could use the Bijou cloak. Naruto shouted in his head. Nope, in this world, Kurama explained. All Jinchuriki can enter into Bijou chakra mode. Though I doubt he's as strong as you were when you used the incomplete Jubi chakra mode. Naruto had a smile on his face. So, this is your Bijou mode. It feels a lot better than that berserk form you had, doesn't it? Naruto said as Gaara nodded. Yes, it does, and it's thanks to you that I was able to obtain this form. Garner announced, much to the surprise of his siblings and sensei. Naruto also clapped his hands together, before he was cloaked in a golden flickering flame chakra shroud. His entire body was covered in a bright yellow cloak of chakra that flowed out like a cape or coat. His pupils morphed into vertical slits befitting of a fox. To the spectators, he appeared to look similar to a certain war hero of theirs, as much as they wished to deny. Naruto crouched down, leaning forward slightly. You ready, Gaara? Naruto called out as Gaara nodded as a single bead of sweat made its way across his forehead. Yes, I am ready. Both Jinchuriki vanished from sight, before meeting in the middle, clashing, creating a shockwave that tore the ground apart. They proceeded to vanish again and clashing in a different place within the arena. Their movements became faster and faster, as it appeared that two orbs of flickering flame chakra were buzzing around the arena, clashing with one another. Every shockwave caused rubble and dust flying to the air. The display of speed and power was incredible. Easily matching, if not surpassing, most jounin in both speed and strength, leaving most of the spectators in awe. Naruto quickly jumped back, creating some distance as he created a futon, mini raisin shuriken, before throwing it directly at Gaara, who blocked by creating a wall of sand. The explosion took up half of the arena. The pure force from this explosion knocked most of the spectators out of their seats. Kagebox. Hiruzen and Jiraiya both felt a shockwave enforced from Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. So, he did complete the Rasengan after all. He is a strong affiliation for Wind too. Perhaps he'll be taking my hat sooner than expected, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen thought, with a smile on his face. Jiraiya smirked. Gaki, you are going to go far much further than me or Minato ever could. Jiraiya thought of his godson. The Kazekage/Orochimaru stared down at Naruto with a neutral expression. That one is Uzumaki, Naruto, correct. He's very powerful and is easily be Chunin if not a Jounin. The masked Kage said. How can that brat be this powerful? What happened to him? He shouldn't be able to use the Kyuubi's power. Yet he's using it flawlessly here, and he couldn't even utilize it consciously a month ago. What the hell happened? Orochimaru mentally screamed and cried in frustration. You are correct in terms of power, he could easily be a Jounin. But he lacks the experience, so he will be promoted to Chunin first. Hiruzen lies through his teeth. Naruto had enough experience to be a Kage, so most likely Naruto be promoted to Jounin. The Kazekage nodded in agreement. With crowd. What the hell? Sakura, Ino, and Kiba all yelled out in unison. The cigarette dropped from Asuma's agape mouth. That was an extremely powerful wind release ninjutsu, but what I don't understand is where could he learn something that powerful in such a short amount of time? Asuma said aloud. Kurenai studied Naruto's movements carefully. And that chakra surrounding his body, it feels like the Kyuubi's only more purified, she muttered. Enko only nodded as she watched in awe as the two Jinchuriki clash one another. Gaara, Kankuro and Temari both thought in unison. Baki remained quiet as he grew more and more nervous by the second. At this rate, this Uzumaki Naruto was bound to defeat Gaara eventually. Maybe this invasion was a mistake from the very beginning. The Suna Jounin thought to himself. Look at how youthful those two are. Just watching them fight makes me want to do 1,000 laps around Konoha on my hands. The blue beast of the leaf proclaimed proudly. Yes, Gi-sensei, I shall join you. Lee replied. Lee! Gi-sensei! Lee! Gi-sensei! And oh! Everyone else shouted. In the arena, the two chakra-shrouded Jinchuriki continued to clash one another before they came to a full stop before they both went on the ground. Gaara, who wasn't used to moving this fast and wasn't very proficient in taijutsu, was panting heavily. While Naruto seemed completely fine, Naruto smirked. "You're not getting tired on me, are you, Gaara?" Gaara shot Naruto glare. "I'm not good at taijutsu. I'm a long-range fighter. I rely mainly on ninjutsu and juinjutsu. So I'll tell you this much: I won't last much longer in this fight. You're simply too strong," Gaara said before closing his eyes and giving a small smile. "But I'm grateful to you for showing me that there's more to fight for than myself. You showed me that I can attain even greater power, from protecting those who are precious to me such as Temari and Kankuro. And even my idiot of a sensei Baki." Gaara spoke in a truly peaceful tone. Temari and Kankuro eyes widened at what they just heard. Baki was glaring daggers at Naruto. "Katon, Kyubukaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Nine Tails Great Fireball Technique." Naruto howled as he released a stream of golden flames from his mouth. Gaara narrowed his eyes before clapping his hands together. "Ryusen no Taki no Nagar, Quicksand Waterfall Flow." Gaara created a large wave of sand to block Naruto's flames, which created a large wall of glass which Naruto shattered as he proceeded to dive bomb Gaara. This resulted in the two Jinchurikis blurring out again before clashing a few more times, leaving the arena in horrible shape. Gaara quickly jumped back, attempting to create some distance in between him and Naruto. "Then let us finish this match. Gaara, come at me with the intent to kill, do not hold back." Naruto howled as Gaara crouched down and began performing hand seals. "Sunryuden no Jutsu, Sand Dragon Bullet Jutsu." Gaara growled as he formed a massive dragon made from sand. Naruto smirked as he watched the giant dragon grow nearer by the second. "Thanks for the chakra, Kurami. I'll be sure to pay you back later," Naruto announced to the red-headed beauty within him. "Don't worry, Naruto, I'll collect my payment when everything is over." Kurami giggled perversely. "Also, time's up," she spoke. "Don't worry, I'll be using something else," he reassured. Naruto's chakra cloak vanished. Naruto's left eye was closed tightly as he cried tears of blood. "Amaterasu," Naruto whispered, opening his eye, which had a genjutsu cast over it, so he wouldn't cause a mass panic throughout Konoha. Majestic black flames attached themselves to the dragon made from sand, completely encasing the large sand dragon in fire. Gaara's eyes widened as his sand dragon stopped moving. Within seconds was turned into a giant beautiful glass sculpture. Naruto smirked, wiping the blood from his left eye, before advancing towards Gaara, whose chakra cloak finally gave out. "Gaara, there was a good match. Do you want to continue or forfeit? Either way, we can always have a rematch later," Naruto said as he extended his hand to Gaara. Gaara seemed surprised at first before making a fist and fist bumping Naruto. "Yes, I would like that sometime in the future, Naruto." "Proctor, I forfeit," Gaara announced to the surprise of everyone. Hate nodded. "Winner by forfeit, Uzumaki Naruto." The audience was dead quiet, before one person began to clap, then many followed suit. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he and Gaara both walked up the stairs together. With crowd. Temari and Kankuro both sat there dead quiet. They couldn't believe what just happened. "I can't believe it." Gaara lost. Temari spoke in a tone filled with disbelief. Was all that she got out of war paint-wearing brother. Baki just sighed in frustration. With Gaara defeated, the invasion was a complete bust. Kazekage-sama must be furious right now, and knowing him, he's going to take it all on me. Baki mentally whined in frustration. Asuma had a smirk on his face. "It seems Kakashi chose the wrong person to train. Too bad he wasn't here to see what Naruto just did. Just to think that he had this much control over the Kyubi's chakra. The boy's a true genius." Asuma praised Naruto. Kurenai and Anko both were clapping. "Yes, you can tell he's already incredibly strong and he still has room to grow. He's not even his prime yet, he's already making us look weak." The Genjutsu mistress spoke in a positive tone of voice. Damn, that Gaki looks delicious, you fuffyufu. I'm gonna ride him into the ground. Enko cheered in a perverted tone. Kurenai looked at her best friend with a deadpan expression. He's too young for you, and will you please get your mind out of the gutter? Enko simply looked at her best friend with a smirk. Does that Gaki look like a scrawny little weakling like the rest of them? Kurenai tried to come up with a retort but remained silent. Shikamaru was thanking Kami, Yami, Shinigami, and the almighty log that he didn't have to fight Naruto. Man, now that blonde is even more troublesome, glad I didn't have to fight him. Shikamaru thought to himself. Ino squealed with joy. Man, I can't believe how cool Naruto is now. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. How could you betray Sasuke-kun like that? Naruto Baka is nothing more than a demon in human skin! Sakura yelled out. Ino and the others gasped at the ugly, undeveloped, obnoxiously large forehead, pink-haired girl who just said about her teammate. Sakura, how could you say that about Naruto? He's never done anything to you, besides ask you on the date every occasionally. Kiba growled. He's a demon, always will be. You're all blind to the truth and you can't see what he truly is. Sakura retorted, only for the temperature in the area to drop about 20 degrees. She turned around and saw Niji standing there with a scowl on his face. You have some nerve talking about him that way. True, he may not be like that much among the villagers, but he opened my eyes to the truth. He showed me that people can defy fate and carve their own destiny. This battle should demonstrate that better than any other. Yet, here you are bad-mouthing him, when he's never done anything to you. Niji spoke in an angered tone. Hinata also nodded before standing up. And Naruto-kun is one of the best people I've met. He always puts the people he cares about before himself. And it's people like you that give him a bad name, and you never even try to understand. You just ignore him, you just simply call him names and run the other way. Hinata spoke in an assertive tone of voice, much to the surprise of everyone around her. Kagebox. Hiruzen had a proud look on his face. It seems Naruto-kun has defeated your son Kazekage Dano. The Kazekage did not give any physical response. It matters not, even without Shikaku we will still prevail. Kukukuku. Orochimaru thought to himself. Yes, it's a pity that my son lost. I'll be sure to talk to him later. The Kazekage spoke in a neutral tone of voice. Jiraiya and all stared at the masked Kage. Orochimaru must be having second thoughts at this point. Without Shikaku their invasion is pretty much gone. Both teacher and student thought in unison. In the arena. Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way towards the arena. Hiruzen heard hate called down from the arena. Everyone watched the scene unfold. A few seconds later Uchiha Sasuke appeared with Hatake Kakashi via Shunshin. I hope we aren't late, Kakashi asked while sheepishly scratching the back of his head, giving a nervous high smile. No, for once you arrived just in time, Kakashi, Hate said with a slightly amused expression. Name? Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied in a smug, almighty tone. Lee flipped himself over the balcony and flew to the battle arena, landing directly in front of Sasuke. I feared that you would not show up, Sasuke-kun. Lee spoke to his opponent. Sasuke gave an arrogant smirk. Why wouldn't I come? I still have to pay you back for beating me before the start of the first exam. I see the fire in your eyes, Sasuke-kun. It is a shame to have to see that fire diminished, because I intend to win. Lee spoke with determination in his voice, while Sasuke scowled. I'll win no matter what, you bushy-eyebrowed freak. Sasuke's thought sinisterly to himself. Rock Lee and Uchiha Sasuke, are you both ready? Hate called out, and both nodded. Rock Lee disappeared in a burst of speed. Sasuke quickly activated his two-tomo Sharingan. Lee reappeared right next to Sasuke and launched his opening kick. Konoha Senpu, leave Hurricane! Before the kick could even make contact, Sasuke blocked it with his forearm. Lee was pleasantly surprised for a second, before he backpedaled away, avoiding Sasuke's nasty left hook. Landing on the ground, the Taijutsu specialist launched himself at Sasuke, who in turn also launched himself at his opponent. The two met in the middle as they began to trade blows. it was a complete taijutsu slugfest. As occasionally one of them got hit, sending saliva and blood flying. The two genin were buzzing around the arena at speed that would give some jounin a run for their money. With crowd. Asuma blew in a puff of smoke. Man, that kid is like mini guy out there, it's truly remarkable. Although the Uchiha is only keeping up thanks to his Sharingan, and he's obviously copying Lee movements as well. Asuma spoke in a somewhat disappointed voice. Guy watched proudly as Lee began to slowly gain ground against Sasuke. As I would expect from Kakashi's student, although I must say Naruto is much faster and stronger than Sasuke though. Guy praised his life as he patted Kakashi on the back. Kakashi from behind his mask, he really wanted to see Naruto in action, but his old habit just wouldn't let him. I have no doubt Naruto's stronger and faster than Sasuke, but everything I heard from him was true. Then Naruto could easily on par with Kage-level shinobi if not the Bijou themselves. No, he's stronger, Kakashi thought. The members of the Konoha 12 minus Naruto, Lee, and Sasuke, along with the Sand siblings, watched the match eager to see who would win. Naruto knew if Lee opened his inner gates he would win without a doubt, but he didn't want to see the match, and that quickly. Come on Sasuke-kun! Ino cried out. You can win. Sasuke-kun beat that bush-eyebrowed freak of nature! Sakura shrieked out, as Naruto found himself rubbing his ears as they had been raped by her shrill voice. In the arena, the two finally broke apart as Lee began to run around Sasuke, increasing his speed so much that only Sharingan user and Kage-level shinobi would be able to keep up. Sasuke, due to his semi-mature Sharingan, could only see blurs and slight after images. Before he could even figure out what was happening, Lee shot out of the circle, giving Sasuke a rising kick in the chin. Before Sasuke could gain his bearings, Lee delivered another kick to Sasuke's ribs, sending them higher into the air. Not one to be deterred, Lee continued pounding into Sasuke, lifting the dark-haired boy higher and higher until Lee got him to the necessary height for his technique. Lee then wrapped his bandages around Sasuke. As he began to rotate, the two of them began to fall head first towards the arena floor. Omote Renge, Primary Lotus! At the last second, Lee kicked from Sasuke, allowing him to crash the ground. As Sasuke crashed headfirst into the ground, causing a large crater and dust to rise, Lee landed on his hands, but could push himself up into a backflip and landing on his feet. Lee began to feel the side effects of opening the Kaiman gate of opening. His joints felt sore, his head spun lightly, nothing he couldn't handle after a few seconds of recovery. As the dust cleared, everyone could see Sasuke's badly battered body. Only a select few, Naruto, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Anko, and Orochimaru, saw what happened as Sasuke's curse seal pulsed with power. Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing a fully mature Sharingan with 3 tomos, as a familiar black flame tribal marks spread across his body. A sickening grin spread across his face, as the sound of chirping could be heard from the crater. Lee turned around just in time to see Sasuke rushing towards him with a dark purple Chidori roaring to life. Lee's eyes widened as his body was still recovering. He couldn't properly dodge, so he threw a kick to averting Sasuke's Chidori so that it would not puncture his chest. But instead it hit Lee in the shoulder, instead causing the splendid genin to cry in pain before he gripped his shoulder, as fresh blood dripped to the ground. Sasuke grinned as he looked at his hand. This is even more power than I felt before. Yes, with this I'll be able to kill Itachi. Oh, the glorious power that man gifted me with. I shall use it to strike down those who get in my way. Sasuke thought to himself in an insane manner, as he glanced towards Naruto. Sasuke rushed in, unleashing a barrage of brutal punches and kicks. Lee was unable to defend himself as the cursed seal was not only fueling Sasuke with more of Orochimaru's Senjutsu chakra, but it was also eating away at his psyche, making them more and more unstable and unpredictable. Sasuke delivered an earth-shattering punch to the stomach, causing the guy lookalike to hunch over and cough up blood. This isn't good. At this rate I only have one option left. I'm sorry Guy-sensei, but I have no other option but to use it, Lee thought to himself. Sasuke delivered an earth-shattering kick to his ribs, sending the boy tumbling away. Come on! Is that all you've got, you pathetic little weakling? Sasuke roared in an insane tone of voice, as the purple aura around his body grew thicker and more potent by the second. It showed just how far Sasuke was willing to go for power. I came here for a fight, and yet all you've done is let me down. You're truly pathetic, so truly pathetic that it's not even funny. The difference in between our powers now is from this stadium to the Hokage monument, Sasuke boasted. Lee looked battered and beaten, and most of the onlookers believed that he was going to lose. However, Lee had one final trick up its sleeve. Lee pushed himself up onto his feet, crossing his arms into an X position soon after. Kyumon, Kai, Gate of Healing, open! Lee shouted before a massive surge of chakra was released from the boy's body as his skin began to turn red. All the previous wounds he had suffered began healing at an extreme rate. With crowd. How many gates can he open? Asked Kakashi, looking startled at seeing a genin capable of such a powerful and dangerous kenjutsu. 4 so far, said Guy, his voice proud. Are you insane? Teaching a genin such a powerful kenjutsu? I don't expect you to understand, Kakashi, said Guy. Although you really shouldn't be talking, should you? You taught Chidori to an unstable genin. You know absolutely nothing about Lee. He wants to prove to everyone that he can be a splendid shinobi with only taijutsu. Guy spoke in a serious tone of voice while Kakashi put his head down in shame. In the arena. Simon, Kai, Gate of Life, open! As the output of Lee's chakra surged even more, the bowl-cut-haired boy's skin began turning red. Shomon, Kai, Gate of Pain, open! Veins began popping out of Lee's body. Lee leaned forward before he shot off the ground with such force that the ground collapsed under the pressure. Sasuke's blinked before his eyes widened in shock as Lee slammed his fist into his face. Sasuke was sent flying back. Lee then appeared behind him, using a kick to lift the Uchiha into the air. He repeated this action, this time sending Sasuke to the ground with a heel drop. On and on it went, with Lee playing pinball with Sasuke as he launched the last Uchiha around the arena, moving so fast that only a few people were even able to follow. Finally, Lee delivered a stone-breaking punch to Sasuke's stomach, sending the insane boy hurling towards the ground, stopping the Uchiha's momentum due to one of his bandages wrapped around Sasuke's midsection. This will end it! Lee brought his free arm and left leg down towards Sasuke. This caused a tornado to affect like what Lee did earlier, only much faster. No human could move like this. I can't block that, Sasuke thought to himself. You are a Renge, Reverse Lotus. The two crashed to the ground, destroying most of the arena. Thankfully, Lee managed to push himself off and land safely, though he was injured and had a hard time moving. Lee was on his hands and knees, injured, tired, and fatigued, panting heavily as his droopy eyes looked on to where Sasuke had crashed. Everyone wondered if the odd boy with the bowl-cut hair had won. Naruto had no doubt in his mind that Lee just completely crushed Sasuke, as his hunch was proven correct as dust cleared, revealing a broken Sasuke lying in a crater. The winner by knockout is Rock Lee. Medic! Called Hate as Lee gave a tired smile as Guy jumped down from the balcony and hugged his precious student, who cried in pain from the hug. Chapter 7. No! Sasuke-kun, how can you lose to those bushy eyebrows? Everyone's favorite pink-haired banshee screeched out. Naruto smirked as the Lee completely crushed Sasuke. I knew bushy brow would crush that egomaniac. Naruto spoke in a proud tone. Ino and the others stared at Naruto as he confusedly looked at them back. What? Egomaniac? Wow, he's your teammate, isn't he? Ino spoke with a frown on her face. Naruto understood her logic, so he decided to answer. Well, Ino, I would consider him a teammate if he treated me like a teammate, but he doesn't care about me, he doesn't care about Pinky or Kakashi-sensei either. All he cares about is power. If he needed to, he wouldn't hesitate to kill every single one of us to obtain it. That is why it's hard to see him as a teammate. Naruto spoke in a calm yet uncaring tone. That's not true, Naruto Baka. Sasuke-kun would never do such a thing to me, but he will kill you because you're a demon. Sakura screeched at the top of her lungs, only for her to start shivering. Naruto turned his head to her with his eyes closed. Really? Please tell me, how is he going to do that? He couldn't injure me even if he tried to. Also, news flash for you, Sakura. Sasuke doesn't like you at all. He hates it when you get mushy just looking at him. So why don't you drop the two-faced crap and straighten yourself out before a real fight takes him away from you, and you'll have nobody to hide behind? Naruto growled. He would be fine if Sakura had really tried to contribute to Konoha as a real shinobi, but all she ever did was hopelessly follow a man destined for tragedy. Sakura built up tears before she ran away, trying not to cry her eyes out. Ino stared at Naruto once more. That was pretty brutal, Naruto. You should probably apologize later, the platinum blonde-haired girl suggested. To which Naruto gave her a calm response. The thing is, unless she realizes what kind of person Sasuke really is, she'll never do any more than stand by watching helplessly as he does as he pleases. She'd be completely powerless to do anything if he were to get overly violent. I doubt she'd even be able to run for 10 seconds if he chased her. Kiba could only say one word. Agreed. Niji nodded, deciding to remain quiet, as Hinata also remained quiet as she stared at Naruto. Naruto-kun, what happened to you? You're different from before. You're not as optimistic, but more realistic it seems, she thought in a bittersweet tone. Naruto then noticed feathers floating in the air slowly descending to the ground. So, it's finally getting started, Naruto thought as he heard an explosion from the Kage box. Without hesitating, Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed. He was determined to make it to the rooftop to help Hiruzen and Jiraiya out against Orochimaru. Rooftop. Shishianjin, for Violet Flames formation! The members of the Sound Four cried out, causing a large four-pointed violet barrier to form. The large purple four-sided wall enveloped Naruto, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya as they prepared to face off against the infamous Orochimaru. Give it up, Orochimaru, we have you outnumbered, Jiraiya said, knowing that this wasn't the case. Orochimaru gave a sickening chuckle. Kukukuku. You should know me better than that, Jiraiya. The three of you are outnumbered and are going to die here. With your deaths, Konoha shall fall soon after. Orochimaru spoke in a creepy calm tone before performing a series of hand seals. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru roared as four coffins erupted from the rooftop. Within seconds the four coffins opened. What was inside left the three occupants shocked to their very core. In order from Coffin 1 to Coffins 4, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and finally Kushina Uzumaki. The coffins soon vanished into thin air before the reanimated corpses began to become aware of their surroundings. Hiruzen roared in anger. You monster, how did you bring Minato back? His soul was locked within the Shinigami's stomach. Jiraiya was curious how this fiend could accomplish such a thing. Naruto, on the other hand, remained quiet. Thanks to Sasuke's memories, there was a method to undoing the Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal. Naruto frowned, trying to keep his own anger in check. He must have gotten a hold of the Shinigami mask to perform the Shiki Fujin, Kai, dead demon consuming seal. Release, this isn't good, Naruto thought to himself. How dare that white-skinned bastard do something like this? He has no respect for the realm of the kami. Matatabi-chan is gonna be so heartbroken when she finds out about this. Kurama began to scream in pure rage. Are there any bad consequences from releasing those who are sealed within the Shinigami's stomach, Kurama-chan? Kihana asked the red-haired vixen, as Naruto also wanted to know. Kurama was quiet before answering. Not necessarily, but doing something like this meant only for the chosen is horrible. If done wrong, those souls could have been stuck in an endless loop of constant pain. Now, focusing on what's happening right now, I sense something very vile and disgusting coming from Orochimaru. Be careful, Naruto, whatever he isn't human. I'd also suggest that you collect my other half from your father Minato. Kurama spoke in a calm yet serious tone. Naruto did not reply, he simply nodded. Opening his eyes, Naruto glared at the Hibi Sannin. You performed the Shiki Fujin, Kai, didn't you? Naruto spoke in a serious tone, much to the surprise of Hiruzen and Jiraiya. The reanimated corpses were now looking around very confused. What's happening? Where are we? Kushina asked in a confused tone, to which Minato answered. I'm not sure, Kushina, but I know I should be sealed within the Shinigami. Completely unaware of what Naruto just said, Hashirama glared at his younger brother. Ugh, you see, Tobirama, I told you not to make the Edo Tensei because it could be used against the leaf, but did you listen? No. Tobirama glared at his older brother. Be silent, Nisan, that technique was for information gathering and that is all. So do not blame me for this. I thought I sealed away the scroll. Obviously, I did a horrible job, Tobirama retorted. Minato's eyes landed on Hiruzen. Hiruzen, where am we? What happened? How do I get out of the... Hiruzen raised a hand to silence the yondaime. Now is not the time or the place, Minato. If we make it out of here we can have a little discussion. But as of right now we're in the middle of a war, and we can afford to lose. Minato nodded before his eyes landed on Naruto. As did Kushina. Both she and Minato had the same thought in common. Naruto. He's so grown up. How long have we been dead for? Oh, he must hate us for what happened. The two parents thought in unison. Orochimaru chuckled darkly before pulling out 4 kunai. I'm afraid you'll never get that chance, Sensei, because I plan on killing you right here and now. Kukukuku. The snake in human skin chuckled darkly, although his chuckle soon turned to his screams of agony. Kamui Rasengan, authority of the gods Rasengan! Naruto all but whispered as he suddenly hit the Hibi Sannin with an unexpected Rasengan directly into Orochimaru's chest, sending them flying into the Shishinjin, causing his body ignited in flames, causing him to scream in agony. The last thing Orochimaru saw before his eyes were incinerated was Naruto's left eye. His Mangekyo Sharingan? Minato, Kushina, Hashirama, and Tobirama were all shocked at what just happened. Was that his sealless version of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique? They all thought in unison. Naruto quickly turned around. I know you must have questions, but please bear with me. Naruto spoke in a serious tone of voice as they all froze when they saw his left eye. The Sharingan! They all shouted in thought. Without even uttering a word, Naruto placed his hand on his father's chest. Get ready, Kahana-chan! Naruto called out to his beautiful red-headed tenant. Don't worry, I'm ready, Naruto. She called back as Naruto mentally nodded. Kurami-chan, here it comes, get ready. I'll try to ease the process best I can, Naruto announced to the red-headed vixen. Thank you, Naruto, that's very sweet of you, Kurami spoke in a kind tone. Naruto's eyes suddenly morphed further, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly disappeared, changing into Kahana's Rinne Sharingan. Gakido, Fujutsu Kaiyuin, Preta Path, blocking technique absorption seal. Naruto and Kahana both announced. Minato blinked confusion as he stared at his son. Naruto, what are you? Minato couldn't finish his sentence as he felt a huge pull. The in portion of the Kyubi being forcefully ripped out of him. As soon as the deed was done, Minato dropped to his hands in his. Even being a reanimated corpse, that still felt weird and left him feeling weak. The in half of the Kurami had slowly passed through Naruto's arm, causing spikes of pain at each place it touched. RRRRG! This hurts a ton. It's like I'm being stabbed repeatedly. Naruto noted within his mind. Naruto-kun! Be careful. Kahana pleaded from within her seal. Don't worry, Kahana-chan. If it is for my friends, I'll do anything. Soon after, the two halves of Kurami converged and Kurami had become whole again. Naruto, what did you just do? Kushina yelled out in surprise. I took back the in portion of Kurami-chan. If that white-skinned creep managed to get control over Tusan and he still has her in chakra in him, he'll be just as dangerous as Shodaime. Naruto spoke in a calm tone, leaving all the reanimated shinobi baffled by his logic. Kurami? Hashirama spoke in a confused tone. So this means that the Kyubi has a name? Naruto turned to the wood-release master. Yes, she does have a name and a human form. She's also not evil, despite what everyone portrays her to be. She's actually very nice when you treat her with respect like a person, Naruto said while glancing at his mother, who put her head down in shame. Wakihana, can I use the Geto, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique? Naruto asked, hoping that Kihana could. Naruto didn't have to wait long for his answer. No, Naruto-kun, at your current physical level, you would most certainly die from using it. Kihana disappointed in herself for not being able to help Naruto when he needed it. Couldn't you revitalize me and keep me from dying? Naruto asked. No, because I haven't done so ever before and am still fairly young. I have not fully grasped my own power yet. It is a bit complicated. I'm very sorry, Naruto-kun. Kurama decided to end this pointless conversation. In simple terms, either one of you are capable of reviving Minato and his beast of a wife. So, you have two options. You can either let them return to the afterlife or even keep them around until you both mature a little more. Kurama had said before pushing Naruto out of his mindscape. Why did you do that, Kurami-chan? Kurama sighed. He should talk to his family about this. Plus, I'm not thrilled about seeing those two again anytime soon. The Kyuubi grumbled while the Jubi shook her head. Naruto regained focus before glancing at the four reanimated shinobi. As much as it pains him to say this, he had no choice. Orochimaru won't stay down for long, so this is your only chance for you to return to the Pure Land, Naruto said in a calm but serious tone while trying to control his emotions. Do you mean we have to return to the Pure Land? We're not letting you deal with that white-skinned, pedo-alone young man. Kushina yelled out comically. Naruto flinched at his mother's angry tone, which Minato chuckled while rubbing the back of his head, remembering how terrifying his wife's temper could be. Hashirama smiled. Me and Tobirama only have access to a fraction of our true power, so we would be of little use to you. Hashirama spoke in a friendly tone as Tobirama nodded. He's correct, we would only slow you down on the battlefield, plus I can easily dispel the Edo Tensei. Tobirama gestured towards Kushina and Minato. I will release the jutsu for your parents on their side, so they will no longer be controlled by Orochimaru. Naruto nodded respect and their wishes, as the white-haired Senju began performing seals before clapping his hands together as him and his brother fell apart, leaving the corpses of two Oto shinobi lying on the ground. Kushina's body and Minato's body were enveloped in a white aura-like cloak which quickly dispersed. An instant after that, the group of shinobi and Kaguya heard an angry voice which exploded from behind them. You damn little shit, you're more trouble than you're worth. But you do have the Rinnegan, Orochimaru stated, seeing Kihana's Rinne Sharingan, which Naruto hadn't been deactivated. I'll tear that eye from your socket and use it as my own. With that, I'll be unstoppable, Orochimaru screamed at the top of his lungs. Jiraiya gave a smug smirk. What are you going to do now, Orochimaru? The Ichibi and the Edo Tensei are no more. You have nothing left to threaten us with. Hiruzen nodded, agreeing with his student. Just surrender, and we'll make your death as painless as possible, Hiruzen said as he Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina and Naruto all dropped into battle stances. Kukukukuku. Kakahakahakaha. You must be joking, I still have M myself and I will use it to end all of you. Orochimaru's voice turned demonic. His body began to morph them grow. It didn't take long for his body to fully change, as what stood before the group was truly terrifying. A creature that rivaled Kurama at her full-sized Kyuubi form with both portions of her chakra, stared down at them with its 16 eyes locked on them. This creature was a massive serpent with 8 heads, covered in black and green scales, with violet eyes. Orochimaru had become the legendary frightening Yamada no Orochi. With crowd, Kakashi watched Naruto blurt out of existence, before hearing an explosion from the Kage box. I guess it started. I wish you luck, Naruto, please keep Hokage-sama safe. Kakashi wished his true star pupil luck. What's this? Sakura asked as she watched feathers start falling from nowhere, making her sleepy. Genjutsu? She asked right before breaking the illusion. Kakashi, it appears the invasion has started, Asuma called out as he fought against a couple of Oto shinobi. Invasion? An invasion? Kiba asked. We're being invaded by the Suna and Oto, Kakashi explained as he broke one of the Oto shinobi's necks. What? Sakura shrieked out like a banshee. But isn't Suna one of our allies? She sounded panicked. They were our allies, but not anymore. We've known about the invasion since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams, so we are prepared, Kakashi said, trying to ease the worry of the fresh genin and fight off the Oto shinobi. Then why weren't we notified about this? Niji asked, slightly annoyed and hurt that they were kept in the dark. We had to keep it a secret so they didn't find out that we knew, Guy explained. Sakura was petrified from what was happening. She had no comprehension on how crazy the shinobi world truly was. She never had seen real bloodshed before. Sakura was from a civilian family and wasn't prepared for the hardships of a shinobi life and simply lived her life sheltered in Konoha. Sakura was about to ask another thing when she noticed a gigantic ethereal tanuki manifested within the battle arena and began attacking both Suna and Oto shinobi alike. Sakura had never been so scared in her life, seeing such a colossal beast right in front of her. In that moment, she realizes what the people must have faced 12 years ago during the Kyuubi attack. Sensei, what is that thing? Sakura tried to say, but her voice refused to work correctly. Kakashi saw Gaara attacking the Oto shinobi and knocking out the Suna shinobi. Naruto, you glorious bastard, you must be a miracle worker to get the Jubi Jinchuriki to work with us. Kakashi smirked from behind his mask. Don't worry, Sakura. He's on our side, and with him this invasion should be over very shortly, Kakashi said calmly. Sishag! Crash. Boom! Holy fuck! Kakashi all but yelled when he looks at the Kage box and rooftop collapse. Although what stood in the place of the rooftop was a massive 8-headed, covered in black and green scales, with violet eyes. Even bigger than Kurami-san. Kakashi all but yelled in thought. The collapsed rooftop. Naruto's body was engulfed in a calm, stable white chakra shroud, from which he created multiple chakra arms which protected Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina. Damn it, I thought we had him. What the hell is this thing? Naruto roared in thought. Naruto, this is not good. Kurami cried out to her host with a voice filled with worry. Naruto's eyes widened. He had never heard Kurami express this much worry in her voice before. What you mean, Kurami-chan, what the hell is this thing? Naruto called out. It would be best if I came out, so I can explain to everyone. Kurami spoke in an extremely serious tone of voice. Naruto nodded before creating another chakra arm, which as smoke exploded over it. Once the cloud of smoke cleared, Minato and Kushina were left in awe at the attractive young woman with fox ears and tails standing on the open palm of Naruto's chakra arm. Alright, what I'm about this is very important, so shut up and listen. Kurami spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. Kushina narrowed her eyes. Why should we listen to you, furball? Kushina yelled. Because I'm the only one who knows how to defeat the Yamata no Orochi, you impatient, violent redhead. Kurami retorted in a calm tone of voice. Minato then spoke up. Kushina, I think we should listen to her. And why should we? Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance. Because if you don't, I may be attacked before she can explain and I won't be able to sustain those chakra arms holding you, and it's a long fall from here. Naruto spoke in the emotionless tone, hinting at what he was threatening to do. You wouldn't do that your own Ka-chan, would you, Naruto-chan? Kushina spoke in a slightly frightened and hurt tone. Naruto continued looking forward. No, I wouldn't, but right now we need to listen to Kurami-chan, as I trust her more than most the people in this village. Besides, I've never heard her this serious before. Naruto replied, while everyone including Kurami's eyes widened. He trusts me that much, but we've only known each other no longer than a month. Kurami thought herself as she felt her cheeks heat up, before shaking her head. He trusts her that much, why what happened to make him trust the fox so much? Kushina thought herself while she stared at the humanoid Kyuubi. Minato was unsure of the idea of Naruto trusting the Kyuubi this much, but unlike his wife he could keep a clear head. The beast before us is just as old as the Jubi, and has the most potent venom out of any living creature on this planet. I don't know how it came back, but to destroy that we must obliterate its entire body. Because if we don't, we'll continue to regeneration, His body is impervious to fire, earth, and water. Only raw chakra, lightning, and wind are capable of piercing through its thick scales. Kurama explained. Q. Minato tried to say but was cut off by Naruto. "To-chan, her name is Kurami not Kyubi." Naruto corrected his father, whose sweat dropped. "Kurami-san, what do you mean by it came back?" Minato asked curiously as the beast didn't seem to be moving. Kurami sighed before explaining. Long ago, shortly after the era of Ashura and Indra, there were 3 Uchiha siblings who not only left their clan but refused to fight against the Senju. Their names were Uchiha Amaterasu, Uchiha Susanoo, and Uchiha Tsukuyomi. They were the first Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyo. I do not know what abilities they gained from awakening Mangekyo, but they were confronted by the beast before us and they were able to defeat it with its very own sword forged from its fangs, the Ein no Murakumo no Tsurugi, sword of the gathering clouds of heaven. That fabled blade is the most powerful sword in all of existence. Not only is infused with Fuinjutsu, but it can also cut through anything. Kurami spoke. But we have something that may be enough for this. Kurami spoke with a slight smile. Kushina frowned at this. And what might that be? Kurami smirked, showing off her fangs. Why, Naruto's Susanoo, of course, the third power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, that is a humanoid chakra avatar. In its final form, it's as powerful, if not more, than myself. Kushina and Minato's eyes widened as they stared at Naruto, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head. But first, since Naruto has never used it before, we should weaken the monster first. Kurami advised. Got it, Katon. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto spat out multiple blue and orange fireballs that flew up into the air, heating up the atmosphere. Heating up the atmosphere so quickly created a cumulonimbus or thundercloud. As the sky get dark, it began to rain as lightning began to dance around within the clouds. You said lightning works against the 8-headed serpent, right, Kurami-chan? Naruto asked, as Kurami simply nodded, wondering what her host was up to. Naruto summoned forth his normal Chidori before raising his hand up in the air. The Chidori guides this jutsu down from the heavens, so be gone after the thunderclap. Naruto said as a roar could be heard from the sky. Everyone looked up. Shinobi and civilian alike were left in awe as he saw a gigantic dragon me out of lightning. This is easily a S-rank jutsu, the amount of power that collected in that dragon. Hiruzen, Minato, Jiraiya, and Kushina all thought in unison. Kurami, despite the seriousness of the situation at hand, felt her cheeks heat up once more. The sheer amount of power in this jutsu is almost on par with that of a Bijudama. After this is all over with Naruto-kun, I'm going to have you for myself. Kurami thought in a lustful manner, as she was attracted to the calm, positive, and massive amount of power Naruto had. It was unlike what most shinobi had. Most shinobi fought to kill and cared only for themselves. Naruto was different. He fought for his friends and all the people he cared about, even if it risked his life. On top of that, his raw strength practically blew her away. Naruto quickly brought his hand down as the humongous lightning dragon flew down at blinding speeds, hitting the Yamata no Orochi. The explosion itself nearly destroyed the entire arena. Thankfully, all the civilians and genin were out of the arena. Gaara had used his sand to shield his siblings, Tensei, Konoha, and Suna shinobi alike. Naruto was slightly panting after unleashing Kirin intently watches the smoke rise. Did I get him? A familiar voice answered Naruto. No, you didn't, Naruto-kun, you injured it but you did not kill it. Be on your toes, it may attack now that you've attacked it. Kihana replied. The smoke cleared, revealing an extremely injured but still very alive Yamata no Orochi. The beast was missing 5 of its 8 heads, its steely skin was scorched, the wounds were cauterized. The beast released a powerful howl. Seshrag! As he began to regenerate and grow 5 new heads. Jiraiya grumbled under his breath. Even after being hit by a technique like that. Well, Kurami-heim, is it possible to seal this thing? Kurami raised a single eyebrow at the prefix added her name. First things first, pervert, call me that again, I'll rip your testicles off. Yes, he can be sealed, But sealing the inside of a human would be the worst thing we can do, she said as Jiraiya shivered. What do you mean? Minato asked, raising a single eyebrow. Yamada no Orochi is a parasitic being. If you sealed it inside of a human, it would simply siphon off their life force. Then once it's grown stronger, if it will absorb them using their body as a medium to recreate its own body. That's what most likely would happen to Orochimaru. It probably offered him power, and now he paid the price. I can't even sense him anymore, Kurama stated with a grim expression on her face. Kushina frowned. Well, I guess it means we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. We beat the fucker to death, she shouted as everyone else deadpanned. That's my mom, Naruto thought. Kurama, what a pleasure to meet you here once more, the Orochi hissed. What, that thing can talk? Jiraiya yelled comically. Naruto glanced to his perverted godfather. The reason probably why it wasn't talking earlier was he was probably trying to consume and absorb Orochimaru, which probably explains why I was able to hit it with Kirin, Naruto said. So you're the little shit stain that hit me with that huge amount of lightning? I must say, that truly fucking hurt, boy. I commend you for making me feel pain of that magnitude. As a reward, I shall devour you and you shall become one with me. What say you? The demonic snake hissed. I say you can take your offer and shove it up your ass, Naruto retorted. The eight-headed serpent growled. Very well, you've made your decision, boy. Now that I'm free, I shall continue terraforming this world, like me and Jubi were originally sent here to do. That pathetic fool fell in love with a human and because of that he got himself sealed away. It's gonna take me forever to terraform this world without him here, Yamada no Orochi complained. Naruto, Kurama, and Kihana all froze at what they just heard. Terraform this world? What for? The trio thought in unison. The multi-headed serpent charged forward intent on devouring these five meddlers. Kurama placing her index finger and middle fingers together before gently placing them against her forehead. I don't think so, you slithering pile of scales. Kaitan, Mekanka Sappo, Ki release, demonic penetrating light death cannon. Thrusting her fingers forward, Kurama unleashed a powerful beam of condensed and compressed chakra that resembled a spiral, which was a mix of purple and orange. This left everyone in pure awe. The spiraling death cannon destroyed one of the serpent's heads as well as knocking it back a few meters. How dare you! How dare you do this to me, you bitch! Yamada screamed out in pure agony and rage. Naruto gathered his lightning-release chakra inside of his stomach, before compressing it, preparing to launch it at the Yamada. Attack it now! Naruto yells. Right on, John, lightning release, false darkness. Naruto cries out as he emits lightning in the shape of a spear from his mouth. It took the form of a beam, like a laser at the massive serpent. Right-on, Hirashin Kanai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, lightning release, flying thunder god Kanai shadow. Clone Jutsu. Minato threw one of his famed flying thunder god Kanai, combining it with the shadow clone Jutsu, thus creating thousands upon thousands of replicas of his original Kanai, each coated in electricity. Goten Derenden no Jutsu, 5 release great combo technique. Hiruzen created 4 clones as each one including himself spewed out a different element. Katon, Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Jiraiya expelled a powerful wave of fire from his mouth. Futon Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Kushina released a powerful gust of wind. Kaiton Yogan, ki release, demon gun. Kurama gathered a large amount of chakra at the tip of her index finger, charging in until it became unstable before firing it. The 5 attacks made contact, exploding, engulfing the entire serpent's body as well as shaking what was left of the arena. There was a large amount of smoke where the Yamata no Orochi once was. Ready, Kihana-chan? Naruto asked, opening his hand. I'm always ready, Naruto-kun. Everyone heard a high-pitched screeching noise as they saw a large shuriken made from wind chakra with a dark purple center. Hiruzen was the first one to speak up. Naruto-kun! That's not the same as the elemental Rasengan you used in the Chunin exams? Naruto stared at the elderly man with a smirk. That right there, Aji-sen, this is my most powerful Rasengan variant. This is a Bijudama Raisin Shuriken, tailed beast ball Raisin Shuriken. So, brace yourself for a huge explosion. Naruto explained as he threw the deadly chakra shuriken at the Yamata no Orochi. Upon impact, the explosion completely engulfed the Yamata no Orochi, along with the entire arena, erasing both from existence. The explosion only lasted mere moments but left everyone in complete awe at just how powerful Naruto truly was. A few seconds later, Naruto dispelled Kihana's chakra shroud along with deactivating his left eye. It was funny, whenever Naruto activated his dojutsu, Sasuke's personality turned off. But as soon as he turned them off, his normal personality returned, was like an on-off switch. Sighing, Naruto turned around. Sorry for my behavior earlier. It happens whenever I turn on my dojutsu, I become calmer, sharper and more ruthless. Naruto explained, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Jiraiya cocked an eyebrow. So, it's like an on-off switch. Honestly, I think that's an advantage, Gaki. Hiruzen nodded. It's perfect for the battlefield, and being able to turn it off is even better. Minato simply chuckled before ruffling Naruto's hair. Don't sweat it, Naruto, I'm not mad at you. Kushina sighed. Maybe I overreacted a little bit, but you have a lot of explaining to do. I mean, how did you manage to get the Sharingan? She yelled comically. Naruto sheepishly chuckled. I'll tell you once we find somewhere nice and quiet. Naruto said, knowing that this will be a very long and difficult explanation. Unfortunately, no one noticed a small snake slithering away from the crater that used to be the stadium. The miniature Yamata no Orochi needed to find a new host, and soon, or it would die from a lack of life force. Chapter 8. Flashback. It had been a single day since the revived Minato reclaimed his position as Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. In a small amount of time, numerous significant changes occurred, enough to make Naruto's head spin like never before. First, he, his wife, and his son entered the council chambers and announced a number of shocking revelations. 1. That they were alive and not happy about how their son had been treated. 2. Minato would be retaking his position as Hokage, and he would be removing the civilian council. And 3. Naruto wasn't the only Jinchuriki, but so was Kushina and the first Hokage's wife. Many, if not all, the shinobi gave joyous cheers at the sight of their Yondaime Hokage alive and taking up the Hokage position once again. It was surprising that nearly all the villagers and shinobi were more happy about their Yondaime Hokage being back more so than surviving and winning the war itself. However, all the positivity seemed to just vanish after Minato announced that how disappointed he was in them. Anyone who was not the head of the clans, Aburame, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Sarutobi, and Yamanaka, after hearing this announcement seemed shocked. Those who were involved in famous shinobi clans could only ponder as to why their Yondaime was so disappointed. What possibly could they have done? It didn't take long for the initial shock to wear off, and then people began to whisper to each other, attempting to figure out why their beloved Hokage was so disappointed in them that he would express it in a speech. Then Minato dropped the bombshell of all bombshells. There were a few rumors going around that people believed Naruto was Minato's son, since multiple people had spotted the Uzunamike's family together. The civilians of course refused to believe that, and said it was because the Yondaime was controlling Kyuubi through the seal while supervising it. Now the people who scorned Naruto, aside from those of the civilian council, all felt ashamed, but also afraid. They had treated the son of their greatest hero like dirt. Just to add insult to injury, Minato had given them the same speech him and his wife Kushina gave the council, informing the people that two of Konoha's most powerful and well-loved female figures were in fact the Kyuubi's previous Jinchuriki. Minato's speech had a greater impact on the younger generation, those who had been told to hate Naruto for no apparent reason. Now that their trust in their parents, grandparents, and anyone old enough to know that Naruto was a Jinchuriki had been shattered, there was no longer a reason to trust them. This caused a major shift in Konoha's youth as they turned away from their elders, showing the great dislike towards the older generation. The only ones who weren't as affected by the announcement to such a large extent were those who knew Naruto best, even if that wasn't very much comparatively speaking. Example being the Ichirakus, who didn't care that Naruto was the son of the yondaime, or a Jinchuriki. It did not change anything about their relationship. To them, Naruto was and always would be their number one customer. The now famed Rookie 9 were a group that had succumbed to the effects. One of the many emotions they were feeling right now was shock. Most of them made fun of Naruto when they were younger, calling him loser, dope, and picking on him for being a clanless orphan. Although this didn't apply to Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino as they never did no such thing. However, for the others, to hear that Naruto was not only the son of the yondaime Hokage, but also was distantly related to the wife of the Shodaime was a kick to the figurative balls they had. Many couldn't comprehend what they had learned. It seems almost impossible for any of them to come to terms with this new knowledge. Naruto was practically royalty, and persecuted for no real reason. The only two members of the Rookie 9 didn't care, were Uchiha Sasuke and Hiruno Sakura. For Sasuke, all he felt was anger at hearing that the dobe was more special than him now. To him, it felt like Naruto was trying to take his rightful fame and glory away from him. Who cared if the idiot was the son of the yondaime, and related to the wife of the Shodai? Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha, a clan far more famous than some stupid Hokage and two women from a two-bit clan. Sakura simply thought Naruto is trying to make her Sasuke-kun look bad so that she would go out with him. Not that it would have ever worked. Naruto would have been a complete idiot to think that she would ever date him just because he was the son of the yondaime. As far as she was concerned, Naruto was both a demon and an idiot. In the days that followed, Suna had confirmed that the Kazekage had been killed, after finding the man's corpse in the desert, not even hidden from view. They had sent Baki and Gaara to renegotiate the contract for their alliance. Minato learned that the reason for their desire to see Konoha hurt, and its complete and utter destruction was because of their former alliance which Konoha coerced them into signing was literally sucking them dry. The alliance forced the Kaze daimyo to send more missions to Konoha than Suna. With that new knowledge, a new treaty was hashed out quickly. 80% of all Kaze no Kuni missions had to go to Suna, and 20% of missions in Hai no Kuni would also go to Suna as a show of trust. It was a better deal than a smaller village could have hoped for, and they were more than happy with it. It was a good thing for Suna that they switched sides at the last minute. Had their forces fought Konoha, then Minato would not have been so forgiving. Worst case scenario, they would have been counter-invaded and actually destroyed. It was a time of change for Konoha. The yondaime was back and not exactly happy with its people, and Naruto was now known to be the son of Konoha's greatest hero. However, many couldn't help but wonder, with how poorly people had treated the blonde Uzumaki, was the change coming to Konoha for the best? With changes underway, a select few individuals were called to the Hokage's mansion, including the Hokage's son. Naruto entered the Hokage's office to see that several people were already there. His father was seated behind the Hokage desk, a stack of completed paperwork to his left. Beside him were Kushina, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya, who were currently helping him get settled back into his position by updating him on the recent history he had missed. What surprised him were the other people in the room. Shikamaru currently stood in front of Minato's desk with a bored expression on his face. He would release a yawn every now and again, looking like he didn't want to be in the room at this current moment. And the final member of the group was Aburame Shino, who was standing near the Hokage's desk completely silent. "Now I have several reasons for why I called you all here." Minato began with a small smile on his face. "First things first, Nara Shikamaru, congratulations on your promotion to Chunin." "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he was presented with a sealing scroll that contained his Chunin flak jacket. Minato cracked a smile at the Nara heir. "I expect you to live up to the title of Chunin." He turned his attention to Shino. "Aburame Shino, congratulations on your promotion to Chunin. While it's a shame that you didn't get to participate in the exams, it was noted by Hiruzen and Kurenai that you showed great growth during the Chunin exams." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Shino said, accepting the sealing scroll. "And finally, Naruto." After hearing his name, Naruto looked towards his father. "For not only showing your powers and abilities in the Chunin exams, but being able to bring the Ichibi no Shikaku's Jinchuriki over to our side, as well as gaining information on the invasion itself and even aiding us in the battle against Orochimaru, I hereby grant you the rank of Tokubetsu Jounin. It was the highest promotion Minato could give his son, as gaining the title of a normal Jounin required one to take the Jounin exams, and he very well couldn't appoint Naruto as the Hokage just yet. You earned this. Thanks, Chichiri, Naruto said with a grin. Minato rolled his reanimated eyes while handing Naruto 2 scrolls, which Naruto raised an eyebrow at. And now for the other reason you all are here, Minato continued. Everyone, even Shikamaru, straightened at his words. I have a mission of the utmost importance for you. The 3 of you, under the leadership of Uzumaki Naruto, are to find and bring Senju Tsunade back to Konoha. Flashback Kai. Naruto stood leaning against the northern gate of Konoha with his arms crossed underneath his chest as he patiently waited for his team to arrive. Naruto's eyes were closed as he had a calm expression on his face. He seemed to be very deep in thought. Naruto-kun, how are you going to bring Tsunade back to the village? Kihana asked her favorite blonde-black brunette. I'm not sure now, Kihana-chan. I was thinking about force, but then again that might not be a good idea. Naruto replied. You have to bring her back one way or another. Force would probably be the best option. If I can remember correctly, you're going to be dealing with a woman who's almost as stubborn as your mother. Kurama replied in a humorous tone. Naruto gave a small smirk. Believe me, I know. Anyways, I'll talk you to later. I believe my team just arrived. Naruto replied, getting both Kihana and Kurama to giggle slightly. Naruto calmly opened his eyes as he stared at the 2 newly promoted Chunin standing before him. You're 5 minutes late, Naruto said. You do realize those 5 minutes anything could have happened. You can't be on time, then you are not ready to be a Chunin, Naruto said calmly. Shikamaru was taken aback by Naruto's attitude. Man, what happened to you, Naruto? You were never like this before. It all ties back to what happened in the Forest of Death. Why do blondes have to be so troublesome? Shikamaru thought to himself. Shino could keep his composure. My apologies, Naruto-san. I had a few things to discuss with my father, and I was not paying attention to the time. Naruto nodded. I'm not mad with either one of you at all. I'm just warning that it's not good to be late like Kakashi-sensei. Just don't make a habit out of it, alright? Plus, I really don't care if you're a few minutes late, Naruto said with a small smirk on his face. Shikamaru stared at Naruto, eyes narrowed. You used that as a scare tactic, didn't you? Man, you're getting more troublesome by the moment. Naruto gave a bark of laughter as Shikamaru commented. You're as sharp as ever, Pineapple Head. Shikamaru's eyebrow twitched at the nickname. Shino then decided to speak. You know where we can find Tsunade-sama? Naruto was smile turned into a calm expression. If Jiraiya's information is correct, she should be somewhere around Shakuba town. It's not too far from here, so it won't take as long to get there. I hope that you guys packed enough food and clothes to last for a couple of days. If she's anything like I heard in this world, she is definitely going to be a pain to get her back. Naruto grumbled before the trio headed out for their mission. Time skip, Shakuba town. Naruto calmly walked the crowds of people with Shikamaru and Shino following close behind him. Naruto no longer bothered putting up a genjutsu to hide his and Byakugan. As his father had already spoken with Hayashi to discuss how he obtained the Byakugan. And Hayashi even offered to teach Naruto how to wield it properly, as he stated it was the least he could do for setting Neji straight. Although something caught Naruto's eye. Passing by him was a young beautiful woman with long wavy and curly royal blue hair. She had heterochromic eyes, one was yellow and the other one was turquoise. She had light bronze skin, and had a figure that rivaled Kurami's, although the thing that stood out the most for Naruto was a pair of cat ears and 2 tails. Matatabi-chan! Kurama cried out in joy at the sight of her younger sister. Wow! And here I thought there was no one who could match Kurami-chan or Kihana-chan in beauty? Naruto was genuinely surprised by Matatabi's absolute beauty. Unknown to Naruto, both Kihana and Kurama were blushing at his compliment. Naruto then turned his attention to the two young Chunin following him. Shino, Shikamaru, I want you guys to go relax for a little while. Here's 2,000 ryo. Naruto said while stuffing the money into Shikamaru's hand before taking off. Shino looked at the dumbfounded Shikamaru, collected the money, and then looked back to Naruto, who seemed to be chasing after a beautiful blue-haired woman. Troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled while Shino nodded in agreement. Troublesome indeed. Matatabi came to a stop as she turned around and noticed a young man with blonde hair making his way towards her. Who might you be? She spoke in a silky smooth voice, tilting her head slightly to the side. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You wouldn't happen to be Otsutsuki Matatabi, would you? Matatabi's eyes widened before she narrowed them. How do you know my name? She spoke in a dangerous tone before Naruto raised both his hands in a non-threatening manner. Easy there. Mati-chan. I'm not here to hurt you, your sister Kurami-chan wants to see you, Naruto said in a slightly frightened tone. Soon after, a cloud of smoke appeared next to him. Many of the tourists and local people stared on in almost disbelief as a beautiful redhead appeared out of nowhere. Matatabi-chan! Ne-sama! The two female bijus hugged each other while Naruto smiled. Kihana-chan, do you want to come out and spend some time with them? It's not right to keep you locked up inside of me all the time, Naruto asked politely. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I could use some time out of the seal, Kihana replied cheerfully. Once again, the crowd of people was surprised to see another beautiful woman appear out of thin air. Matatabi was taken by surprise to see Kihana, who indeed had 10 tails. Kurami reassured her younger sister about Kihana. You three have fun, I have a few things I need to do in the meantime, Naruto said as he waved goodbye. Kihana immediately reached out and grabbed him. Naruto-kun, do you really have to go? She whined cutely, took every fiber of Naruto's being to resist the urge to hug her. Yeah, I do, don't worry, I'll catch up later, Naruto said before he walked off. Matatabi put her hand on Kihana's shoulder. You two have an interesting Jinchuriki, Ne-sama, Kihana-sama. Kurami nodded. He's very caring and considerate of our feelings, something only Chichiyui, Ashura and Ai-san, and Indra and Ai-baka ever did. He started to grow on me and I think he should come along with us. Matatabi seemed taken aback by her sister's words. You mean be sealed in another human? Matatabi said as she narrowed her eyes. Kihana frowned slightly. I believe Kurami-chan is asking if you would join us and become Naruto's third biju, Kihana said politely. Plus, the Rikudo Jubi Kaiyuin, 6 pads 10 tails coffin seal, is a powerful seal powered by the Rinnegan. So I'm pretty sure you can join us without too much trouble, Kihana said as she gently tapped her finger against her chin. Matatabi stood there with a look of shock. Did you say the Rinnegan? Kihana and Kurami both nodded. Matatabi sighed before glancing at her sister and Kihana. And he lets you both out regularly? Most of the time he lets us out of the seal. As long as you don't destroy anything, I don't think he's going to have a problem with you being outside of the seal. Kurami spoke with a smile on her face, although she wouldn't admit Naruto was a far better Jinchuriki than Mito or Kushina. He was much more understanding of the biju, as well as more lenient. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki never let her out even once. Matatabi sighed in defeat. There is no way she can win this argument. Fine, I'll join you. But if he tries anything I don't like, I'll sterilize him, Matatabi said before the entire area was flooded with killer intent. Kihana was giving a sickly sweet smile as Kurami took a few steps back. Even Kurami knew when not to get involved. There was no way she was going to get in a fight she didn't need to. I'm sorry, but that is not going to happen. I will have Naruto's pups and I'm not going to let you ruin my chances, Kihana yelled out before covered her mouth with her hands. Kurami and Matatabi stood there with looks of disbelief, all the while Kihana had a look of pure embarrassment. With Naruto felt a chill go up his spine as he turned around in the direction where the 3 female bijus were. Why do I have the feeling I should watch my back around them now? Naruto thought to himself in a slightly frightened manner. I'd better send Clone to join back with Shikamaru and Shino just so they don't feel abandoned. Actually, if memory serves me correctly, this should be where I'm going to encounter Itachi and Kisame. Naruto crossed his fingers and spoke his signature phrase. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said as a clone appeared next to him. I need you to go meet up with Shikamaru and Shino, just in case anything happens, Naruto said as the clone nodded. Hi boss, you got it, the clone replied before running off. Naruto quietly walked to the streets of Shakuba town until he saw a familiar tall man with his blue skin and blue spiky hair. It was Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and currently an Akatsuki member, though for whatever reason, he wasn't wearing the usual cloak Akatsuki wore. He was just wearing ocean blue shorts and a white tank top. Fitting for him, all things considered. He was waiting in line in front of a sushi shack. At that moment, a grin spread across Naruto's face. Kisame might cause a few problems for me if I leave him be. Besides, I'd rather you deal with Itachi one-on-one, than at the duo both at the same time, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto cracked his knuckles and did the unspeakable to Kisame. Naruto had pants Hashigaki Kisame the Kirigakyu no Kaijin, monster of the hidden mist, in front of everyone. The worst part was Kisame was wearing a pair of hot pink boxers with small red hearts printed into the fabric. Kisame looked down and saw the corporate in action. His face went from blue to red from pure unadulterated fury, and rage could clearly be seen in Kisame's facial features and his. Naruto's grin never left his face as he took off like a bullet, with Kisame chasing after them while fixing his pants that were around his ankles. Get back here, you little blonde-haired motherfucker! I'm going to shred you into a million pieces, you little shit stain! Kisame yelled while chiding Naruto. Naruto continued to run down an alleyway that turned out to be a dead end. Naruto turned around with a fake expression of fear on his face. At the top of the alleyway was a very pissed-off Kisame who now had a sickly grin on his face. Nowhere to run now, brat! The missing nin spoke with a dark evil chuckle while gently patting the end of Samahata on his open hand. Wait, can't you take a simple little joke? Naruto whined comically. Kisame didn't respond. Instead, he gave a battle cry and ran at Naruto at his top speed, waving Samahata around like a madman. Naruto dodged Kisame's first strike before delivering a powerful punch to Kisame's family jewels. The powerful swordsman dropped to his knees, groaning in pain while glaring at Naruto. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. I don't care if Leader-sama wants you alive or not! Kisame yelled with pure fury in his voice before slamming his mummified sword into Naruto's side. Naruto was sent flying into the wall as he gave a weak groan before hitting the ground. Unknown to the swordsman, Naruto was smirking. I can't believe he fell for this. Who knew Kisame could be tricked so easily? Does he honestly think I'm this weak? Well, it doesn't matter if just wait until he gets closer, then I'm going to strike. Naruto thought to himself, as he patiently waited for his attacker to approach. Kisame stared down at the unmoving body of Naruto, disappointment in his eyes despite the smirk on his face. This seriously is the same brat that killed Orochimaru? How? He must have caught the damn snake off guard, and delivered a fatal blow. Itachi is not going to believe this though. I took out the Jubi Jinchuriki with one single attack, ha 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 ha. Haiden's going to owe me 20k. Though then again he'll probably just try and steal it from Kakuzu. I'm getting paid either way. Kisame laughed like a crazy person. Jiten, Jujutsu, Magnet Release Curse Seal! Without warning, Naruto jumped up a man in his palm into Kisame's stomach, causing the tall blue-skinned man to hunch over and groaned in pain as Shikaku-style curse seal markings spread across his body, as well as spreading across Samahata. I can't move! Brat, what the hell did you do to me? Kisame roared in anger, only for his anger to turn to fear when he saw a large spiraling sphere of blue fire in Naruto's hand. Katon, Rasengan, fire release, spiraling sphere! Naruto howled, slamming the sphere of chakra with swirling blue fire into Kisame's stomach, causing the man to cry in pain as both he and his sword were engulfed in royal blue flames. The now smoldering shark man fell to the ground unconscious. His sword looked like fried piece of fish on a stick. Naruto stared down at the unconscious form of Kisame with a look of pure disappointment. I never knew he was that gullible. Did he honestly think one little whack from his sword would be enough to put me down? Naruto thought to himself. You truly are full of surprises, are you, Naruto-kun? A familiar voice called out from behind Naruto. What a surprise, Uchiha Itachi! Naruto spoke in the emotionless tone before glancing at the two figures standing directly behind him. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when he saw Mikoto and Syareoo both standing next to Itachi. More? This was unexpected, and this will make things much more complicated. Naruto thought to himself. With Kahana, Kurama, and Matatabi, the trio of Bijou were sitting in front of a dango shop, eating dango and drinking tea. Kahana immediately fell in love with the sweet pieces of fruit covered in syrup. I dare say these are even better than ramen. She spoke in a cheerful tone. Kurama was also enjoying her dango. Yes, I must agree with you. It's been so long since I've actually had anything sweet. Matatabi-chan, how have you been since the last time we saw each other? Kurama asked her younger sister. I've been all right until that damn tree hugger got a hold of me. After that I was sealed into some fat slob, who died of a heart attack, which was not a pleasant experience. Then I was sealed in another guy. He was all right, but he was a pervert. In my most recent Jinchuriki was a young woman named Niyujito. Out of all my Jinchuriki, she was the best one. She talked to me from time to time, and we developed somewhat of a bond with one another. Unfortunately, she was attacked not too long ago by two men, one with silver hair and a scythe, the other had some weird gray cowl and a bunch of masked creatures that shot lightning and fire and wind. They both wore black cloaks with red clouds on it. Yujito freed me from this seal before they could capture her. I don't know if I killed them or not, I just don't care. I still feel guilty for Yujito. Matatabi explained. Kurama closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I see, well then, looks like we have another reason to see the Akatsuki destroyed. She spoke in a low tone. Kahana sighed as well. Don't worry, Matatabi-chan, we will avenge Yujito-chan's noble sacrifice, and help you annihilate the Akatsuki. That's our Jinchuriki's desire, to end their organization. Kahana declared. Kurama nodded as she smiled. I have faith that Naruto will help you without a doubt, plus he's the only Jinchuriki I've ever respected. Matatabi nodded before smiling. Hi! Now let's get another order of dango. Hi! Kahana and Kurama both declared cheerfully. Back with Naruto. Now, Naruto-kun, I'm going to ask you politely to come with us. Itachi asked in the emotionless tone. Naruto stared at the elder Uchiha with a blank stare before he answered. Sorry, Itachi, but I don't swing that way. Although I'm curious, who are they, by the way? Naruto asked, pointing at Mikoto and Syareoo. Itachi's eyebrow twitched, as Syareoo burst into a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha! Man, I like this kid already, too bad we must capture him. Anyways, kid, my name is Uchiha Syareoo and I'm Itachi's best friend. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Yondaime Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Wait a minute. Naruto stood there before he snorted. I didn't know Itachi was capable of making friends. Syareoo once again started laughing while Itachi's brow began to twitch even more violently. Mikoto stood there as she giggled slightly. He's Kushina's kid? Wow, but what should I do? Should I risk being hunted by my best friend or betray my son and the Akatsuki? She thought herself. I am Uchiha Mikoto, I'm Itachi's mother and your mother's best friend. Naruto smiled left his face as he gained a cold, emotionless expression. I have a question for the three of you. Why did you join Akatsuki other than to be spies in this criminal organization? Naruto said, catching the trio by surprise. Itachi narrowed his eyes dangerously. I don't know what you're talking about. We joined to test our power against the world. Naruto sighed in frustration. He was going to have to beat the answers out of Itachi. Oh, is that so? So, you didn't kill off your clan for any nobler reason like stopping a coup? You just simply wanted to test the limits of your abilities, correct? Naruto spoke in an even colder tone, which caused Mikoto to flinch, Syareoo to choke on his spit, and Itachi to lose his composure. What did you say? Syareoo growled. How does he know this much? This isn't good. Mikoto thought nervously. Naruto-chan, what is it you want? She asked calmly. Naruto stared at the raven-haired beauty before him. What I want is the three of you to return to Konoha. The Yondaime is willing to remove your criminal status. Naruto explained. As I know the three of you are not evil, well, at least I don't want to think so. So, if you are how I think you are, it'd be really great to have you all back with us at the Leaf. You're quite smart for someone your age. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, Itachi admitted. However, there are things in this world that you could never hope to understand. We're going to take you while we can. It's our duty, and we need to fulfill it. Naruto put his head down before growling. You know what? I'm not going to try and fight you, Itachi, but if you want, I won't hold back. I may even bring out the bijou in this town to help. 3-on-1 isn't fair, after all. I can get the Kyuubi out here and let her rampage. Innocents will die, and it'll be because of you. Naruto spoke with serious tone in his voice. Or I can borrow some of their chakra and fight you alone. Itachi, Mikoto, and Syareoo's eyes widened. I mean, I already defeated Kisame with little to no effort at all. I'd do even more to you guys with Kyuubi chakra. Then again, he's an idiot and he relies too much on his sword Samahada. But I believe I'm done playing around. So please, you three, come back to Konoha. It'd be a lot better for everyone, including Sasuke. Naruto said before he closed both of his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, the Uchiha trio gasped in surprise. In Naruto's left eye was a Sharingan, and in his right was the Byakugan. Adding insult to injury, Naruto's left eye evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, while the veins around his right eye bulged. I won't get captured, but I won't let you three just waltz around capturing innocent beings like the bijou for some stupid reasoning. I'm taking you all back to Konoha. Naruto spoke in an emotionless tone. As the Uchiha trio all took a few steps back. The Mangekyo Sharingan. They all thought in unison. Naruto stood there calmly before taking a single slow step forward, as Itachi, Syareoo, and Mikoto's all stood their ground even though they were staring down at the Mangekyo Sharingan. Every step Naruto took, the more nervous the Uchiha trio felt. This is rather anticlimactic. I guess I'll start us off then, Naruto said before weaving through three-hand signs. Itachi narrowed his eyes dangerously as lightning began to spark chaotically from Naruto's hand. Chidori? This is going to get dangerous, plus the chakra is being emitted from this Chidori. It feels extremely powerful, just as powerful as Bijuu chakra. He must have somehow mastered the Kyuubi's chakra already. But how? The Uchiha prodigy thought to himself. Syareoo slowly and calmly reached for his ninja pouch underneath his cloak. Mikoto made no sudden movements, but she recognized this as Kakashi's technique. Naruto lunged forward at an incredible speed, thrusting his lightning cloak fist at Syareoo. Syareoo's three-tomoed Sharingan changed into a 4-point pinwheel design as a bright green ethereal rib cage formed around him. As the Chidori contacted the ethereal rib cage, the rib cage itself cracked and Naruto's Chidori dispelled itself. Syareoo grunted in pain as his Mangekyo reverted into his normal Sharingan. Naruto narrowly dodged a straight from behind. Turning his face towards his assailant, he came face to face with the beautiful Mikoto. Quickly twirling around, Naruto aimed his forearm for Mikoto, who blocked with her own forearm. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Naruto turned around to see a large fireball heading in his direction, which Itachi had spat out. Mikoto jumped away from Naruto. TCH. Naruto growled before his Mangekyo pulsed with power. The fireball soon engulfed Naruto's entire body. Mikoto can only put her head down in shame. Syareoo paid close attention to the fiery cloud of smoke, and he noticed something odd. Suddenly, a large ethereal light blue blade came out in a striking motion aimed to kill. The Uchiha trio all charged as late as the smoke cleared, revealing a skeleton-like structure that was light blue in color. As his eyes were dark blue, it had 2 horns grew out of his left and right temples. Naruto stood within the rib cage of his Susanoo, as tears of blood ran down from his left eye. This is definitely more strenuous than I originally thought. Let's hope my Rakuto chakra comes back soon, because if not I may not be able to keep this thing up for long. Naruto thought in a grim manner. Itachi stared at the skeleton structure before him as the hand that was holding the blade seemed to be growing muscle and skin. So, you can use that as well. Strange, I thought you needed to awaken the power in both Mangekyo to achieve the Susanoo? Itachi thought aloud. This must mean he had another Mangekyo, but lost it at some point. Still, it's impressive that at such a young age, with or without Bijou Chakra, that he can use such a technique. Yes, that is true, but once you awakened, you can summon the Susanoo with or without your Sharingan. Even if both of your eyes were lost, you should still be able to summon it. Naruto said, remembering the time Madara summoned his Susanoo without any eyes at all. Using the power of his Susanoo, Naruto used its overwhelming strength to attack Itachi and Syareoo, as both Uchiha jumped. Mikoto activated her Mangekyo, which resembled a 6-point in snowflakes/flower design. Amatsumi Kaboshi, she whispered as her left eye began to bleed. A mass of darkness appeared before Naruto's Susanoo, as it opened multiple eyes which resembled Mikoto's Mangekyo design. Naruto's eyes widened as the mass of darkness released tendrils of shadow which wrapped around his Susanoo. Yama! Mikoto's right eye began to glow, as the darkness began to absorb Naruto's Susanoo. Naruto's eyes widened, using his Byakugan. What? This jutsu is completely made from chakra? Crap, I have to deactivate the Susanoo. Naruto thought as he quickly dispelled his Susanoo, and quickly jumping back. Gah! Naruto groaned as he gripped his aching left eye, as his whole body was in pain from using the Susanoo. It felt like every cell in his body was being ripped apart, since he wasn't an Uchiha using the Sharingan in any form drained more chakra. Perhaps I should hold off on using my Mangekyo for now. Naruto groaned in thought before downgrading his Mangekyo to a normal Sharingan. Naruto-chan, he would be much easier if you just gave up. Mikoto spoke in an almost pleading tone, as Syareoo stared at Naruto with a blank expression, while Itachi was staring at Naruto intently. I can't do that, the Akatsuki needs to be taken down. You have no idea what they're planning to do, they want to end the world for such a stupid reason. I know that better than anyone else. Naruto growls as he stands up straight, glaring at the Uchiha trio. What do you mean they're going to end the world, Gaki? Leader Sama stated that they're working towards world peace? Syareoo spoke in an annoyed tone. That is something that I'm not going to say out in the open, as there are far too many ears around. If you want to know the truth, come back to Konoha, you'll get your answers there. Naruto said as he sent a message to Kihana. Kihana-chan, I could use your help right about now. Called out but got no response as he growled. Kurami-chan, are you there? Again, no answer. Naruto gritted his teeth. If he was fighting Itachi one-on-one, he had a good chance of losing. To only make matters worse, he was also against two other Uchiha, all with Mangekyo Sharingan. His chances of winning were extremely low. No time for Senjutsu, no Bijou Chakra to spare, no Rinnegan or Tenseigan, or Rakuto Senjutsu. I'm royally fucked right now. Naruto thought before making a familiar cross-hand sign. Kege Bunshins will do you no good here, Naruto-kun. The only logical answer is to give up. Your sacrifice is needed for the good of the world, and with your sacrifice, peace will eventually come. Itachi said as his face contorted into a look of confusion as he heard Naruto beginning to chuckle. Peace? You gotta be joking with me. The Akatsuki are nuts. Your leader doesn't even realize he's just a puppet. He's being controlled by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. They caused the attack on Konoha all those years ago for some stupid moon plan that won't even work. Not even just that, so many Uchiha have done so many horrible things, so many have died both civilian and soldier. Fugaku-san tried staging a coup himself. Naruto then realized what he said. Shit! What did I just reveal? Naturally the Uchiha trio, who knew who Obito was, were now pissed. Naruto not only dared to defile the name of Uchiha Obito, but he even blamed him for the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. Who do you think you are, dragging Obito into this? Mikoto yelled in anger. Syareoo was equally as angry. You have some nerve speaking about our clan members like that. Yes, maybe a few of our past members weren't that good, but you have no right to put down someone like Obito because of the action of another. Itachi was the only one who gave no physical reaction as he was more confused than angry. What you mean Obito caused the Kyuubi attack? He died in the Third Great Shinobi War. Itachi asked curiously. If you want, answers are given to you if you come back to Konoha, Naruto stated. Enough with trying to get us to go back to the wretched village. Syareoo finally yelled out, losing his patience with the young blonde. You're coming with us one way or another! Syareoo roared in frustration. Itachi and Mikoto both stared at the user of the Kodo Amatsukami. He's going to use it on Naruto? They both thought in unison. Syareoo activated his Mangekyo intending on using Kodo Amatsukami on Naruto, who already knew it was coming, and without any of his Rikudo powers he was finished. Kodo Amatsukami. Syareoo thought as he prepared to cast the most powerful genjutsu on the blonde Jinchuriki. Chapter 9. Kodo Amatsukami. Syareoo thought as he prepared to cast the most powerful Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu on the blonde Jinchuriki standing before him. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what was coming. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He felt an itching within his mind. Most people wouldn't even realize that they were just hit by Kodo Amatsukami, and even if they did, there would be nothing they could do to stop it. True, if Naruto had all the power he obtained in the Fourth Great Shinobi War, or even had the Bijuu Chakra at his disposal, he wouldn't have been caught. Unfortunately, his opponents would never let him remain to rejoin his Bijuu. So, even with his dojutsu and knowledge of the genjutsu he was being put under, he was already falling victim to one of the strongest genjutsus in all of existence. Or rather, that would be the case, if he was a normal human. Despite the command given, to follow Syareoo back to the leader of the Akatsuki, Naruto's body didn't move. He visibly shook and clearly was fighting against the influences put on him, but he did not move an inch from his position. Syareoo glared at Naruto, gritting his teeth. How is he able to resist Kodo Amatsukami like this, or even at all? I know Jinchuriki can resist normal to even Sharingan-based genjutsu. But Leader Sama and Tobi both said that they couldn't resist Mangekyo Sharingan-level genjutsu. Hell, not even a Mangekyo Sharingan could resist Kodo Amatsukami. Syareoo thought in an annoyed/astonished manner. Ugh, whatever, it looks like it's taking effect more now. The Uchiha prodigy thought to notice the slight movement in Naruto's legs and arms. Naruto could feel himself succumbing to Kodo Amatsukami, before his eyes widened. This didn't go unnoticed to Itachi as he studied Naruto curiously as he saw Naruto put his head down in submission. Something's not right. Kodo Amatsukami should have claimed his mind the moment Syareoo looked at him. If he's able to resist it, then he's going to draw in Syareoo, so he can deliver a surprise attack. Itachi thought as he saw his best friend smirk. Syareoo, be careful, something's not right. Syareoo stared at his best friend with an eyebrow raised. Come on, Itachi, the Gaki is done for. There's nothing else he can do. There's no dojutsu that can resist Kodo Amatsukami. Syareoo said, not thinking any further. Mikoto glanced at her son before looking back at Syareoo. What's wrong with Itachi-chan? Itachi looked at his mother. I don't think Kodo Amatsukami worked on Naruto. As strange and unbelievable as it is, I believe Naruto was trying to draw in Syareoo. Mikoto thought about it for a second before looking towards Syareoo. Naruto walked towards Syareoo in an almost zombie-like fashion, showing no signs of resistance at all. See Itachi? There was nothing to worry about. He's a tough one, no doubt, but he's not invincible. Besides, it's not like the Kyuubi ever cooperated with him before. Syareoo gave a cheesy grin as Naruto stood before him. Unfortunately for Syareoo, he didn't see the murderous glint in Naruto's eyes. Gah! Itachi and Mikoto's eyes widened as Naruto slammed his palm right through Syareoo's stomach, barely missing his spine. Syareoo looked down as his body was shaking from shock, as he saw Naruto gave him the most cold-hearted glare he's ever seen. Naruto's body was engulfed in white flickering flames. I'm not gonna fall to some stupid genjutsu. I tried to be nice about this, but looks like I'm going to have to beat you up a ton. If only I could get you to come back to Konoha without fists flying. Naruto spoke above a whisper as he ripped his arm free from Shusui's stomach. What? How? Shusui shouted. His question was not out hanging for a long time, as his own vision flickered for a split second. Naruto's eyes, which were, at the time, a Sharingan and Byakugan, were now nothing but two closed eyelids. Impossible! I know your eyes were open. Wait a minute. Shusui realized something. Right before the battle began, Naruto already activated his Sharingan, when theirs weren't. They were the flies in the web from the start. Though that wasn't all. How could he have fought without using his eyes? Then the three noticed the very faint orange rings around his eyes. I wanted you all to think I didn't have any Bijou chakra, but I was saving it since I pantsed Kisame. It wasn't enough to use in combat, otherwise you may have seen it in my jutsu, but it was enough to be used for sensing. I'm glad this battle didn't go on for too long, otherwise I may have run out prematurely. Naruto explained. Well, now I don't have to worry because I have reinforcements, he said, feeling a sudden flood of chakra being absorbed into his body. Sorry for the wait, Naruto, we didn't think you'd get attacked by the Akatsuki. Kihana spoke in a disappointed tone. Naruto sighed. Don't worry about it, everything's fine, I'm just going to have to beat them all to get them to come with me. Naruto replied in a cold tone. Shusui spit out a significant amount of blood before dropping to the ground. Naruto grabbed the top of Shusui's head, being sure to check for how much actual damage he delivered to the stubborn Uchiha. The gentle fist was good for suppressing chakra, but it also had the added ability to deal internal damage. A good hit to the heart could potentially mean the end for an opponent. Kamui, authority of the gods. Itachi and Mikoto appeared above Naruto as they saw him absorb Shusui with his Kamui. Naruto smirked as he jumped back, dodging the mother and son duo. So now it's just you two, now that I got Shusui out of the way. I'm going to give you both again. Please come with me willingly, or I'm going to have to do the same thing I did to Shusui to the both of you. Naruto said coldly. Though within the dead tone of his voice, there was a slight hint of pleading hope. Naruto-chan, you wouldn't do that to us, would you? Mikoto asked, seeing if Naruto was truly serious. Naruto's facial features did not change, his dual dojutsu seemed to glow with power, as a light aura of white chakra, similar to the initial Jinchuriki form, covered Naruto's body. I'm serious, if you don't come with me willingly, I'll have to suppress your chakra and absorb you with Kamui. And in this form Itachi's Amaterasu will not work on me. Plus, since I've gathered some more Senjutsu and Bijou chakra, either will Tsukuyu me. So, if you want to fight before coming with me, your best bet would be using Susanoo on me. It's the only thing that would do anything at this point. Naruto said in an honest manner. But I doubt you would be able to use it for very long. Itachi narrowed his eyes. You didn't need to do that to Shusui. We were simply following orders. We were ordered to observe you and see how powerful you were. We were also told that we should attempt to capture you if you were too powerful and prevent future problems for the Akatsuki organization. Since you decided to explain some things for me, I should at least return the favor. Itachi, you asked me what I was talking about with Obito and Madara. Here your leader, the one that goes by the name of Pain, is nothing more than a crippled man named Nagato who is using the body of his best friend as a puppet. However, he's a living puppet being controlled by the masked man. Toby, is Obito Uchiha, and oh boy do I wish that was the end of it. You all thought he died in the Third Shinobi War, but he survived, and when Rinne died, he became a puppet to Madara Uchiha. Naruto explained before taking a breath and waiting for a response. Why you keep on bringing the deceased into our conversation? Mikoto growled. Obito is dead, and he's not some puppet. He died a shinobi of the leaf. He wouldn't become a puppet to a man like Uchiha Madara even if he did save his life. Naruto didn't answer her as he extended his hand towards the two. Soon after, multiple small orbs of dark red positive chakra, and light blue negative chakra began to gather, forming a black and purple sphere of condensed chakra in his hand. I guess you won't believe me, so there's not much I can do right now, is there? It's probably too much of a gamble to try and confront Toby and Pain right now since I haven't met them yet. Only thing left is to force you to come with me and learn the answers from people I'm sure you would believe, Naruto said before using his chakra cloak to extend a Senpo, Cho Mini Baijudama, Sage Art, Super Mini-tailed Beast Ball. Mikoto and Itachi's eyes widened as they dodged the sphere of chaotic chakra. Kamui! Naruto case as he used the long-range variant of Kamui to warp the Bijudama into the Kamui, to prevent the destruction of the town he was in. Shit. Really hope that didn't hit Syareoo. How did I even forget? I even confirmed that the left and right eyes connected to the same space when Kakashi-sensei and Bushy Brows Sensei helped me fight Obito. God damn it. He lamented. With the threat of a massive explosion no longer present, the three Sharingan bearers present could hear another voice. It came right out of left field, but everyone recognized the tone of the voice. Uchiha Itachi! Everyone in the area turned around to see Sasuke standing a meter behind Mikoto, and Itachi with a murderous look in his eyes. Mikoto gave a sad and shocked look. Itachi had a look of guilt and regret in his eyes, while Naruto could care less at this point. He already knew the outcome, and he didn't even need to have already seen this to know how it would end. Although, something different did indeed happen. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw his mother alive and wearing the same black and red cloak as Itachi. Ka-sama! Sochi-chan. Tears began to well up in Sasuke's eyes. But Itachi killed you? The last, loyal, Uchiha spoke in a confused emotional tone. I saw your and Two-sama's bodies on the floor. No, he didn't kill me. What you saw was a Chishio Bunshin no Jutsu, blood clone technique. It was necessary to use and so was a lot of other things. You didn't know what happened in Konoha back then, but all I can tell you right now until you're mature enough to understand is that Itachi was a victim as well. Mikoto spoke in a solemn tone. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean he was a victim of the Uchiha massacre? He told me himself that he was doing it to test the limits of his capabilities. And that... Sasuke tried to control himself, but he couldn't hold the raw emotions came bursting to the surface. Mikoto glared at her oldest son who put his head down in shame. She mouthed, "You have a lot of explaining to do." Itachi shivered knowing that his mother was likely as terrifying as Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto stood there letting Sasuke have his moment. Perhaps Mikoto could change Sasuke for the better. It would be a nice change of pace as Naruto no longer had the patience or drive to deal with Sasuke's potentially maniacal ambitions. Sasuke then looked at Naruto. Why is that dope here? Mikoto I twitched as she walked towards Sasuke and slapped her son in the back of the head. Ek! Alka-sama, why did you hit me? Sasuke cried but soon shivered under the glare his mother gave him. What did I tell you about language, young man? Sasuke began to shiver, not wanting to make his mother any angrier than she or he was. Naruto stood there with an amused expression on his face. You know, as amusing as it is to see this family reunion, you two still haven't answered me. Are you both gonna come back to Konoha willingly, or do I have to fight you both in front of your Sochi? Naruto asked impatiently. Mikoto sighed as she glanced at her youngest son before her before glancing back at Itachi. I'll go with you, as Sasuke-chan really needs his Ka-sama. I can tell just by looking at him. Naruto nodded happily as he really didn't want to hurt Mikoto. Itachi simply stood there frozen. All it took for his mother to betray the Akatsuki was Sasuke to throw an emotional episode. Although it probably also had something to do with Naruto nearly killing Syareoo. Mikoto then glared at Itachi, a clear message that basically said obey. Itachi sighed in defeat before nodding. Very well, but don't think this is over, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Itachi stepped forward as did Mikoto, who was holding Sasuke. Naruto extended both his hands, grabbing the entire Uchiha family before using Kamui to teleport them to the Kamui dimension. Naruto then crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. In a puff of smoke, an exact replica of Naruto appeared. I need you get back to Konoha as soon as possible. Bring them to Tuchan immediately. And no ramen breaks. Naruto ordered his clone, who groaned in response. Naruto watched his clone fly away as he dispelled Kihana's chakra, which was covering him, and immediately left to find his team, aka Shikamaru and Shino. No sooner after Naruto left, Kisame's smoldering corpse melted into a pool of water. A completely unharmed Kisame emerged from the pool of water with a scowl on his face. I can't believe those two. They're traitors except for Shursui, but in the end, it doesn't matter. They'll probably be killed for treason once they get back. Kisame growled before disappearing in a Mizu Shunshin no Jutsu, water body flicker technique. I need to report back, but first, something to eat. Oh yeah, the sushi place. Little did he know, the real Naruto would soon be passing by along with Shikamaru and Shino. Naruto's clone was making great time as he quickly passed over the forest leading up to Konoha. You know, I wonder why I just didn't use Kamui to get here? The clone thought to himself. Because you're an idiot, that's why. Kurama replied with a deadpan expression. I mean, literally, you can move faster than lightning itself with normal Bijou chakra empowering you. The clone grumbled in response as he landed on the roof of the Hokage mansion. The clone noticed a single window open and slipped right through into the room, only to be restrained by chakra chains and have a Hiraishin kunai placed against his neck. Tu-chan! Ka-chan! It's me, Naruto! The clone cried in surprise, dispelling his chakra cloak. Minato and Kushina both stared at their son confusedly. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Kushina asked to her son. I'm only a Kage Bunshin, and boss sent me back here to deliver a few things. Minato blinked. Okay, what is it? Kushina released her shadow clone son from her chakra chains as the clone activated Kamui, expelling Sasuke, Itachi, Mikoto, and a barely conscious and alive Shursui who was lying unconscious on the floor. Mikoto-chan! Kushina cried with joy as she hugged her best friend. Mikoto hugged her back. Kushina-chan, as much as I'd love to catch up with you, we need to get Shursui medical attention immediately or he might die. Mikoto replied frantically. What? Kushina exclaimed. How did Shursui-kun get hurt like this? Kushina stopped speaking and glanced at the Jubi Jinchuriki that was her son. Without wasting any more time, Minato signaled for his personal umbu to collect Shursui and bring him to the Hokage medical room within the Hokage mansion. After the injured Shursui was taken out of the office, Minato turned his attention to the mother and son duo. As good as he is to see you, Mikoto-san, Itachi-kun. I have to ask, why have you joined the Akatsuki? Minato spoke in his Hokage mode, as Kushina called it, usually entailing sharpened, reanimated eyes, chakra filling the air, and a monotone voice. Itachi sighed before glancing at his mother, who nodded, and then glancing towards Sasuke, who looked impatient, as if he didn't want to be there. We joined the Akatsuki as Jiraiya's spies, and we were able to give him information every now and again. Although the reason why we're here right now is because your son forced us into a corner. He asked us to either come back willingly or he was going to put us in the same shape as Shursui. And when Sasuke came, only made it that much harder, so we had no other choice but to come back. Itachi answered in an emotionless tone. Minato looked at his son. Well, that's quite something, isn't it? All things considered, from what I read upon retaking position of Hokage, Shursui-kun was a prodigy like Itachi, if not better. To think that Naruto could defeat Shursui so easily. However, I know for a fact he wouldn't willingly put someone in a state like that to anyone for no reason, so what is it you're not telling me, Itachi-kun? Shursui dug his own grave by attempting to use Kodo Amatsukami on your son. It is a very powerful genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan that allows him to enter a person's mind and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, making it seem as if they were doing things on their own free will. The victim wouldn't even notice they were being manipulated. Itachi explained, allowing Minato and Kushina to connect the dots. And you didn't even try to help Naruto-chan, Itachi-kun. Kushina asked in a creepy tone which caused the Uchiha to stutter as he began to take steps backwards. Itachi couldn't form any words as the one person who scared and more than his mother was Kushina, and he didn't want to be on the receiving end of her wrath. "I'm sorry, Kushina-sama, we're just following orders. We had no intentions of capturing Naruto, but what? Out with the Itachi!" Syareoo snapped, and Mikoto sighed as she looked at her frightened son. Syareoo didn't want to return to Konoha due to having some very bad experiences here. And I guess in his mind, he wanted to capture Naruto. Mikoto answered. "You have to talk to him when he wakes up to get his side of the story." Minato rubbed his forehead before looking at the clone of his son. "Alright, Naruto, I believe it's time you fill them in on what's really going on here. I prefer to wait for Syareoo to wake up, but it seems that I will have to fill him in later," Minato ordered as the clone of his son nodded. "I guess I might as well start from the beginning. To start off with, I'm not the Naruto of this timeline. I came from 3.5 years in the future, and from an alternate future from the way this world is turned out. Everything I have and will tell you is true, and if you refuse to believe me, too bad. I know what I'm telling you is true." "What?" The Uchiha family all yelled in unison, except for Itachi, who remained silent. The clone sighed. He knew this is gonna take a while, so he sat down on the couch and got comfortable. "It all started when I got back from my 2.5-year training trip with Erosenin. Back with the real Naruto. He was currently sitting in his hotel room. The room next to his was where Shino and Shikamaru resided in. The 3 female Bijou were all sitting on the bed across from Naruto's, as he couldn't believe what he was being told. Of course, he wanted the Bijou to be free, not caged up inside of him. Yet, Matatabi Atsutsuki chose to join Kihana and Kurami within Naruto. "Now are you sure you want to join your Nei-chan and Kihana-chan inside the seal?" Naruto asked with the bewildered expression on his face. Matatabi nodded. "They said nothing but good things about you, so I'm willing to give you a chance. But I'm a proud Bijou just like my sister, so don't expect me to roll over for you." Naruto resisted the urge to grin at the crude comment. "Alright, if he's sure about this, then I don't have a problem with it." Naruto looked towards Kihana. "Kihana-chan, I'm gonna need some of your Rinne Sharingan again. Since I can't manifest my Rinnegan yet." Naruto asked politely as the Jubi gave him a kind smile. "Of course, don't be afraid to ask Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded as he released a long sigh, opening his left eye, revealing a Rinne Sharingan. Naruto stood up before turning his back to Matatabi. Naruto performed the ram hand seal. "Rikudo Jubi Kyuin, 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal," Naruto said above a whisper as Matatabi felt her very existence being pulled towards Naruto. She instinctively tried to fight it but was unable to as she was pulled literally inside of Naruto. Naruto groaned as he felt his chakra coils grow even bigger. Jinchuriki already or not, sealing an entire Bijou on your own would still take a lot out of you. Once he regained full comfortability, he slapped his hand onto the ground. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique," Naruto announced as Matatabi reappeared in front of him. She had a confused expression on her face. "What just happened?" Matatabi asked, blinking rapidly. Naruto gave her a smile. "You just became my 3rd Bijou, and I became your Jinchuriki. The only rules I have are simple. Just don't attack innocent people and don't destroy anything. If you follow those rules, I can let you do whatever for as long as you want, although you can't venture any further than 600 meters away from me or you'll appear back in the seal," Naruto explained as Matatabi nodded in understanding. Kurami gave a grin. "Now then, why don't we get some room service? I'm in the mood for some sake," she said with a devilish grin on her face. Matatabi gave a sly cat-like smile. "Oh, it's been so long since I've had a drink. I think the last time was nearly 800 years ago. I think I remember you getting so wasted, Nei-sama, that you ended up fucking up the Fire Daimyo's son and left him unable to move a muscle an entire month," Matatabi said with a mischievous grin as Kurami pouted. "Hey, I get violent when I'm drunk, okay? I didn't kill him at least, and don't judge me. I seem to remember you trying to get with our brothers." Kurama fired back, making Matatabi blush deeply. Naruto stared at the sister duo with Kihana sitting next to him. This certainly is interesting, don't you think, Naruto-kun? Naruto stared at the humanoid Jubi sitting next to him. If things get out of control, can you at least restrain those two, so I can avoid getting molested or killed? Naruto asked as Kihana nodded and gave him a smile. Of course, Naruto-kun, if anyone can take your virginity it's going to be me, but I'll have to wait until you are of age. She spoke in a friendly tone as Naruto shivered a little bit but was thankful. Back in the Hokage's office. And after that I placed my hands together against Kaguya's robes to initialize the Rikudo, Chibaku Tensei, 6 paths, catastrophic planetary construction. Kaguya was a sore loser and decided to use her remaining power to throw me through a dimensional portal, and that's how I ended up here. With the story finally concluded, the clone gave a long tired sigh. The room was dead quiet, for those who are already heard this story, which this included Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen. For Sasuke, Itachi, and Mikoto this was a lot to take and it sounded almost unreal. Itachi being the calmest out of the three, which wasn't saying much, as the other two weren't nearly as level-headed when it came to any type of situation. It's rather difficult for us to believe your words, Naruto-kun. But the abilities you've shown thus far would prove that you have power. Although I'm curious, how does Rikudo no Chakura, 6 paths chakra, prevent blindness in the Mangekyo? Itachi asked calmly. Well, it's kinda complicated how that works. It's kinda prevents blindness, but it also does some other stuff. You see, Sharingan carry a piece of the Rikudo Sennin's chakra. The clone began to explain. So, when that Rikudo chakra mixes with more Rikudo chakra, it evolves. Usually it becomes something different depending on the eyes. The combined Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, that was my right eye, evolved into this Tomorinnegan I have now. Not sure what would happen to others with normal Mangekyo Sharingan if they got Rikudo chakra though. And how do you acquire this power, Dobe? Sasuke demanded and was quickly slapped by Mikoto. The clone couldn't help but smirk. As far as I know, there are only 2 ways to acquire Rikudo no chakra. You either get it from the Rikudo Sennin himself, or you combine the chakra of his son's reincarnations. In the end, they have the exact same effect, although if you get it from Hagoromo you will either awaken the Rinnegan or get Rikudo Sennin mode. Doing it the second way will only grant you the Rinnegan. The clone explained, as he didn't want to go into detail about his Rikudo no Sennin Chakura, 6 paths Sage Chakra, which combined with his Rikudo no Chakura cancelled out all blindness permanently. Even if he were to use Izanami if things got extremely dicey. Unfortunately, for some reason he couldn't use Izanagi, but all things considered he didn't really see a situation where he'd need to. Minato nodded. Thank you, Naruto, you can dispel now. The clone nodded before dispelling into a cloud of smoke. Minato then turned to the Uchiha family. Lastly, there is something imperative to all of you. Anything and everything you've heard from this room does not leave this room, for any reason. Am I understood? Minato got 3 nods from each Uchiha showing understanding. Good, you are dismissed and remember to stay out of sight, Itachi, Mikoto. For the time being at least. The mother and son duo nodded before bowing and vanishing. Minato then turned his attention to Sasuke. Now Sasuke-kun. How are you feeling right now? Sasuke shook his head. I don't know what to feel right now. I don't understand why all this was hidden from me, and Nisan told me I should have been older before learning about the Uchiha massacre. I feel lost and a little bit sick. Kushina gained a sad expression on her face. Sasuke-kun, perhaps you should go home and try talking with Mikoto-chan. I'm sure she has a lot to tell you in private, and I believe Itachi's only looking out for you, despite his odd methods of doing so. Kushina spoke in a motherly tone. Sasuke nodded before leaving the office. Jiraiya, who was leaning up against one of the walls, spoke up. It's almost hard to believe how everything turned out so far. Sadly, I'm feeling it's only to get more difficult without an outlet to the Akatsuki, and if what Gaki told us is true, then Obito's too much of a threat to be left alone. But only Gaki, Kakashi and Minato have the speed or tools to defeat him. We may have to create a game plan just in case he tries to destroy his eyes and capture Naruto. I agree with Jiraiya on this one, Minato-kun. There's no way I'm letting that shell of a former Konoha shinobi get his grubby mitts on my son. Kushina snarled. Minato nodded before pulling out a blank scroll. And I have to develop a new Fuinjutsu to nullify his Kamui. Naruto would be the perfect assistant for this new seal. I only hope it works. Minato thought aloud as he began designing a new seal to use against Obito in the future. And that concludes this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Rinne and Tensei, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Syareoo, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.